What's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Donald Trump, it looks like Donald Trump has been hit pretty hard. He was found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in his first criminal trial, or in his criminal trial. It was the first criminal trial against a U.S. president. This is going to be interesting. So let me read some of what's going on for you. And as you hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, make sure you thumbs up, share, subscribe. It says here that Donald Trump has been found guilty of all 34 counts of falsifying business records in a criminal hush money scheme to influence the outcome of the 2016 election. The verdict came after a jury deliberated for less than 12 hours in the unprecedented first criminal trial against a U.S. president. It marks a perilous political moment for Trump, the presumptive nominee for the Republican nomination, whose poll numbers have remained unchanged throughout the trial but could tank at any moment. Trump was convicted by a jury of 12 New Yorkers of felony falsification of business records, which makes it a crime for a person to make or cause false entries in records with the intent to commit a second crime. He will be sentenced on January 11th at 10 a.m. Eastern. Now, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no in the chat.
Of the hotels in the United States, like 40% or something like that. And they're called the Gujaratis. And I was studying the Gujaratis because, as you all know, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we talk extensively about culture. And I think it was because I was sitting there with my wife and we were in LA. We went to Universal Studios yesterday and everything else. And I was like, I'm really obsessed with culture and what happens in a culture that builds wealth versus a culture that doesn't build wealth. Like what happens in a culture that's successful and versus one that isn't. Like, for example, if you know anything about sports, you'll know that sometimes what a team runs into is that even when they get the best players and the best coaches, they can't win because they have a losing culture. Right? If you're used to losing, then you're not in a position to win. They could give you the best players, they could give you the best of everything, the biggest budget and everything else, and you're just not going to succeed. And so I've been really interested in, what does a winning culture sort of look like, and how do we create that? Because what happens in a losing culture is that you throw away a lot of your resources. You end up just wasting opportunities. And you all know that the word poor stands for what? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly, right? So a lot of times when you're not winning, you think it's because no one will let you win. Every time we build something, every time we create something, they just come and they burn it down, right? Or you might think that you're not winning because they haven't told you what you need to know. Well, they keep the secrets from us. They don't tell us how to go make money. They don't. Well, sometimes it might be because you're given the opportunities, but because you're only trained to sort of see a certain way or view the world in a certain way, you're just the opportunities are literally walking right past you. And I really am convinced, honestly, that this is a big part of what we're dealing with. And what you'll also find is that, just to be fair to us, though, most of the cultures, like the one I'm going to describe to you, the Gujaratis, goes back very, very far. It goes back thousands of years to ancient times. So this is not something they came up with in a couple of weeks. So it does take time to build a winning culture. So what I'm going to do is read some of this to you. But before I read to you, I'm going to not be rude and say hello to a lot of you. I see Akila and Albert and Alicia, Sean. Good morning to you. April West, Atasha, Barbara, Barry, Brandon Butler, Yvette, Veronica, Michael Wilson. Good to see you. Deborah, Andre, let's see here. John Jones, Esther, good to see you. Eric Bennett, Eric Donaldson, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's hundreds of you in here, and so I can't say everybody's name, but I just want to say thank you for joining me this morning. Zelinda, I know you could be sleeping, you could be Netflixing and chilling, you could be twerking, but instead you ain't twerking, you working. So congratulations to all of you for being smart and focusing on your own economic elevation. It will pay off. All right, so let me hop in and point out what I know about the Gujaratis, right? And again, this does not put anybody on a pedestal. It does not mean I think anybody's better than us. But the Gujaratis are known. They're what they call an ethno-linguistic part of India. I don't know a ton about India, to be honest with you. But I know that they're what they call an ethno-linguistic group in India, and they're really known for just making money. They're really known for business. They're known for entrepreneurship. They're known for for just really really being great when it comes to economics. And this does not, and this the first point I want to make on this is that this does not come from a business school. They didn't all go to Harvard Business School. This does not come from classes that they take. So you got to understand that the culture will override classes any day of the week. If you got, it's like basketball. If you have a basketball culture in your family where everybody played in the NBA, do you really need a class on how to play basketball to be a good basketball player? No. If you grew up in a family with Whitney Houston and she had her aunt was a singer. Give me her name. She's famous too. I'm sorry, I forget. It's early. I just had my coffee. But her auntie or her mama was really famous. Was it her mama or her auntie? I keep wanting to say Cicely Tyson, but I know that's not right. It's Dionne Warwick. Cicely Tyson doesn't even sing. See, that's how messed up my brain is right now. Dionne Warwick, right. So if you grow up in that family, do you need to go take a singing class to learn how to perform and sing? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they took singing lessons, right? Maybe that's important. But in terms of just kind of knowing the culture of what it means to be a great singer, I bet you that even without classes, if you got Dionne Warwick and Whitney Houston in your house and every morning you're going over high notes and low notes and every other note, her mom is Sissy Houston, right? There we go, right? So there's a tradition there. There's a culture. There's a culture of singing at church, and that's why we produce the greatest singers on the planet. So really, my goal would be to kind of help us to become like what Whitney Houston and her family were when it comes to economics. Maybe I want to be the economic version of a Whitney Houston or Dionne Warwick or something, where because we're talking about economics every day, and this is why we created this class, because we're talking about economics every day, and because I know these things at a very high level, and we're just having conversations about it on a regular basis, and I'm showing you how to hit those economic high notes every single day, then you're going to go off and you're going to sing so well that all the Clive Davises are going to want to partner with you, and you're going to go out and just conquer the world. Right? Because the thing about it is that it doesn't have to be something formal. In fact, it's better if it's not formalized. It's better if it's very natural. So the Gujaratis, they're known for being really good when it comes to business because they have a business-oriented culture. Here are a few things about the Gujaratis. First off, I'll start with the big one. From what I've seen, the estimates are that the Gujaratis own about 40% of all the hotels in the United States. That right there should impress the hell out of you. That's amazing. I'm talking about, and not just the hotels and all that, but I'm sure many of you have noticed that maybe they have a special prominence when it comes to owning all the 7-Elevens, maybe, a few gas stations here and there, stuff like that. And whenever that happens, that kind of wealth accumulation happens, that kind of power happens. It's not by accident. It's not called just because the white man gave them all this money and they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, if you watch how a family like that moves or a group like that moves, they just move different. They do things different. They don't. They look at their resources different. So what I did was identify some variables that can kind of help you understand like what's the difference with a Gujarati versus say us and an African American in a typical African American household. Again, we're great at the things that we're great at. They're great at what they're great at. So the same way that there are things they could learn from us, there are also things we can learn from them. So here we go. Let me formalize some of this for you. Number one, there's a long culture of just being economically elevated within this particular community. It goes back, to ancient times, thousands of years. So really for us, the challenge we have is that a lot of our culture in the last few hundred years was a slave culture, and the slave culture does not create entrepreneurs as readily. It does not create business owners as readily. It creates slaves. We are from a slave culture, and it creates slaves. And if you look around in our community, we have a lot of people that are slaves. What does it mean to be a slave? A slave means you don't have freedom. A lot of us do not have freedom because you got to get up and go to work every day. You have to do what your boss says every day. You don't feel free to do what you want to do in your life. And so our slave culture produces a lot of slaves. I hate saying it. And really, when I think about slavery, I also think about things like mental slavery, the brainwashing, which is very, very deep in media, very, very deep in the educational system. This is a colonialist sort of economy. We are controlled. We are managed by other people. We're managed politically. We're managed economically. were managed in a way where there are people that have a vested interest in extracting from us, taking things away from us. And that's just what it is. Now, the second thing that they do that creates an entrepreneurial spirit is they have a willingness to take risks. Basically, they're not scared to try to jump into new markets, jump into new fields. They're not scared to go start that business. And I want you to compare and contrast that to a lot of our families. Do you think that there is this enthusiasm toward starting that new business? Do you feel that people are supporting you emotionally? Everybody gets it. Everybody wants to see you win. Or do you think that it's kind of a different sort of energy? And I'm going to tell you, we know what we know what the answer to that question is. In fact, that was a dumb question. If you were in the same room with me, I would not blame you if you were tempted to slap me, because that was just a dumb, stupid question. Because we know what it is. We know that there's a lot of fear. We're driven by fear. Traumatized people are driven by fear. They have trauma responses to everything. So the fear keeps you from stepping out of your comfort zone. The fear keeps you from going after that new venture. The fear makes you afraid to walk away from a bad situation. The fear is what keeps you from pursuing what I believe could be and should be your destiny. So that desire to take entrepreneurial risks is something that tends to occur within a culture, but it's also easier to take risks if you're able to get the support that you need to know that if you fail, you're not going to just collapse and fall to the ground. You're going to have some people there to catch you. That's where the next point comes in. Community support. One thing the Gujarati community has is they have a community. Their community, what the Gujarati community has that the Black community unfortunately does not have, is they have a community. I don't even know if we can use the term Black community anymore, because sometimes I don't feel like we're in a community. Don't get me wrong, we have some pockets of good community, but I feel like we've lost community quite a lot. And they have a really tight-knit community with tremendous amounts of support. So what type of support are we talking about? Number one, financial support. We will buy from you. We will loan money to you. We will come and work with you, right? Financial support, very important. Number two, mentorship. I'm going to show you the game. I'm going to break the whole game down for you so that you don't have to figure it out on your own. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to try to compete with you or take you out or hide things from you. I'm going to give you the game as much as I can so that when I give you financial support and give you the game, you're going to be able to go out here and do great things. How often do we see scenarios where people compete with each other? It's very strange. You know, I can tell you that I sometimes I was really astonished to see people that, you know, when I started doing more of the financial stuff online, and when I was doing it in the beginning, nobody else was doing it. And then other people came along and my energy was like, well, I'm supposed to help you. That's what I'm supposed to do. And I'm a natural teacher, but you'd be amazed how many people had a really competitive energy. Like we're going to defeat Dr. Boyce by competing with him. And I'm like, why are you competing with me? I'm not competing with you. I thought we were supposed to be be teammates. But a scarcity mindset, you know, in a traumatized community pops off. And then also everybody imitates rappers. So it's like, we're the baddest and we're the boldest and we're the strongest and you're not. And it's like, I'm strong. I know I'm strong. In fact, I'm so strong that I don't need to tell you that I'm strong. And I don't need you to tell me that I'm strong. I know that I'm strong. And you're pretty good at what you do, so we should probably work together. You know, I don't think that we have to box it out. Like that doesn't make sense to me. And it was kind of weird, you know. And I guess the only thing I'm thinking about is I remember somebody said this. It was really funny. I saw a guy who was talking about this. These guys that I really respect a lot from Earn Your Leisure, and they're good. They're really cool, and I love watching what they're doing. And one guy goes, I'm glad Earn Your Leisure came and took over your block because you're just a jerk and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, take over my block? I said, what? Are we drug dealers now? Is that what you've been listening to Rick Ross and he's been telling you that drug dealing is the way to be successful as a Black? Like, am I supposed to run up and do a drive-by? Is that what it is? Right? Is their death, is their demise going to increase my likelihood of success? No. The world is big enough for everybody to succeed. We have a tremendous shortage of Black men that understand financial topics at a high level. So we need everybody on board. We need everybody doing this. This is not a competition. I've never competed with these guys. They're younger. They're 10, 15 years younger than me. What Dr. Claude Anderson never competed with me. Dr. Claude Anderson never said, when I approached Dr. Anderson, he didn't say, well, this young guy, he's coming in and he's going to take over my block and he's going to be the new Dr. Claude. No, Powernomics is going to be what Powernomics is going to be. Powernomics is going nowhere. There is nothing I could do ever to erase the significance of what Dr. Claude Anderson has done. And in fact, there is room to gain acknowledgement for what he's done. And then there's room for me to get my acknowledgement too. So when I approached Dr. Anderson, my whole energy was never competitive. I was never thinking, you're the past, I'm taking you out. Well, I didn't think that way. I was like, you know what? You cleared the path for me. And I think that the world needs to hear what you got to say. So let me help you as much as possible. But here's the thing. This is what you got to understand about collaboration versus competition. Just because you collaborate with others, that does not mean you can't also take care of yourself. Just because you collaboration does not mean you're giving things away. Collaboration means you're developing an ecosystem. I pour into you, you pour back into me. So me supporting Dr. Anderson, and y'all know, y'all seen me support Dr. Anderson, right? I hope you all have seen that. If you've watched probably more than 3 of my videos or hung out with me more than a week, you know how much I love this man. I love him like a father. It wasn't like it was all about taking care of him. I had to take care of the Black Business School too. And so because we had that right energy, I came in supporting him with everything I had. Guess what? He came and supported me with everything he had. And it created a beautiful relationship because I had Dr. Anderson tell me about how many people called him to tell him how much they love Powernomics, but did not contribute a nickel to anything he was doing. And I can proudly tell you that the Black Business School has contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Harvest Institute run by Dr. Anderson, to the Powernomics mission. When I got on the phone with Kanye West and we talked for 12 hours, my number one goal with Kanye was to say, take some of that money that you're spending on your daughter's birthday party and put that behind some Powernomics training camps so that we can train our people on economics at the highest level. I have simple formulas, simple methods, 3-step, 4-step processes that if we got millions of people to learn these 3 or 4 things, it would lift Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion within a generation. I could not talk him into that, but that was my goal. I said, look, if you do this, I don't care. I don't need my name on it anywhere. That's ego, brother. I don't need all that. I don't need that. I'm very comfortable with who I am. I don't want my name on it. We'll put your name on it because apparently you're into the ego stuff. Fine. Put your name on it. We can put your mama's name on it. We can put your daughter's name on it. I'm not putting Kim Kardashian's name on it. But we'll also give Dr. Claude Anderson the credit he deserves, but as long as we achieve the goal. And so what I don't really understand is this lack of collaboration that I see sometimes. And sometimes it's so disappointing. I had another conversation with a guy. I made a comment. I'm not going to even say his name because this stuff is, I don't get into that. I don't want to get into that. But I made a comment on his page or something. And he said something about the stock market. I said, yeah, my students and I were talking about that today. And he messages me, I don't know who you think you are. Maybe it's because you're a doctor or whatever, but I don't need you talking about you're here trying to steal my students. And I was like, I'm not stealing your. I said, no, you're welcome to come in my platform. I brought, Julian Gordon, a lot of people, I brought them in. They built entire businesses off of my platform because I know I can share and still be okay. I know that I can share, and you getting sunlight is not going to dim my light. I know that I am here. I'm going to always be here. So really, when you talk about a team, and I didn't mean to go on too much of a tangent with that, but when you talk about building a team, you can't build a football team if the wide receiver is mad because the running back gets the ball. You can't. You're not going to build a great team if the wide receiver and running back don't both understand that everybody can get the ball and that's going to help the whole team to win. So we don't really always have a team like we should. We end up having these this tribalism and this competition. And I really sort of blame the toxic side of hip hop culture because toxic hip hop is built on narcissism, selfishness, a lack of competition over collaboration, all these things. This is why everybody got so excited when they saw Drake and Kendrick Lamar destroying each other's careers. They love that. They like that stuff. And what I would have gotten excited about is to see Drake and Kendrick box it out just a little bit, just enough so we can have some fun, and then come together and say, okay, now that we've done this, we're gonna shut it down and we're going to work together now and do something amazing. That would have been the kind of energy I wanted to see. You never win when you're destroying each other. So anyway, so let's go back to the Gujarati community. They're very tight knit. They support each other. Not that everybody in the community is perfect, but they give each other financial support, mentorship, and business connections. They don't hide the connect. They share the connect. Okay, so let's see, what else do they do? They have a culture of thrift and savings. They love to save their money. They're very conservative with money. Now, again, when you talk about the culture, this is why I get so mad when people say, this is for the culture, this is for the culture. I'm always like, well, what culture are you referring to? Because the culture that I see that's promoted in media, that's supposed to be our culture, is not conservative financially at all. It is not into wealth preservation. It is not into the stewardship and careful stewardship of resources. It is just throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, spend, 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 spend. But buy that new car that they are marketing on BET. Go to the club, put $10,000 in a stripper thong, and then go and buy a bunch of European items from people that don't even like you, acknowledge you, or respect you. That's what I see when I see the culture when it comes to our economics. Being thrifty and conservative is not celebrated on any level, and I hate it. It drives me insane. It drives me crazy. All that flashy stuff is goofy. It's immature. Any Black man over the age of 20 that behaves that way is an embarrassment. You should not, I'm not saying you can't enjoy your money. I'm not saying you can't get nice stuff. All I'm saying is this idea that I'm going to just show up and show out every time I do something, to me, that reflects some sort of emotional deficiency on your part. That tells me you need some therapy to know that you are precious and you are valuable, even when you ain't wearing that white European man's label on your ass. Seriously, you're valuable even when you don't have the Coach purse or the Gucci shoes or whatever it is that you feel like you got to spend your last dollars on. You cannot be so emotionally devoid or so emotionally incomplete that people can literally sell you your self-esteem because they're going to drain you financially. Let's keep going here. Another thing about the Gujarati culture is they are big, big, big on education. Education. They go to college, they get degrees in areas like finance, engineering, stuff like that, things that help them build. They expect their kids to make straight A's. They push them to be as educationally efficient and competent as they can possibly be. I want you to look around and I want you to see if education is at the top of our priority list. And I'm not talking about just going to school and getting the degree. I'm talking about going to school, getting the degree, being at the top of your class. Is that something that is really heavily part of our culture? Is that something that we celebrate more than we celebrate everything else? I don't know. I think that what sort of happens is that because our self-esteem is not quite there, we will think that just going to school and just being there, just surviving is good enough. And a lot of times I would see, I had this frustration in college, and maybe I was just built a certain way. I have no idea. I was very competitive because I played a lot of sports when I was young, and I like to win. I'm not a loser. And I remember that I studied really, really hard in college. And I remember I got into a fight with a guy. His name was Pete, and I didn't like him. He was a jerk. And anyway, Pete called my girlfriend ugly, and that just burned me up. But I was about 21, so you know how that is. And I remember that I remember saying to Pete, because I was so mad, I said, look at your grade point average, you dumb MFer, right? That's how I talk. That was so bad of me, right? I shouldn't have said that. And he said something to me that was interesting. He said, well, and I can tell I got him because I got him real defensive. He was backpedaling because I was about to beat him up too. And he was like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm here. At least I'm on the campus. At least I'm here. And I'm like, yeah, you're here, but you ain't doing nothing while you're here. You're lazy. You're not reaching your potential. Who cares that you're here? Big deal. There's a lot of people that are here. Just showing up to the game ain't the same as winning the damn game. Just saying that I'm on the field, that don't mean you actually are scoring touchdowns. And I'm in my mind, it's like, no, we can score touchdowns. As Black men, we can do anything we put our mind to. Especially when you think about it. Imagine if you got in a basketball game and your coach is like, you need to play harder. And you're like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm on the court. Well, if you're going to just be on the court and you're not going to try to win, then sit your ass on the sideline. Just go and sit down and go sit with the cheerleaders or something, because you're not trying to be a player. You're not trying to be a competitor. And again, when I talk about competition, I'm not talking about competing with each other. I'm not trying to, I do believe in fighting, but not fighting with each other. My competition is not another black man in that light. My competition is the world. My competition is all the people that believe that we can't do it. My competition is when I was sitting in a classroom full of Asians and Indians and white people, and they expect me to be the dummy in the class because I'm black. No, I'm going to show y'all what I got. I'm going to show y'all what I'm made of. I'm going to show you black excellence. And black excellence in the face of white supremacy is no competition. I really believe that. I believe that when we show up and we really show out in that regard, like we show in a way that's substantive. We're not showing out with the superficial and the fake. The superficial and the fake is when I show out and I think it's black excellence. I remember Diddy did that. There was a video of Cardi B wearing some expensive outfit and he said, "This is black excellence." I said, ain't nothing black, ain't nothing, there's nothing about a $5,000 outfit that indicates black excellence. That's not black excellence. No, black excellence shows up in the form of hard work. Black excellence shows up in the form of excellent parenthood. Black excellence shows up in the form of just unshakable integrity. Black excellence shows up in the form of determination. Black excellence shows up in the form of extreme intellectual accomplishment. That's black excellence. That's what black excellence looks like. It ain't a Gucci bag. It's not a Lamborghini. That's not black excellence. It's not a good job working for some white man somewhere. That ain't black excellence. That has nothing to do with black excellence, in my view, comes from things that are substantive. It comes from the things that God put inside you, that where you got to get up, grit your teeth, and bust your ass and go hard for what you want. That's black excellence to me. Black excellence cannot be purchased at the damn Gucci store. So stop telling me that black excellence, that you have black excellence because you got a nice apartment. I don't care about that. Show me black excellence because you fought through something, you overcame something, because you never gave up, because you taking care of your kids. Show me black excellence when you went out here and you grinded and you built something for yourself and for your family. Show me black excellence when you are taking care of people outside of yourself. Show me black excellence in that regard. Show me integrity. That's black excellence. Black excellence is not a Coach purse or a Gucci bag or a Range Rover. That's not. Sorry. Okay, let me keep going. All right, so here's another thing about the Gujaratis that led them to be able to own 40% of the hotels in the United States. They have a lot of family-owned businesses. Their businesses are family-owned and operated. And what happens is that they hire their relatives. They bring their relatives in so they'll buy a hotel. They'll bring their relatives in to help run the hotel, and then they'll save up money, their excess money, because they're conservative. So they generate a financial surplus, which allows them to build that capital base that we've talked about extensively. And then they go and they buy another hotel. That's how they expand. And so think about this though. Now I want you to compare and contrast that to some of our families, not all of our families, but some of them. We don't really kind of grow up expecting to work in the family business. We all grow up saying that if I do really well in school, then some white man will hire me for some fancy important job and I can leave my family. And even if the family members have a decent business going on or a business that has potential, our kids don't want to they don't want to run the family business. They want to go work for white people. That's what they want to do. And that's why a lot of black businesses end up in a graveyard. That's why a lot of black businesses don't survive from one generation to the next, because you have this love affair with white supremacy. You do. You really want to go and work for other people. And so what happens is that even in families where there is a potential to create an extraordinary family business, it's not like we're eager to come back home and work together. It's like we're eager to leave and separate. And so when you separate, you are diluting things. Again, this fist is very powerful. This fist is very powerful. But if this fist suddenly spreads out and becomes five fingers, then it's nothing. If I get into a fight and I show up with a fist, I can win the fight. If I show up with five fingers, all my fingers are going to get broken individually, because no one finger can punch a person in the face and actually hurt them. So basically, instead of being a big mighty fist and using the family as an economic capital base that it's meant to be, understanding that when you got 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, you're sitting on multi-millions in wealth right there. Instead, we instead of becoming a mighty fist, we become 5 fingers, and maybe we become a slap. Maybe that's it. Maybe we can slap you, just kind of like do a little slap on you, but we can't really fight without the fist. Or, and really, generally speaking, we become 5 fingers because we're operating individually. So even a slap requires some sort of coordination between all 5 fingers, and we don't even have the slap. We have one finger is attacking you, and then the next finger attacks you, and then you just break the fingers one by one, and that's good old-fashioned divide and conquer. But the Gujaratis don't do that. They tend to form family businesses, and because they're conservative, they generate an economic surplus, and then they use that surplus to bootstrap and expand and to own more businesses. That's how they got to the point where they own 40% of all the hotels in America. And I saw someone mention the Jackson Five, Father Joe Jackson. Yeah, I don't know Joe Jackson in terms of what kind of man he was overall. I've heard the stories about him being tough on the kids. I personally kind of think that we should take that with a grain of salt, because I think media tends to vilify any strong Black father that is in a leadership role that brings the family together and has the kind of strong leadership required to do that. Again, I don't know, though. I can't justify everything Joe Jackson's ever done, because I'm sure he's made mistakes like a lot of people do, and maybe his mistakes were pretty significant. But if you're going to critique what he did wrong, then you must give him credit for what he did right. If you're going to talk about the bad things he did, then you got to talk about the good, and you have to talk about the fact that without Joe and Catherine working together, there would be no Michael Jackson, there would be no Jackson 5. John Boyd is another person that is in that vein, in that spirit, in my opinion. He runs that group Infinity Song, and Infinity Song, Victory Boyd is part of that family, but all the children are very talented, and they have a very strong family unity that led to the creation of Infinity Song. And Infinity Song is so talented. Right now, they're in Europe. They're selling out shows all throughout Europe. Victory is such a talented singer that Jay-Z signed her on the spot when he heard her sing. And when I heard her sing for the first time, I was like, whoa, oh my gosh, she's that talented. They performed at the All Black National Convention, I think 2 times. Yeah, 2 times they performed. And now they're so talented that even without Victory, they took their Michael Jackson and made him solo. And now the other children are touring without Victory, who was kind of their Michael Jackson, and they're selling out shows without Michael. You know what I mean? So it's like, imagine the Jackson 5 selling out shows without Michael. That's how talented that family is. And what I can tell you about that family is that they are very, very close-knit. They're very clear on who they are. John and I have had extensive conversations about how he said, as his family becomes more popular, more famous, he said, I need them tethered to their Blackness. So I met this family before they became as big as they are right now. And I remember that was the specific conversation John and I had. He said, one day my daughter is going to be very famous, and I need her to remember the Black community and never let go of that. And that was the formation of our friendship. And now it's happened. Now they're out there. Now they're world famous, and they haven't forgotten who they are. And I just have so much respect for that. And so ultimately, what I want you to pay attention to, though, is that it was the family-oriented nature and spirit that allowed them to say, you know what, my energy is best spent pouring into the family project. That the best way for me to use my time is to pour into the family business. See, a lot of us don't do it. A lot of us will abandon the family business if it gets too hard, or we don't, say, this isn't quite what I want to do. This isn't my passion. I get that to a point, but I kind of really think that there's a disrespect there. There's kind of like this idea that if I'm just sitting here working with my dad and my mother and my brother, that's not as relevant. That's not as real as me working for Nike or Google or Microsoft, right? And I really think that that's a mistake, because if you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to do it very well. If you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to want to be there. You're going, like, in order for me to be a good husband, I gotta value being with my wife. I have to believe that being with my wife is the most important thing in my life. I have to know that being in this house is the best place I can be. I have to know that this is the best use of my energy. That makes me a better husband and a better father than if I was a guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here until I find something better. And I think that's kind of what we do. I think that we sort of do that, right? We'll hang out with each other. We'll work on our little business and our little family business until we get a real job. And then when we get a real job, that's when we all just kind of bounce out. And so what I want you to understand is this. This is something I'm going to say, and I don't know how this is going to sound, but because God's telling me to say it, so I'm going to say it, is you're not kind of meant to be like in a holding pattern waiting for white people to pick you out. You know, you're not supposed to be like this backup substitute that they can lean on whenever. You're not supposed to be the white man's side chick, so to speak. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that you are precious and you are valuable, even if they don't want you. Even you are valuable, even if they've rejected you. Because if they've rejected you, then join the club. I'm a big reject from white America. I am. I've had people make fun of me. Well, Syracuse University didn't want you there. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't. They did. They were really doing everything they could to get rid of me. And in fact, I was probably blackballed from academia because of my views. And I had to come to terms with that because it hurts our feelings when white people don't want us. Let's just be honest. We kind of grow up believing that Black success is white people validating you. They validate you. They give you a Grammy over here, an Oscar over there, maybe Employee of the Year, some fancy little position with a nice title. You know, where you can go on LinkedIn and say, I'm the new executive director of micro widgets at blah, 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 white man corporation. And people are like, congratulations, girl. That's good for you. You done made it. You somebody now. You important. It's like, but and again, I'm not making fun of anybody that has that position. Some of y'all got those good jobs. I'm not making fun of it at all. But it's like, to me, no, you were somebody before they selected you. You were important before they acknowledged your talent. And even when they stop acknowledging your talent, even when you're punished because you don't fit culturally with what they're doing, you're still important to me. I want to see your value. Again, remember, economic awareness. This is what we do every morning, 10 a.m. We do economic awareness training. Economic awareness is partly implied by your ability to see value even when it's not acknowledged by anybody else. You can see wealth even when there appears to be none. You understand? It's like if I'm a music mogul and I'm looking for talent, I don't need the world to tell me that a singer's talented for me to go hear that singer. I can hear the singer singing on the street corner for nickels and identify the talent as readily as I could if they were on the stage at the Grammy Awards. You understand? I can independently validate what's worthy and what's not. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that sometimes we lack the ability to independently validate our worth without needing, Mr. White Man to tell us that we done made it or to tell us that we're important, right? So when you get that, so I believe, again, this is me speculating, that when somebody gets that promotion or that fancy job and it comes with the nice apartment and everything and the nice car, that kind of says to us like, oh, they must be somebody now because all these other people are saying that they're somebody. And I really kind of feel like you have to have the ability to say, no, I am somebody, whether or not you acknowledge me, whether you acknowledge me or not. And in fact, the reason that this is important is because you lose a lot of value because you give away your best assets. And then they see the value and they take that same asset you neglected, that you ignored. I mean, think about how many times we have had people in our community who were super talented, super capable, and weren't even acknowledged until somebody else said that it was okay. Somebody else said that they were important. So suddenly we believe they're important. Even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, did y'all know this? Let me tell you this. I told y'all about the time I was with Cornel West for a whole day. When I put out my book, It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar, I did an event in Brooklyn at Medgar Evers College. Cornel joined me, and we spent the whole day together. And I remember Cornel, he told the most fascinating stories. I love Cornel West. He's a wonderful man. And one thing I remember him telling me about a meeting where he and Jesse Jackson Jr. and David Axelrod and Barack Obama and a couple other people met in a hotel room. And the goal was to figure out, how do we get Black people to support Barack Obama? Why won't Black people acknowledge this man because they're so connected to Hillary Clinton. And that's amazing to me. Again, I don't care what your politics are, right? But that's amazing to me considering the history with Obama literally being probably one of the 3 or 4 most popular Black people in America. Years later, everybody loved him by the time the election came around. But there was a time where Black people just were like, other people don't see him, so I don't see him either. And then you all know, tell me in the chat if you know this, do you all know when Obama became popular, when he gained momentum? What had to happen before Black people really came out in droves to support Obama? He had to go win in Iowa. He had to go to white-ass Iowa. And from what I understand, maybe I'm not a political analyst or expert or anything, but it was really Iowa. When he went to Iowa and won in Iowa, that's when Black people really started flooding to support him. Sure, he had Oprah's backing, but I remember him getting the endorsement from Oprah, and Hillary was still blowing him away. Because I went on CNN, and I remember I said, this guy Obama, I said, Hillary might want to watch out because it looks like this guy is really good. He's articulate. And because I remember I saw his potential. I don't worry about what other people think. I just think about what I think because I trust what I think. And I said, this guy is going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be able to, catch up with Hillary because that was a big gap at the time. But I said, I bet Hillary, if she's smart, she's paying attention to this guy because he's a threat to her. And so lo and behold, it happened, later on. So my point is to say, I don't think that you should wait for other people to validate you or to validate the people you care about. You should validate them first because then you can go and extract the benefits of that relationship first. If they have tremendous potential, you want to spot it before everybody else. It's just like investing. And like investing, remember, I tell you all how people invest the wrong way. People don't start buying stock until the prices start going up, which is too late because by that time the prices are about to start going down. So you don't want to pick a stock after it goes up because now there's a good chance it's going to start to go down. You pick the stock before it goes up. You don't invest when everybody else is investing. You invest before other people start investing. You don't run to the market when everybody's feeling good. You run to the market when everybody's feeling scared. When everybody's running away, you want to do the exact opposite of what the sheep are doing. That's called leadership. That is called confidence. And that is something that I believe is connected to how you feel about yourself. If you don't feel good about yourself, if you don't trust yourself, then you're going to be scared all the time. Life's too short to be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of you. Don't be scared of your destiny. Don't be scared of taking a chance. You got to take a chance. And guess what? When you take a chance, you're going to fail a lot. You're going to fail so much, it's going to make you sick sometimes. You're going to have a whole therapeutic process just to deal with confronting failure in a healthy way. I fail all the time, every day. And when I'm really on top of my game, I fail twice as much as usual. Because I know now, and I know this logically, but you don't always know this emotionally because failure hurts. Failure is kind of embarrassing. It makes you question yourself. But what I know logically is that the more I fail, the more chances I'm going to have to succeed. Every failure is a step closer to that first success. So yeah, get out there and fail. You got to do that. The road to heaven really is paved through hell. You got to go through hell to get to heaven. You got to go through the fire. It's just a requirement. It sucks, I know, but that's the only thing I've ever seen. If you can't go through the fire, then you never get the blessing at the end. All right, so let me keep going here. By the way, really quick, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then you will get notified when we meet up for class and everything else. And also, the other thing I was going to mention to you is that in our store, I think I mentioned that earlier, we do have apparel. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get copies of my books. You can get flashcards for kids. You can get workbooks, things like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com if you'd like to take a look at that stuff. And you can use the code word book club, and that'll give you 30% off everything that's there. All right, so a couple more things I'm going to mention about the Gujaratis, and then we're going to finish up here, is number one, or here's another thing. So remember, so with the Gujaratis in India, They own 40% of the hotels in America. We've already established a couple things about their culture. Number one, they're very family oriented. Most of the family members work in the business. They also have a community and a supportive ecosystem where they loan money to each other. They have what they call handshake loans. So they shake each other's hand. They make a loan. They know that the loan is going to be repaid because there's community accountability for stuff like that. And that allows them to grow their economic empire. They also have a massive diaspora, which goes a long way. And so by having people around the world sort of planted everywhere, they're able to sort of make their mark and benefit in all parts of the world. Now, here's a stat about their community that I think is really cool. They own about 22,000 out of the 53,000 hotels in America, which is about 40%. And also, let me see, I have some more notes here. Let me pull up a couple more things so that you can walk away with in terms of things you can implement into your own family culture. Let's see here. They have very strong community bonds. I mentioned that. They're also very adaptable. So they have a lot of cultural adaptability. They can adapt to different business environments. And in addition to being financially conservative, they're very much oriented toward customer service. So the Gujaratis in India, their commitment to customer service goes a long way, because if you serve your customer, then you can sell your product, right? So, and that really is something that has to be sort of discussed in the Black community, because there are times where Black customer service is kind of questioned a little bit, right? You have people that feel like Black-owned business or Black business owners don't respect Black customers, and then you have cases where Black customers don't respect the business owners. So this is something that has to be addressed. Also, you have ethical. They have a commitment to ethical business practices, which actually comes out of their religion. There a lot of Hinduism, stuff like that. It emphasizes things like honesty and hard work. And the other thing, too, is that just from a cultural standpoint, hard work is extremely important in the family. And that goes a long way in terms of being able to be successful. And, things like persistence and all that. Now, here's the thing about Black people that I think is a huge advantage for you, is that you already know how to work very, very hard. I think Black people are the hardest working people in America because we were the only ones who worked for hundreds of years for free. And one thing that Dr. Claude Anderson speaks about regularly in his books, Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth, is that basically you have a scenario where Black people were trained extensively through various forms of indoctrination to be a very hardworking class of people that were subservient to whites. And also in that subservience, there was this goal of making sure that we never got bigger than our britches and started to compete with whites. So while Black integration was always an incredibly important part of that white agenda, especially we've always been integrated on some level. I would say the 1960s was just a different type of integration, but we were always part of the economy. We were always part of the community. They didn't want us to really go, but they didn't want us to have certain rights and certain amounts of power. So the thing about it is that now we're at a point where that power and that equality is something that you're going to have to actually fight for. It's not something that I don't think is ever going to be given to you through a government program unless you have the strength and ability to demand that, right? So like reparations, things like that, I support those things. But I think overall, it's going to require a lot of the work is going to have to be done by us in terms of figuring out what does an economically strong culture look like. So to kind of summarize this conversation, I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to overtalk this, but I want to give you some things to kind of walk away with. Number one, never forget how important and powerful family is. Family is really, really critical, but also you, in my view, want to think about family like an institution where within an institution, you're training people in the institution. You're giving them their values and everything else. And because values are more important than just skills, because if I have a lot of skill, but the wrong values, then I'm going to apply my skills in the wrong way. So if I know how to shoot a gun, but I have poor values, then I'm going to shoot the gun at the wrong people. Do you understand what I mean? So these values that you establish in the household, that you always support your relatives and you don't steal from your family. I remember my father saying that to me when I was a kid. Or you always want to help your brother, or a family should always stick together. Little things like that, or every Black man should have his own business. Every Black woman should be financially strong and independent. Whatever it is, right? These little values really, really make a big difference in terms of how skill is applied later. Because one challenge that we have is that we have a lot of highly skilled people whose values, they're not necessarily bad, but they're not very pro-Black, pro-community, pro-wealth. You understand what I mean? Doesn't mean that these are bad people, but a lot of times that sense of purpose, really sort of having that family business or family wealth as a core value, as a core purpose, doesn't always exist, right? Maybe the core purpose is I want to be quote unquote successful, and success might be defined by I'm going to get this degree, get this kind of job, make this kind of money, and get this kind of respect from other people. Where I think a better core value might be things like financial security. If you have financial security, then you can pretty much do whatever you want in America. If you have financial security, then that's when you get the best opportunity to feel free. When you have financial security, that is when your other aspects of your health are affected, your mental health, your physical health, your relationship health, all those things benefit when you have financial security. So that's why I go back to that point where I was making to you earlier. This was literally a finding that I came to probably in the last couple of years, is that a capital base is more important than a college degree. A capital base is more important than a good job. A capital base is more important than a Grammy or an Oscar. A capital base is that thing that allows you to truly navigate the world as a free individual. And the capital base is best built when it's a family effort that's done by multiple people over a long period of time and transfer intergenerationally. So the beauty of a capital base is that if I build a capital base for myself, I can just pass that down to the kids. So the kids are not roller skating on thin ice. They're standing on something sturdy and solid when they come into the world, which allows them to move a lot differently from those who are stuck. And if you don't know what I mean by capital base, we've talked about this in class, but it's okay. I'll describe it again really quickly. All capital base is resources, wealth that you can use to get your income. That your capital base could be shares of stock. It could be some real estate. It could be cash. It could be relationships. It could be intellectual capital, right? All these sorts of forms of capital come together, and that's what keeps you secure. And the reason that a lot of people feel financially insecure in America is because they don't have a capital base. They don't even have $1,000 saved to fix their car, right? A large percentage of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And we think that that's the norm, but it doesn't have to be the norm. The Gujaratis aren't living like that. Okay, so let's learn from the cultures that are winning and not follow loser culture. And unfortunately, loser culture is heavily promoted to our people. And I think that that's a sin and a crime. Okay, so anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. By the way, if my wife, I have a book called Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if I mentioned this in class, but if you'd like to get a free e-copy of the book, you can go to a page where my wife and I talk about our podcast. We have a podcast called Pillow Talk. So if you go to boyceandalicia.com, that's boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote it when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. Also, don't forget that we support these great women that have things to say on Fly Nubian Money. And that happens every single day at 1 p.m. So if you'd like to be a part of that and see what's happening over there, just text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. They'll send you a notification when they go live. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list if you want to get notified when we go live for Economic Elevation. You can text the word morning, text morning.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. We are here to help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host, Jade Harrell, aka Lioness Crowns. I'm an educator. I am the founder and CEO of highblackesteem.com. And I'm your host for today. And I saw some folks in the comments already. Y'all seem to be, kind of wound up around this topic. So today we're talking about what maybe shifting dynamics in the dating scene between Black men and Black women. In a moment, you'll hear from a woman who says that dating Black men is just exhausting and she's just open to dating other races. So we are going to have this conversation and we're going to relate it back to finances, but also, whether Black women and Black men, are in danger in terms of these relationships. But before we get into that topic, I definitely want to introduce the queens on the panel. We are here with Dr. Lene Javette. She's a monetization strategist and business coach. Hey. Welcome. We're also here with Miss Laura Lala Key. She's an international real estate agent. Welcome. And we are here with our queen, Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and women's wellness coach. So, ladies, we have this topic today. And a lot of Black women in the dating pool are saying that dating Black men is exhausting. They want 100% from you or from us, and they're not willing to give the same thing. They want the benefits of being married and all of these extra benefits without actually being serious. And so there was a viral video that sparked this conversation. We've seen the video. We're going to show the video. But in the meantime, while we're queuing up the video, we do want to invite the audience to make sure you subscribe to our channel and know that we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. Be sure to text the word Queens to the number 87948 so that way you will be notified when we do go live. All right, who wants to start? Who wants to start? Let's just do a first round of feedback and then we'll get into the video and we'll debrief that. I'm going to start with Miss Athena because you're smiling real hard right now and rolling your eyes, by the way. So what did you think about this topic? Oh, you're muted.
I was like, I just want to be able to just share my perspective and still be loved. Okay. I just want to preface by saying that I do think that, and we're going to go more into the video, I do think that the dating climate is very contentious, especially as someone who is currently in that climate. The one thing I do know, and I want us to explore this further, is that there is this fallacy that the issues that people are experiencing are exclusive to Black men, which I don't think is true. I think that applies to all men. Like, I don't think race is a delineating factor in what this woman is going to be saying. I think that a lot of Black women, we tend to be late bloomers when it comes to dating, and there's certain things that are just par for the course. But because we mostly date Black men, we think it's just exclusive to them, and it's not. It's across the board.
Got you. Thank you so much for that perspective. And you are loved. You are always loved. Dr. Lene, what's your take on this topic? Are Black women giving up on Black men?
I don't think so. I think it depends on which Black women you're talking to. Are there issues in dating? Yes. Are there issues between Black men and Black women? Yes. But I think that as long as we're pointing fingers at who did it and why and what, we're never going to solve the problem. And I do think that it can be solved. So I think that some women may have given up on the Black man, but I think that it goes both ways. But I also think that there's solutions. And so hopefully we'll get to some of those today.
Thank you so much for that. And Lala?
Well, I think I'm the weird one of the bunch today, but I also have a good take on it as well, meaning that I have been married for almost 31 years, and I've been with my husband longer than us being married as well. We met in high school. So most of my friends kind of look to us as, how did y'all do that when it was a different situation? We had so many things in common from the very get-go. However, I do have a lot of great friends, just beautiful Black women who are single and are looking for partners. And so we do discuss their frustration with dating Black men. And some of them feel like they're not emotionally available to them, but they're not shutting them out. They're just trying to figure out how to get the communication going so that they can glow up together instead of being nitnacky toward one another. Because, I'm in my 50s. So most of my friends are of this age, 40s and 50s as well. And many have been in relationships before. So where is the disconnect in here? When do you want to play? When do you want to get serious? You have to get to the common foundation before you can move on.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your take on that. So I have a really close friend of mine, and she will remain anonymous. And she wrote me, I sent her this video that we're about to watch shortly, and she wrote me back in response to that. So I'm going to read her response with her permission. She said, from 2017 to 2020, I really tried with Black men. It's just exhausting. My casual white partners treat me better. When I got my surgery, I had 3 of them, one who I only had one date with, and it wasn't a match offering to grocery shop for me or come over and entertain me. Last time I had COVID, one sent me a care package. Another one I've been messing with on and off for a year, who currently has a girlfriend, comes over and takes care of me when I'm sick. When I was on spring break, he took me to the Hudson Valley for a few days. Another ex of mine, who should have married, but also just out of a relationship, would pick me up and drop me off everywhere I went, even if he wasn't going. It wasn't in a controlling way. He just didn't want me getting on the train or into a car if I had been drinking. It's sad, but casual white partners have treated me better than any Black man I've been in a relationship with. That made me really sad when I got that, because it's just like, wow, that's never been my experience. I only date Black men. I've only dated Black men. But if we have Black women out here saying that Black men are not treating them well, it is very, very, very concerning to me. And so, yes, to what Dr. Lene said, like, we definitely want to get to the solution within this conversation. Like, what's the solution to mending this void and this contention if we have Black women out here who are experiencing this?
So I think the first, and I wrote, you see my pen, I'm writing notes, because one of the things I think we have to do is stop comparing. Stop comparing Black men to white men. Stop comparing Black women to white women. Like, to just stop comparing. This one does this for me and this one doesn't. We are different. We're not monolithic. All men aren't the same. All women aren't the same. All Black women aren't the same. All Black men aren't the same. So we can't go into the dating pool saying, I only want to date this type of person because that race or that gender doesn't do X, Y, and Z. You can find somebody that's Black or a Black man that does those things that those people do. It's not to say that all Black men will not step up, take care of, nurse, or whatever the case might be. You just found 3 others who did do that, and you haven't found any that look like you that do this.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Dr. Lene. So let's take a look at the video and we'll continue on with this conversation. If you all are just coming in, we're talking about whether Black women are giving up on Black men. You're tuned into Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. So we're going to take a look at the viral video that sparked this conversation, and we'll give more commentary.
I'm aware that I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I am so effing tired of the amount of emotional labor that comes with dating Black men. I am so tired of the lack of commitment, the lack of support, the lack of encouragement, the lack of money. Like, I don't know what to do from this point on, but I can tell you one thing. My interest in dating another Black man is like 1% at this point. They want us to be ride or dies until they get their shit together, and then they don't want to support us in return. They don't want to commit to us. They don't want to marry us, but then they want all the benefits of being a husband without actually proposing to us. I need someone who's intentional in every single aspect.
She says she needs somebody who's going to be intentional in every single aspect. Miss Athena, what's your take? You know,
I'm going to be laughing and smiling throughout this whole thing a little bit. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Like I said earlier, I think that especially if you only exclusively date one group, which is most Black women tend to be race loyal and only date Black men. You can, if you're having these negative experiences over and over again, it can cause you to think that this issue is only with Black men, and that is not true. Trust me, it's not true. It's similar to when people think that, or women think, okay, I can just date an older man and he's gonna be mature and he's gonna exhibit all these qualities. That's not true. You're dating people on an individual basis, and like I said, the issue with dating, if you were to look at different dating statistics, the issues that she's experiencing is not unique to Black men. It's across the board. Because when it comes to the dating pool, unfortunately, most men in that pool, while they say they're looking for a relationship, a lot of dating, culture is not actually dating. A lot of dating culture is hookup culture. There's a small percentage of men in that pool that are ready, willing, and able, emotionally, spiritually, financially, whatever, to enter a relationship. That is not the majority of that pool, unfortunately. So if you're dating exclusively Black men and you're having these negative experiences, which you would have had dating other races of men as well, then you'd understand that this is not just a unique thing. A lot of women today are experiencing what I call dating fatigue, which that they're frustrated because they're not having experiences with men that lead to any form of commitment. It's very casual. And you actually have to learn how to date strategically to weed out. A lot of dating is mostly weeding out who is not even interested in any kind of serious commitment with you. So whether or not you're dating Black men, Asian men, whomever, you're going to experience that as women because men tend to prioritize attractiveness and sex versus the actual commitment part, while we kind of prioritize the commitment first, then sex is on the back burner somewhere. And what you're seeing now, as we've seen with the Bumble incident and other things, is that dating apps and revenue with regard to dating are going down because people are kind of tired of each other and kind of experiencing this fatigue.
Got you. Thank you so much, Lala. I know you are married, and the sister in the video mentioned that these days her experience has been a lot of men or Black men and that want all of the benefits of being a wife. I mean, of being a husband without actually being serious. Would you speak to that aspect of the conversation? Because that's not the first time I've heard that from a lot of Black women who are actually out here dating.
Well, here's my take on it. Wherever you go, there you are. So sometimes you have to take a hard look at yourself to see if you're attracting the things that you are bringing into your life. That's not to say that's always the case. However, if you're going to dating apps, which we all know pretty much the dating apps are pretty much the hookup thing. Every time you talk about it, I used to work for a guy in social media who created the dating app for Facebook. I won't say which one, but it was all about hooking up. So you didn't go there to go find a relationship. You went there to hook up. So you need to kind of look at your environment and around yourself. I do believe that there are many good Black men out there looking for partners. I know many of them as well. I have a young man in my circle who is a single father who loves his daughters and is really looking for a good partner, but he had a pretty bad experience with their mother. So he also is kind of a little afraid to bring someone into the relationship with his daughters. You have to take each situation differently because not everybody is the same. But we have to also start within us. What is it that you really want in a partner? What is it that you want to grow with together? Are you looking for a partner that can still live his life as well as you live your life, but yet you still come together on the same foundation? So it's not that they're not out there, but you got to take a hard look on where you're looking as well. If you are someone who is a churchgoer, okay, maybe you want to go to more church functions. I don't know. I know some people say that's the worst place to go, but I don't find that's the case. Mine is someone who's in the music industry because I'm a vocalist. And so therefore we gravitated for the love of music and the love of Prince. We have something very hardcore together. So look at what you really want and then know that you can kind of narrow down early on how you can get to the person that you are really looking for. I'm not saying it's easy, but you have to know that wherever you go, there you are.
Thank you for that perspective. So yes, I am compelled to bring in Kevin Samuels into the conversation. I have not been in the dating pool. However, in my opinion, he has been a strong proponent of fuckboy culture. And that's something that I vehemently advocate against. And I'm wondering if, you know, we're seeing this uptick in conflict between Black men and Black women who are in the dating pool. Maybe it kind of stems from Kevin Samuels's toxic, malignant content and perspective as it pertains to Black women and high value men, and how high value, low value men and women, and rating people on a scale of 1 to 10 and all this nonsense. So, Dr. Lene, I would like to know, in your opinion, how does this sort of social media culture and these narratives on social media, the manosphere in particular, how do you think that is affecting Black love?
I think everybody doesn't need to share their opinion. I think her getting online to share her perspective about her experiences, she could have kept them to herself. I think we share too much negative information about Black men and Black women and Black love. I feel like if you have something to say and you're not adding to the conversation or making it positive, keep it to yourself. If that is your situation, Lala started it, but I wrote this down. There was a Cat Williams comedy show many years ago, and he said something to this perspective of, what's wrong with your pee that's attracting these types of men? Like, sometimes it's you, sis. Every Black man is not like that, and we try to make Black men monolithic. We try to say Black women are monolithic too. I'll flip the script a little bit. Black men are having the same problem that Black women are having. It's not a Black woman being tired of the Black man being, are we exhausted dating them? I have multiple single Black male friends who cannot find good, decent, dope Black woman. They're exhausted too. Where are we missing? So to your point, there's the high value, low value. I think that plays a part in it. We don't date and relate and get to know each other. We don't build friendships like we used to. We're not having fight parties and going and hanging out at the little spot where somebody can get to know you, get to talk to you for a second and be like, you know what, can I get your number, sis, before I leave? We don't do that no more. We don't have barbecues. We're not congregating. We're not building community. We're not introducing people. You know what, sis? I have a cousin or a brother that I think you would be great for. We don't do that anymore. There's no community in Black love. We're pit against each other. And so then when you turn to social media and you hear things like a Kevin Samuels talking about high value and low value, now you're starting to get your calculator out and decide if this person you're trying to talk to, are they high value or low value? We don't calculate ourselves. Are we high value or low value? We go out here trying to get who we think that we deserve. And I'm not saying that you don't deserve a high value person, but sometimes the onness is on us. Who am I? What am I dating for? How do I show up in a relationship? What value do I bring? And then what was it? Hypergamy? Who said hypergamy last time? I think it is, where you're dating on your level. I think that makes absolutely perfectly good sense. But be honest with what level you on.
Yeah, but this raises a question also, Dr. Lene, I just want to follow up with you, and I want to head over to Lala with this. Like, how are we defining high value at all? Like, for me, I mean, I saw the whole structure of rating people on this spectrum as highly problematic and very, very Eurocentric. But what is, like, how are we defining who or what is high value and low value?
So
high value is subjective. First of all, who are you to tell somebody they're of high value or of low value? That to me is not even, right there is a problem. What you need to do is to really see what is important to you. What is the most important to you? What is something that you want in your life with a partner? Like me, I knew I wanted a man who wanted to have a relationship and wouldn't look outside of our relationship for any other love. I wanted a man who was going to be able to communicate with me on the level that we were at the time and build. Hey, honey, we had ramen noodles a many a night. We look back on that and now we laugh at that and go, hey, if we ever had to go back to ramen noodles, we'd be okay. But we were sharing that ramen noodle. You hear me? We had the struggles together. I knew that I wanted to grow with someone. I knew that I wanted someone who had the same values that I have. So it's not about who's higher and who's low. I think that's just completely disrespectful to people as a humanity to say that someone is above someone else. It is what you want in your life that is the high value. Don't label someone already out the park, because you really never know someone's heart until you really get to know them and take the time to know them. So know what you want in your life and be really okay with that. Never waver from it, because if you waver from it, that's when you start having problems. There's not to say that there's not some give and take, but don't immediately label somebody just off of what you just assume within a week or two, high or low value. I have a problem with that.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and Dr. Lene, my bad. I said Dr. Lene, and then you know, Lala, so I said it at the same time. So my bad.
No, it's okay. I'm glad that she did go first, because I do think that there is high value and low value. I do think that there is. Now, I do believe that as individuals, we get to determine what's high value and what's low value. But I do think that that exists, right? I think that the problem is when you walk around as a human being, a man or a woman, not understanding which one you are, okay? A, but B, also recognizing, realizing that there's something you can do about it. Like, you don't have to be a person, and when I say low value, I'm specifically talking about the dating, from a dating perspective, not who you are as a person, not your idea, not that, just from a dating perspective. Conversation. If our conversations are not aligned, if you can't converse with me and debate with me up here, then the value that you bring in that area is not high. If cooking is something that's important to me and you don't, and that's a high thing on my list, that's a high value. So I do think that there are things that we go into from a relationship standpoint that are high in our list, that are of high value, and some things that are low. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, you can learn to be more valuable in certain areas, but it truly comes into that person. I have this saying called, I say, who gave you the wand, right? So who gave you the wand to determine who is of value and who is not of value? As a human being, I get to determine what's of value to me, but also the areas where I feel that I have low value that I can improve upon. As a society, as a civilization, as individuals, we walk around cool in our low value areas and then get mad when somebody calls it a low value area or it doesn't match their what they're looking for. And that's when the high value, low value becomes an issue, because now it appears as if we're looking down at somebody when really we're just saying, this is what I like, this is what I want, this is what I bring to the table, and this is how I want it to match. I think when you have shows or conversations like a Kevin Samuels where you're talking demeaning to somebody and you're making their life situations be low value versus somebody high value, I think that that's where the conflict comes and it becomes a negative.
Thank you for that. I'm seeing the chat is just really, really popping off right now. When I hear the term low value and high value, I'm thinking about this Kevin Samuels, these metrics like, oh, if she has a tattoo, that brings down her value, or if you have, you know, if you have tattoos, if you have children, if you've been divorced or whatever, like all of these, it's like a checklist of things, and that he was using to determine what's high value and what's low value. But thank you, Dr. Lene, for that perspective, because you're talking about in terms of what's valued and valuable to the person. I see in the comments that James Baker has some really great questions here, that his perspective is, you know, on what is determining high or low value. He says, one, what do I want? What's the vision? What action will I take? Action, how can I get in the way? What am I going to hold myself accountable to? It's like those are questions that he, you know, uses to rate whether something is valuable to him or valuable or not. I'm seeing comments about how Black women have, Linda says the dating pool is toxic because of single Black women. And Linda also says single motherhood has ruined our Black race. This is very interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on in the comment section. So y'all continue to engage in the comments. We like putting those up on the screen. We like hearing a variety of perspectives. And we also would like to remind you all to text the word Queens to the number 87948. That's Queens to 87948. So you'll be notified when we do go live and you'll get the link. You'll also be informed when we have special events and special offers. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Athena. what's your perspective on this high, low value conversation? Are these social media narratives and perspectives ruining or benefiting the dating pool?
Well, as someone who is a 90s baby and is in this dating pool, I do think that the high value, low value, great value conversation has definitely ruined the dating pool. I think the Kevin Samuels ushered in this whole culture of rating people and assessing people that really isn't beneficial. Because even if you look at the standards that he was setting for men and women to abide by, one, most women, the average person is not ranking on that, if we're being honest. And then two, he didn't even fully comply with his own standard, because didn't he die on top of a woman that was like short, overweight, and all this other stuff? Like a woman that was not his standard whatsoever.
Oh, I'm not sure. I thought it was a escort.
We don't even know if she was an escort or not, but the image of her came out and she did not fit that standard that he was telling everybody to abide by. So, and that's my issue with a lot of this toxic dating, manosphere, red pill culture. A lot of these men preach things that they don't live by. And then there's this huge scandal that comes out ever so often about them doing the same thing that they said they're telling their visitors not to do. So in a lot of sense, a lot of things that you hate, you hate it because that is your option and you're frustrated that you cannot get a better option. As someone I was dating, and I have brothers, I have 4 brothers, grew up in a very masculine household, and I have male friends. I do think on the other side of that, there are good men out here who are also, I think everybody's checked out, to be honest with you. The men are checked out and the women are kind of checked out too. Now, when it comes to value, value is definitely a subjective thing. And I agree with Dr. Lene that there is a difference. And I think that the old ways of approaching dating and mating, there needs to be some kind of reworking of that, because like I said, I don't think a lot of people are dating. A lot of people are having fun, eating food, and having sex. They're not courting or going through a courtship process, actually vetting people of interest. And when it comes to dating, especially from the woman perspective, because me and my brothers, we've actually talked about this. The benefit a man does have is when he decides that he actually wants a committed relationship, there are a pool of women who are ready for a committed relationship, versus when you are a woman in the dating pool, a lot of the men are there not for the commitment. So your levels of assessing and filtering out is going to be a more difficult process. The man's difficult process is just actually having a woman being interested in him. And even with these dating apps, a statistic is only 1 in 10 couples met on a dating app. So if you're throwing all your eggs in a basket in an app, only 10% of people actually date and marry from the app. So I do think that we need to go back to traditional methods of actually meeting people, actually going through associations, of actually, going through meeting at the cookout and all these things. Technology has disrupted a natural process and has already made the unnatural process of dating even more difficult, in my opinion. I'm not on an app because it only took me 2 months to realize that this was just not, for what my goals are, this is just not where it needs to be. And I think that, to be honest with you, people who are on the apps, and I can understand the convenience in your working schedule, but I find the people on the apps to have very low energy. The men are putting in, it's low hanging fruit, it's low effort. I do think we just need to get outside and meet each other.
Absolutely.
But I agree with Dr. Lene in the sense that we're also inaccurately assessing ourselves, as where, a lot of us think we're better than what we are. I've seen that within my own family of you know, I hear a lot of guy locker room conversation of them picking apart women, single mothers, all this type of stuff. And I've actually like give them the reality check of where they are at on the scale. So I think that's something we need to look at as well.
Very interesting. Thank you for that, Athena. I know that there's a lot going on with online dating. I have never been on a dating app ever, and don't plan on going on there. I just don't like the idea of meeting people from the internet and bringing them into my personal life. I believe that, like, hey, God, and it could work that way on a dating app or online, but like, you know, God will bring the right opportunities and experiences into my life at the right time. So yes. So listen, there are many statistics I'm seeing from the Pew Research Center that have been on the screen. This one says 53% of adults under 30 have used a dating app. 37% of adults 30 to 49 have used one. And the older folks get, the less, you know, the numbers decrease in terms of the percentage. But I do know someone who is 90 years old, who shall remain nameless, and is on a dating app. So there are older folks out there as well, because, you know, people want companionship. So I'm not judging it. It's just, you know, not for me, but they're out there, and there's so many different apps for so many different things. Speaking of apps,
really quick about the dating app situation. Dating apps are not bad if you know what you are doing, right? If you are using dating apps to date and be safe while you are dating, then dating apps are cool. I was using dating apps a long time ago, probably before I moved to Arizona, so like 2005, 2006. I have dudes who I am cool with to this day, like right now in 2024, who I met on a dating app in like 2005. One of my closest, like at least like 5 dudes all across the country who I'm still cool with today. Like, have my back. This Tiffany's necklace I got on right here from graduation comes from a dude I met online like 2005. Like, we are still cool to this day. He helped me push me towards my master's. And when I finished, I got my PhD. He sent me this for graduation because he's big on education. Like, you can meet some good people online, but you got to know how to decipher who the good people are, and you have to be looking for friendship. Some of the problems I think that happen with the dating apps is people are looking for relationship too quick, too soon. Just because you meet somebody on a dating app, you got to use the same rigmarole, the same rules of engagement. Let's be friends. Let me see who you are. Let me see your true color. Who are you? Let's talk. You got to use the same thing. Just because you met them online, that doesn't negate having to get to know them and seeing if these are good people. Like, you still have to go through those processes. People use dating apps in belief that it's going to rush the process, and it doesn't. And then that's when you end up with P in the dating pool.
Yeah, that's how they market it, right? eHarmony and all of those other websites is marketed like, yeah, you can come over here and we'll scientifically use some metrics to help you find your soulmate. Listen, I know who's not on the dating app. Her name is Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox said, hey, I'm up in age. I'm not going on no dating app, but I am taking applications because I want a new boyfriend. And they can go over here to this website and apply. So as you can see, this is Vivica right here. She says at the age of 60, she is finally looking for a husband and is taking boyfriend applications. Quote, I'm not getting on an app. He must be fun, loves to travel, not intimidated by who I am, and lets me spend money going shopping, open to all races, end quote. So, Miss Lala.
Yes.
Miss Vivica said she is taking boyfriend applications. Is this a great strategy?
No, no, because you know what? You're going to get all kinds, and once again, you're not going back to the basics. Listen, we all here have said we have, just within the 4 of us, we all have said we have friends looking for love. It used to be where people like us, the ones who knew that, would be like, hey, George would be great for Athena. I would love to be able to see those two get together and see if they would make it work. You know, there's nothing wrong with being able to talk to people in your own circles who know you and also know someone else. Like, my niece is great at that. We call her the matchmaker. when she knows that two people are going to, she's like, oh, they'll click. And every last time they end up being great couples. We have to look at our own communities. Now, Vivica can do whatever Vivica wants to do. To me, taking applications, it sounds more like a job to me than wanting to be something serious. People see that as a joke. And if she's really serious, then why don't you get down and dirty with it? Let's start really looking at your circles. I don't need a website to put in an application to be your girlfriend or your wife or your friend, and for that matter. Let's get back to the basics of going within your circles and talking to the people within your circles, because 9 times out of 10, they may have someone that fits you perfectly. And I'm still for that. I just came from that community. You know, that's my community of growing up. Susan would go good with George or blah, blah, blah. And usually when you have those people, when you know their heart and you don't want to see either one of them hurt, you do tend to present the right people to the right time. Does it always work? No, but you try. And most people that I have put together have either gotten married or still together or just decided, no, we just don't fit. And that's okay too.
Thank you for that. Listen, Dr. Lene, if Vivica's taking applications for a boyfriend, it doesn't seem like the requirements are set very, very high. I could imagine Prison Bay or Jail Bay. I remember Prison Bay we talked about the other week. I could imagine him applying for that job to be her boyfriend. So my question to you, Dr. Lene, is do you think the application process is rigorous enough for Ms. Fox? And what sorts of things should we be looking for when we're looking for boyfriends or putting out these applications? Oh, you're muted, Dr. Lene. But you are a great strategist. So I definitely need to know the requirements.
I was saying I can either confirm or deny because I have not seen the application. So I'm glad you went into the second piece of it, which is what should be on it. Because I think, is it going to be rigorous? Without having seen it, I don't know. But just from what I know of Vivica and her personality and what she's looking for, I would expect that there's going to be some things on there that would make it a little bit rigorous. But if it were me, right, and I was putting out an application, the things that I'm looking for, right, and I'm gonna be honest, so if y'all want to come for me in the comments, you can, but I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. This would be on my application. How tall are you? Because that's important to me, right? I'm 5'9", I'm about 2+, and so you know how tall you are, it plays a factor. I wear heels, and so I'm about a good 6 feet in my heels, and I don't want to be the tall one. I'm looking at your teeth. And now these are not in order. I'm just giving them to you as they're coming to my brain, right? Do you love the Lord? Can you pray over me? That's an important one. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years? Do you have any children? What's your relationship like with their mothers? That's going to be important to me. How do you get along with your exes? What's your relationship like with your mother? What's your relationship like with your children? What do you enjoy to do? Do you like to travel? I have a PhD. Are you okay with that? You good? Like those are the types of things that would be on it for me, because those are like some of the things that I run up against. I'm not how much money you make, because the type of man that you are will tell me. That's for the 5 to 10 years question, right? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years? That answer will tell me about the other things I need to know. If you're talking about, upgrading to a Honda Accord, I already know what's going on. I know. But if you're talking about, I see myself in a 10,000 square foot home. Okay, cool. Let's talk about some things. How can we do this? So I think you can ask certain questions to kind of figure out who a person is, man or a woman. That as a woman, this is what I'd be asking. But I think men, you got to ask these women some of these questions too, right? Because you got to ask her, what is her relationship like with her son's father or her daughter's father? It's not we put a lot of emphasis on what women should be asking men, but men should be asking women some of these same questions, because we are not above acting a plumb fool, showing up crazy in relationships. Both parties should be asking questions, interviewing, seeing what too many of Black men have had babies with crazy women, the same way that we as beautiful Black women have had children with crazy men. We don't take enough time. I'm gonna raise my hand. I was about to, thank you, Lord. I was about to convict myself. We don't take enough time to get to know the person that we're getting into a relationship with. And I'm raising my hand because I met my son's father in August and I was pregnant in October. That was the conviction as I was getting ready to say it. We don't take, luckily for me, it's a blessed situation. Me and my son's father are cool. That's my homeboy, is my best friend. We still talk today for 2 and 3 hours. My son will be 24 next month. We cool, we get along. We co-parented amazing. I picked a great one. But I have had relationships where we sped past the friendship and the relationship was raggedy. Had we put more time in getting to know each other, asking those questions, having not an interview, but asking the right questions, things would, I think, have gotten better. So hopefully she does have a rigorous process where she's asking those questions. At 60, I think she better knows who she is, what she wants, and can communicate.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. That is a great list. It seems very well rounded, Dr. Lene. There was a lot on there. I do want to see Ms. Vivica's application. So let's talk about money, because you brought up a lot of points about money, Dr. Lene. Athena, do you check credit scores? Are you like, is there a prerequisite for bank accounts, trust funds, and those types of things? And what types of things should women be looking for? What are good indicators about like wealth? Like, is this somebody I can get with to make my money grow or build generational wealth? What do you think? You're muted.
Sorry, we need to get better with that. So Vivica did say she needed a man that will allow her to shop, honey. So knowing her and her being a celebrity, I do think that will be financial aspects of relationships will be a consideration. I actually think Vivica should have worked with if I was in her status, I would work with like an actual matchmaker versus like trying to just put this out there, because it kind of makes her look a little bit desperate. And I know she hasn't been able to recover in her love life since 50 Cent. So I know that's been a hard bar to top. As a CPA, and I do discuss this with women, the financial aspects of relationship when it comes to their money. And it is important to consider a man's financial, not only his financial background and how much money he does have, but his habits around and his mindset and his thinking around money and how that applies to you and your relationship, and also your goals in creating wealth. Because I also teach this in my course, the 3 ways women historically and currently still acquire wealth is either through family inheritance, marriage, or on their own career or business. So those are the 3 ways. So if you weren't born into money by a rich family, or if you have not married wealthy, and within the Black community, the chances of doing that is very low, then, your ways and pathway to wealth is going to be you creating wealth on your own and hopefully your partner. I do think that hypergamy is a necessity at this point, because not only from the financial aspect, so dating at your level financially or above, but also when you do date men who make less than you, there's other negative aspects that tend to happen in the relationship, because how he feels about it is not going to be positive. And that's going to be something that's playing out in the background of your relationship. I've experienced that. And I've also seen that every professional woman I know who make more than their partner have certain issues that they face that negatively impact their relationship, because they have to do this extra work and massaging of their partner's ego to make them feel comfortable around their lifestyle or the life that they have together, because she is a breadwinner. So if you want to just cut that off completely, cut that issue out completely, that's my recommendation. And I do think that from the standpoint of men, they do feel better when they're able to do for you. I think a man does want to add value to a woman and to your life, and they start to question that when you don't.
Thank you for that. And I know Dr. Lene said one of her questions is, hey, I have a PhD. You cool with that, right? Because that can kind of be a thing. Dr. Lene, I kind of wanted to circle back to you. Oh, and then Lala as well. I see that the chat is pretty interesting. I'm not sure what's going on in there, but
listen, the chat is very interesting. I want to speak to. I've been reading all these different comments from Linda Anderson. Producer, can you put up the one at 1042? Dear Black men, look elsewhere. Other races of women are better. This generation of Black women were raised to be concubines, not wives. This is very disheartening to hear from a Black woman. If this is literally a Black woman's account, I'm praying that this is a troll and that this is not a legit Black woman feeding this narrative and these lies, because this is inaccurate. I don't know of a single Black woman that wants to be a concubine or was raised to be a concubine. I don't know of a single Black woman that does not want to be a wife. Society, real life, relationships, I'm not even going to say social media, but I could say the government, I could say the system, I could say those things have pitted Black men and Black women against each other. And then we as a community have perpetuated it. Men and women, homes without fathers, relationships that do not last, communication that's not happening, women not saying what they want, men not saying what they want, people going along to get along, doing something because the other person wants to do, but you really don't. Like, there are issues innately in relationship, not just Black ones, but in relationship. And I will say, Black men, do not give up on Black women. Do not turn elsewhere. Do not go elsewhere. Black women, do not give up on Black men. Do not go elsewhere. Do not turn your back on what belongs to you, what is yours. Now, if you're a person who believes that you can date anybody and you don't see color, by all means, do what floats your boat, boo. But I would like to ask Black people not to be out here making it worse, spreading harm, sharing lies, being untruthful, tearing down. You're a part of the problem. If you can't add to the narrative or the conversation with solutions in a positive manner, then don't add anything. Just don't say anything. We have too many people on social media, keyboard gangsters, talking trash and not adding to a positive, productive, uplifting narrative or solution. That's all I have to say about
that. Dr. Lene, she said what she had to say. Lala, do we need to read anybody else in the chat? What's going on over here? I mean, this conversation.
I do have someone that is very interesting, because we're women. So a lot of people come in here and they say, things like, well, they don't know the man's perspective. Well, no, we don't always know the man's perspective, because we're coming at it at a perspective of women. And it doesn't mean that we don't have male friends or we don't acknowledge the male energy in our lives. He said, not one man on the panel, but the discussion centers on men's perspectives. Well, you probably didn't join us from the beginning, so you should probably go back and watch the replay. We were discussing how a young lady is having issues finding a Black man for her. And this is what the whole topic is about. And no one on this panel has put down any Black man or said that it's not worth your time to find that partner. What we're coming at is a place of, how do you find this when you are looking? And it seems that we all know someone who's looking on both sides of the fence, but somehow they're not connecting. So what is it that we are doing as a society, as friends, as our point of view, to get people over this hump of this debunked narrative that Black men, good Black men, are not out there, and good Black women are not out there, because that is false, and that's what they want you to believe. But we know differently, and I'm pretty sure that you know differently in your life too. So what is it that we can do as a society to stop this madness of these lies and really start putting together people who want to be in love? Isn't that what it's about? I mean, that's just what I was taught. I mean, I grew up, all my aunties and uncles lived until they were 80, 90, and they were still together. I had good foundation of seeing what a good relationship was. So I also want that for myself, and I also want that for others, because there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. So it's not about who's on the panel and who's not on the panel. We are talking about how we can overcome this myth to get more love into the world. Simple as that. Then you're diving into the narrative. There's no men on the panel. No, but we do have an interesting perspective as well.
Absolutely. And this is the perfect time to go to commercial. You are tuned into Fly Nubian Queen TV. And this is our weekday Fly Nubian Money panel. And we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. So be sure to text the word Queens, Queens, right? As in women, as in Black women. Text the word Queens to the number 87948. That way you'll be notified when we do go live and we have cool things going on. And we welcome brothers to come over and share their ideas and be in community with us. But this is a network that definitely centers the perspectives and narratives of Black women. So you're at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. And also you can go over to our website and check out flynubianmoney.com, because we have many programs over there. We talk about how to get your money straight. So y'all tried it though, but it's all good. So with that being said, I don't even know. Let's talk about therapy, because I think that we can't leave this conversation. We talked about finances and mindset, but the importance of mental health support and getting therapy for both Black women and Black men. I want to sort of get your perspectives on that, whether this could be a viable vehicle to sort of bridge the gap and deal with the trauma that is experienced in many within the community. Let's hear from Athena.
Okay, I almost bust out my tambourine, because from my experience, I do think from both sides now that therapy is a must. And I don't think that a lot of us use that as a way of introspection and to really get to the root of some of our dysfunctional behavior and lack of dating success. I have met men who have done therapy or said that they have, and I really question the quality of their therapy. And I have met women who have done therapy and dating school and wife school and all these other things. I do think that what is plaguing part of us not coming together is that we do have a lot of trauma as a community. I cannot tell you how many men I've been on dates or I've known who have said or told me things that have been very traumatic experiences that do show up negatively in their dating life, and quite frankly prevented me from even continuing dating them, because not because of the trauma itself, but your response to it and how that would negatively and how it did negatively impact any kind of communication and relationship. So I think that especially because of slavery and all the other factors of oppression that we face as a group, I do think that therapy is a must at this point for success.
Thank you so much, Lala.
Well, here's what I think. And, I may sound like I've been thrown back into the 40s and 50s. We all have to understand that we have our own issues. And no matter whether it's something that we've seen in our household or something that we have seen around us, maybe you didn't come from the same type of community that I came from. Maybe you came from an area where you didn't see a lot of marriages last a very long time. That does not mean what you saw put around you is your reality. Okay, what people think and what people do around you is not your reality. So you can always improve upon yourself. You always can reflect upon yourself. You always can take the time to grow and go outside to the therapy world to see where it is that you may be lacking that you can improve upon. I know many years ago, there's still a few out there. I've seen some on social media where they used to have these beautiful etiquette classes where girls would go and do their thing and the boys would go and do their thing, and they were taught how to be gentlemen and the girls were taught how to be gracious, and then they would have these beautiful balls and they would be able to come together and practice those skills. I think that we are lacking in that today, and I would love to see that come back. It doesn't mean that it's old fashioned, but it does open up a different mindset to how do you start becoming the person that you want to attract into your life. So is therapy a good thing? I say so. I've been to therapy many times to improve upon myself where I know that I've had roadblocks. And not only does it enhance me, but it enhances my relationship with my husband, because now I am a better person so that I can be a better person for him too. So I think that therapy is a good thing all the time in anything that you want to improve upon, because you can be your own roadblock. So get that roadblock out of the way.
Thank you for that, Dr. Lene. What are your perspectives on therapy?
Yeah, I don't disagree with therapy. I don't disagree with it at all, because therapy does it. What therapy has done for me is it has allowed me to say the things that I've been walking around with that I haven't said, to look at the things that I didn't look at, to just release some stuff that you're carrying around. But before I had therapy, I did self-reflection. I looked at the relationships that I had been in, the outcomes of those relationships. And what I found was I had put myself in the exact same situations 2 times in a row. If I closed my eyes, I had dated the same person, the exact same outcome, the exact same situation. I was like, these are 2 different people, X amount of years apart. How did I end up in the same situation? What is the common thread? And it was me. I was the common thread, who I was and how I showed up. So I had to start doing some serious soul searching, self-reflecting, getting to some of my ugly ways, how I act, my traumas, what I say, what I don't say, how I show up, why I stayed. It was very hard. And it can be embarrassing. It can be hurtful. But it wasn't until I took myself through those things that I was able to mature in relationship to be a better partner. It even helped me with my therapy, because now I can speak about myself in a way that's like, this is how I show up. This is what I do. Now my therapist can be like, well, why is that? Well, let's dissect that. That's what I'm here for. Why do I do that? But if you don't even take that first look at you, because it's always somebody else, he did me wrong, she did me wrong, you know what you're doing, because you'll say, how do I find myself in this situation again? If you've ever said that to yourself, unpack that. How did you find yourself in this situation again? Because you'll start to see things in the people that you date. You'll start to see things in the things that you don't say. You'll start to see things in the things that you settle for. You'll start to see things in the type of person that you go after. But it's hard to take that self look, because you have to really be honest. And now you got to deal with some things that you didn't want to deal with. I used to tell my mom, used to say to me, you have issues. And I'd be like, I know, I'm just not ready to deal with them. Because I did. I knew I had issues. I just don't want to deal with them. Like, who want to deal with their issues? Like, I don't want to look at myself. I'm a mess. But it wasn't until I really started looking at myself that relationships got better, life got better, my business got better, how I communicate got better, the opportunities that were coming at me got better, all from just taking a moment to look at me. That's what I would say. So if you can do therapy, by all means do therapy, but you still got to take the time to look at yourself.
Absolutely. That's a whole word, Dr. Lene. And thank you. And thank you to everybody in the chat. I see Linda keeps popping up. Linda, I'm going to pray for you. I really believe your name is Linda. I think you're a dude. You might be maybe a disgruntled manosphere, Kevin Samuels cult follower, but it's okay. You are still loved. You are still loved by these Black women over here. Either way. We are going to go around and have final words. We talked about many, many perspectives in this conversation. Are Black women giving up on Black men? And let's go to Lala. Final words, final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Love is a beautiful thing, but you have to love yourself first. Really get to know who you are, what it is that you want, so that you can start beaming out those love beams and someone can answer that call. No, it's not always that easy, but if you don't have self-love for yourself, you can attract the love that you desire. And you can find me very easily, I made it easy, at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Athena?
My final thoughts would be this, that are Black women giving up on Black men? I would say not all of us, but I do think there's some fatigue. And I do think that we need to get rid of the viewpoint that non-Black men are better. The issue is men across the board. If you are a woman who is interested in growing your wealth and to create your wealthy goddess life, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com. I am Athena. I am a CPA and women's wealth coach.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Lene?
Hey, so I will leave with, I am a Black woman. I birthed a young Black man. A Black man gave life to me in my mother's womb. I will never give up on the Black man. I love Black men. I love Black women. I love Black people. And we have to keep love at the forefront for how we talk to each other, how we deal with each other, how we guide each other, how we relate to each other. Across the board, whether you date outside of your race or not, be one, always, every day. I am Dr. Lene Javette. I am a monetization strategist, a business coach, and I help people to create strategies that bring them money, but more importantly, give them success. And you can find me on social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. Thank you so much for having me today.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'm your host. I'm Jade Harrell. Really grateful to have been able to lead this conversation. I am a race loyalist. I think that word came up. I'm also a familyist. I have a t-shirt that says familyist, not feminist. And so my dedication and loyalty will always be with the Black man. I believe in Black families and Black love. And I learned how to be a good Black woman from the Black women and the Black men in my family. My grandparents, my parents, everybody was married. And so, you know, I was very blessed in that sense. And so I would say just hold the vision and also know that there's nobody in the room but yourself and God. And so when we see people and things, we're attracting certain people and energies into our life, then that's an opportunity for us to check in with, okay, how am I showing up and what is coming up within me that's being reflected on the outside and these people that I'm dating. You all can find me at highblackesteem.com. I do coaching around activists, movers, and shakers in the Black community that want to expand their impact and do service-related projects in the Black community. And so go over to highblackesteem.com and we really get into that. And I also want to do a shameless plug and testimonial. I came up with this brand and I got all of the workings of the brand while I was working with Dr. Lene in one of her courses. So I highly recommend that you go over and check out everything that Dr. Lene has. She will get you straight. She will be a great demonstration of what Black excellence is and take your brand to the next level. I know that for a fact. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Be sure to come over here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. You will see all Black women on these panels. Okay, it's okay, brothers. You are welcome. You don't have to feel a way about it, but if you want to hear the perspectives of Black women that are very, very diverse, come over to FlyNubianQueen.com. These are our Fly Nubian Money panels. We're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and we always have dope topics. Be willing to hit the like button, subscribe button, and share these conversations with folks. And also text the word Queens with an S to the number 87948. That's 87948. And you'll be notified when we do go live and when we have free offers and stuff. From the bottom of my heart, I want to say, keep Black love alive. And thank you, ladies. And thank you, viewers, for tuning in and tapping in with us. We are so grateful.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to another episode of Fly Nubian Money. We are here to help you master your mindset, maximize your money. And I'm Lindsay Vertner, your host today, joined with my two beautiful co-queens. And today we are talking about extravagant proms, okay? Proms that cost Black people tens of thousands of dollars by recent stats lately. Now, is this too much? We're going to discuss all of that and more. We're going to talk about the mindset and financial lessons of these prom extravaganzas. But first, let me introduce my co-queens. We have Miss Erica Lewis, and she is the author of Faith in Transition, My Journey to 50, Life, Love, and Lessons, an amazing book. And we have Marlo Layson. She is a journalist and documentary filmmaker, and myself, Lindsay Vertner, mindset coach and speaker. So, ladies, we have to get right into this. To kick off our discussion, let's just go ahead and talk about the crazy things that people are spending on their proms. Now, recently, Tamron Hall had a guest where a mom spent $16,000 on her daughter's prom. And I believe that we have a clip of that. Can we run that clip? It's loading. It's loading. So while that is loading, Miss Marlo, talk to us, because I know you have some older babies. Mine aren't prom age.
Let's start there.
Here goes the clip.
But I'm going to go to the money because you posted it. Maricela, I love you. You love this kid. The dress was $1,300, right? The shoes were $4,900. The send-off was $3,900. Your hair was $175. They gave you a great price on the hair because hair is good. $750 on photos and videos. $4,000 on a car rental. And you got the hotel so everyone could get ready, and that was $1,600. The total was $16,625.
Listen, Miss Marlo, because I know your babies are older, what are your initial thoughts around this trend of spending thousands of dollars on your child's prom?
Sorry, I was muted. Without judging people's actions too much, I just feel like it's not for me. It's a no for me. My older two children weren't really into prom as much, and they've been out of school a couple years, and prom was, I think, creeping to this extravagance. My younger daughter is into social media. She likes to be lit, but she's reasonable, right? So I'll probably be able to talk her down into something that that is a more reasonable and conscionable to me as an adult. I don't see it. I don't see a reason for it, but to each his own, and people can do what they want to do. To me, it feels like living vicariously through your child. And I don't know these parents enough to say that for sure, but I am a parent, and I know sometimes when you have missed opportunities, it kind of makes you want to do more for your child and kind of do the most for them. So I think that's what a little bit of this reads to me. But then it's also social media, right? Like social media, one thing begets another, right? If we look at the bodies and where we are with the way that bodies looks, right? If we look at spending, I never saw people, except for people that were in the underworld, really flashing money in photographs. Now people get their income tax check and lay it out like they've been out hustling all night. Like it's so a lot of this stuff is driven also by social media and people wanting to look the part, right? They want to look, they want their picture to be as fly as the celebrities, because we're all intermingling together. It used to be separated, right? There used to be magazines and celebrity photos were over there, but now we all on Instagram, and people want to get the taps, and they want to have a better social reaction, if you will, to their child's prom as a celebrity's child, right? So I think that it's kind of a combination of a few things that we're seeing right now, but it's a no for me, dog. I can't see it.
Now, Miss Erica, I know you don't have any kids at the moment. And so from your perspective, how do you feel about this trend?
You know, it's funny because I remember when I went to the prom in 91, I graduated in 91. And I remember my mother, looking back then, I was like, oh my God, mommy, this is just too much. My mother rolled out a white carpet from the driveway. We lived in an apartment and she rolled out this white carpet down the driveway and had my date meet me at the edge. And I had on a black and white dress. It was like a $250 dress and some basic pumps and, but she had the car, she had this. And I remember thinking my mother went all out when actuality, she was like, she had never gone to her prom and she wanted me to have a great experience. And I personally didn't really want to go to the prom. I was just happy to be graduating from the high school that I wanted to go to forever because it was a family tradition. I went to Arts High. Oops, knocked down my microphone. I went to Arts High. So I was living the family tradition, but I really was not interested in going to the prom. But I went anyway. And to look and see people spending $16,000 on a prom, it's like that money could have been used for something else. And like we were talking earlier pre-show, if you can find that kind of money to invest in for the prom, you can find that kind of money to make better decisions with, to invest in something else that's going to produce fruit for the entire family down the line.
Yes, that is a great point. And I know on the Tamron Hall clip, I'm not sure, I didn't watch that whole episode, so I'm not sure if more was said. But on the one hand, we don't know, did she spend money on education or on her child's future, or was she like scraping to pay for this prom? So some of these things were like, okay, well, do we really know their financial background or do we not? According to statistics, a lot of poor people are, putting themselves in more debt trying to show out for these proms with their kids. So we have to think about all of the financial aspects. Are you actually investing and putting money towards college and things like that? I love that RL says that $16,000 is way too excessive, that the rest could have been put towards college. And another comment says, why do we glorify prom is a question. And we're actually going to talk about that a little bit later. But if you are just tuning in, make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. And that way you can stay updated. You can receive notifications on when we go live. We are here with our dynamic group of hosts Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, always talking about the topics on Fly Nubian Queen, okay? Getting your money mindset and financials in check, okay? So let's get back into this discussion, all right? So here's the thing. We have promflation. According to statistics, Visa done a survey where the average American family spends around $919 on prom. Now that's between the tickets, the dresses and tuxes, haircuts, shoes, all of those different things. Now, I don't know about everybody else, but for me, I spent, I think, less than $100 on my dress. I think prom tickets were probably like $30. We went out to eat and that was that. Like, I don't know where these numbers have came from. And I believe social media has been a big part of that. And one of you brought that up, right?
It absolutely is. I think when I went to prom, I rented my dress. I didn't even keep the dress. There was a cute little place because New Orleans is always having a ball of some sort, debutante, Mardi Gras. So there were always really great places where you could rent a dress. Me and all my friends rented our we rented our prom dresses. We bought the sparkly shoes that they had at the prom store for like $30. I think our dates rented cars. We went out to eat and then we went on the lake. Like it wasn't, I don't even remember the actual prom. I remember the things leading up to and after more than I remember being at the actual prom location, right? So I don't see spending that type of money. I'm more of if I have the money, let's sit down, let's talk about your future. right? I don't, unless that's just who your kid is. Maybe your kid just wants to shine, right? Because that's also part of being Black people, is some of us really like to shine and look flashy and look like we have it, whether we have it or not, right? So maybe some people are catering to their kids' personalities, but I think social media and that kind of instant gratification of people telling you, you look so good, oh, you're so smart, or you know, whatever is happening in the comment section with the likes and the double tapping and all the things are definitely contributing to people's needs to, one, be included, and two, be, you know, kind of get that gratification, that dopamine response you get from people saying, you know, something nice to you. So I think there's many things that are at play in terms of that. But
yes. And looking at some of these dresses, many of them have been custom designed. I think I went to JCPenney and found a dress. I mean, I thought it was cute. It was it wasn't doing all of the things that these current dresses are, but custom designs, all the beads and the jewels, glitter, all of the things. These look like high fashion dresses. Like, look at this one with a helicopter in the back. Now, you can't tell me that was $100 dress. They probably dropped quite a bit on either the making of that dress or purchasing that dress. And if we actually look at the breakdown of costs, let's see, dresses are ranging from $100 to $600. Tuxedo rentals are averaging about $150. And then you throw in the hair, makeup, nails, all of those things, spending $200 to $300 for just the makeup part. And then transportation, renting a limo, $200 to $500. But these people are renting Bentleys and helicopters. That's going to go over this average $200 to $500. And then you throw on the price of tickets and photos and things like that. Erica, what were any of these luxuries maybe that your mom spent for you outside of the white carpet?
Girl, my mother was like, realistically, you're getting a car. I didn't have a I didn't have a limo. We had a town car. And in the 90s, that was a difference. So the limo was limoing and my town car was like right in the middle. We did have a driver whose name escapes me. But my dress was $200 and it was from a store called Fit Right that my grandmother used to shop in. And we had a line of credit. So my mother was able to pay that dress off for a period of time. She did spend quite a bit of money on my shoes because, you know, we are shoe women. So she got me a nice pair of pot de soie. They used to be called, I don't know what they're calling them now, but dyeables, and she had them dyed. And, you know, I wore, you know, my long sleeve gloves. I wish I had some pictures to show because, I mean, I was cute. I think I spent $75 on getting my hair done, but I did the color and the perm myself. I just went for the cut. So I think, you know, and I was thinking about this earlier, when the big shift for proms started to happen, I remember when Halle Berry won that Oscar for Monsters Ball. Remember her dress? And then when everyone saw that dress at the Oscars, everybody wanted to wear that dress for prom. I so remember that. And I think from that moment on, this is Halle Berry's fault. I'm going to blame Halle. It's Halle's fault. Halle had on that amazing dress made by Elie Saab, I believe her name was. And Halle just looked exquisite. And from that moment on, it's kind of been a trend to kind of take from pop culture, from what I remember, just kind of take from pop culture and apply it to real life. But I mean, we have to take into consideration that those dresses that we see on red carpets and at the Oscars and at award shows, those are on loaner. A lot of that stuff goes back because honestly, you can't wear it again, as you can't wear your prom dress again.
I'm glad you brought that up because I don't think a lot of people realize that a lot of the outfits, the glitz and glam that we see celebrities in these photos and these red carpets, they get sent back. They didn't pay for those. They wear them. The designer gets the promotion and then they go back to the designer. They aren't spending thousands of dollars. They get a lot of freebies, even if they do get to keep it. And I think that's a missing key that a lot of people aren't understanding whenever it's time to purchase for themselves or for their children. Like, okay, you don't get the celebrity perks. You got to pay it or they're coming for you.
When something is so extravagant, you just can't wear it again. You just can't use it again. And I don't think, and I've seen some prom dresses and I'm like, oh my God, what Beyonce's mama dressed y'all? Like, these folks are dressed to kill. And it's like, you can't wear this dress ever again. And while you look amazing in it, like this young lady looks absolutely beautiful. It's just like if instead of having a $3,000-$4,000 dress, I probably would have wanted to take that money and invest it in a car so that now I can drive to school or I can drive to work or whatever her dreams and aspirations are.
Listen, if you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money with myself, Lindsay Vertner, and my beautiful co-hosts, Miss Erica Lewis and Marlo Layson. And we are talking about this crazy new prom trend, or new as in the past decade or so. How long has this been going on? And parents spending thousands of dollars on their child's prom. Now, make sure you text the word queens, Queens, plural, okay, queens, to 87948 so that you can get notifications and stay updated on when we're going live. And we are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern with our dynamic group of hosts. All right, so let's get back into this discussion. I want to talk a little bit about the mindset of where this trend is coming from. We already talked about social media. Of course, everybody wants to keep up with what they're seeing, not realizing that oftentimes social media is a highlight reel. But are these parents living vicariously through their kids or not? What do you think, Marlo?
I think I said it earlier. I definitely think in some cases that is what we are seeing, right? I know people, I know people personally who have gone over the top, and their explanation has been, I'm giving her everything that I didn't have, which, you know, that's your life, your kid, absolutely fine. But I think emphasizing the importance that this is one day of many, right? This is not the highlight of your life. This is a highlight moment within your life. Because I know that, like, kids' minds and the way that kids are, they may not even process that this over the topness is not really reality, right? Not talking about rich, you know, uber rich celebrity kids who just move in a different way, period. But I think that just regular run-of-the-mill working class folks who are trying to go over the top of their kids, just making sure that everybody understands that this is one day of many. And I don't know, are the expectations being set too high? That's what I keep asking myself. Like, are you setting yourself up at this point just for super high expectations that can't be met? And you creating little monsters of people who just think everything is supposed to be lit and everything is supposed to be so over the top and everything is supposed to be like dressed up. Like, this is above me. I'm so grateful for my kids right now. When we get off, I'm gonna call my adult kids up and be like, thank you so much for being just sweet people, because I don't even understand this, honestly, y'all.
Yes, even the mom in the Tamron Hall clip, she mentioned that, you know, I'm kind of living through my daughter. And so she admitted that right on the show. And I think maybe a lot of parents are doing just that, living vicariously through their kids and trying to give them the life that maybe they didn't have. But I want to touch on one other potential perspective that may be going on, because I know that we feel like, especially Black women, are not going to get married. So maybe there's some subconscious fear that, all right, we got to do it big for prom because they all got to go to school, or they're going to take me to jail if I don't send them to school. But we do it big for prom. We have this big moment. And then if they never end up getting married, we kind of had that moment, because now these proms are costing more than weddings these days, which to me is ridiculous. How do you feel about that, Erica?
You know, I think one thing that I think we are forgetting is that kids are only kids for 18 years. And then everything after that, you're just an adult. But you have a core of 18 years to be a kid. And I think when parents or adults start living vicariously through that little chunk of time, they actually steal away potential moments that could be an attribute to their childhood, which could affect their adulthood. So I think living vicariously is a dangerous thing. Yes, I think all moms have done it with their daughters. Like, oh my God, I remember when my waistline was that small. Oh my God, I remember when my feet were that small before I got pregnant with you. And I mean, I think that's, that's the great mother-daughter thing connection. Because my mother just told me, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, oh, I can't fit these shoes anymore. I used to be a size 9, but after I had you, my feet spread. So I wore a 10. And, so she gave me these shoes because she ordered the wrong size. So I think, having that connection, but having a true understanding, your kids only have this much time to be a kid. And it's so important to encourage that. Another thing I wanted to chime in is that when we look at our communities in basic everyday urban communities, of African-American children. And then we look at that of African-American kids whose families are living near or around our counterparts, so to speak, or living in wealthy communities, or their kids are going to private school. Those kids don't dress like that. They don't have these extravagant send-offs. These kids that go into suburban area schools or private schools, they all get on the party bus. And they're not even having dates. They all just go together because we've been friends for the last small block of time, and we're going to go hang out together because this is kind of our last hurrah because we're all going separate ways to school. So I really think we need to just kind of refocus and say, is it worth spending all this money when I could just take this money and put it aside, and by the time little Johnny graduates from college or whatever school he's going to go to, I can invest this money and get a return on it and say, here, son, here's your gift for graduating college. And now he has money to set himself up for an apartment to relocate for his new job or the next levels in life.
Yes. I love this comment by M. West that says the Black prom is the Black wedding that never happens. And I think we've just, at least in America, we've become accustomed to images of the Black woman or the Black man doesn't get married. We're single moms and single fathers. And so we have this subconscious fear that it's never going to happen whenever there are healthy Black marriages out there. But the media doesn't want to show those, right? We got to start to change the narrative. And I think that starts with shows like this and us just promoting that, hey, Black wealth does exist, and Black education and Black healthy relationships and Black businesses, all of those things do exist. And they existed way before time, before our entities and everything was stolen from us. We come from royalty. We come from wealth. We come from all things extravagant and abundance, and then we're stolen from our land and we're stripped of our identities. We're stripped of our wealth. Even when we try to build back up here in America, our communities and our businesses and things like that, they would burn them down and strip it away again. So it's this subconscious trauma that we have to get healed, essentially. And it's showing up in all the ways, i.e., extravagant proms.
And I think, you made a great point there, right? Connecting it back to our origin story, which a lot of us are so disconnected from, we don't know. I would love to, because I've seen some Nigerian proms. I thought that they were like Black Americans, but they were actually, some were Nigerian, some were South African, and they were pretty extravagant too. And I'm wondering if there is some type of a connection to Black people. We like to be a little flashy. We like to be fly. We like to, make a show. We like to throw a nice party. Culturally, like typically we like to have a nice time and do recreational things that sometimes cost a lot of money, right? But I wonder if we look at Nigerian and Caribbean and South African people, if when they do these extravagant type of parties, is it more like a bar mitzvah, right? Is it more like a party send off setting you up where do the children get money? Do the children get some type of endowment? Do they get money for college? Is there some type of gifting from the community, from the family that happens at these extravagant send-offs, right? As like you said, a last hurrah, right? This is the last time we're all going to be together before you leave. Let's have this party. Let's support you. Let's prepare you for whatever your next endeavor is, right? I would be curious to know if those parties, right, by our native land counterparts, if those have more of a send-off type of significance, right, as opposed to, and be more like a bar mitzvah where it is a party with a purpose, right? Like, we're gonna throw this big extravagant party, but in the end, it's because you're crossing over into this new part of your life, and we are celebrating you and also setting you up for the future. I'd be curious to know if that's happening overseas, and we just aren't understanding that cultural kind of historical portion of it, and we're just mimicking what we're seeing in terms of the flashy part in terms of Black America.
Yes, if you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money with my beautiful hosts, Erica Lewis and Marla Layson, and myself, Lindsay Vertner. And today we are talking about spending tens of thousands of dollars on your child's prom, these extravagant prom send-offs that have taken over specifically the Black community and just taking the world by storm. So make sure you text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens with an S, Queens to 87948 so that you can stay updated and get notifications on when we're going live Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern with our dynamic group of hosts. So getting back into this discussion, I know that you just mentioned the bar mitzvah. And I love that you brought that up because people are calling these prom send-offs a coming of age for the Black community. And the difference here is that everybody goes to prom. All the high schools in the U.S. have proms across cultures. And so with bar mitzvahs, that's native to the Jewish community. With quinceañeras, that's native to the Latin community. And like you said, they have this endowment where they are gifting the child with something as they are headed into adulthood. And I think that dynamic of event has been lost specifically for Black Americans. And I think it's just us trying to grasp at something of that type. And it's like, how do we bring the Black delegation together to say, hey, let's have this coming of age that's just for our culture that everybody isn't doing.
There are opportunities for those coming of age for our community. It's called Jack and Jill, and it's an opportunity for you to get involved and teach your daughters, your sons, to actually get those etiquette classes and understanding silverware and proper glassware and table etiquette, and then having those coming of age parties and really getting that next level social piece so that they feel like they're getting something with their peers in coming of age versus, you're going to spend $16,000 on a prom. I'm not sure as to what the dues are or registration is for a Jack and Jill, or if it's based on where you are in the world. However, I would rather spend that $16,000 on investing in my son or daughter going to Jack and Jill versus on a prom. Because what I'm going to get out of my child from that Jack and Jill, what they're going to get out of it and what I'm going to get out of it is going to last a little bit longer than what this prom experience have. Not saying that, not saying that the prom is not a great experience, but you want to have that etiquette. You want to be able to have the table etiquette, the manners, being able to have conversation, understanding what your palate is, and things of that nature. So I just think it's all about making investment and making right choices.
I like that you brought up Jack and Jill because how many of us are aware that even exists? I know I never even heard of it until I left for college. By then, of course, I was aged out of it. But then, we got to think about how many of us are making it to college, because if I wasn't on scholarship, I probably wouldn't have been at college. My older brother was on athletic scholarship, and then I myself was on an academic scholarship, but I can't see my mother being able to afford college had I not gotten a scholarship. And so that's really whenever I first kind of got attuned to, oh wait, there's Black people out here that ain't struggling to pay their bills. I mean, I knew it was out there, but I never really met them and hung out with them. And
right. Like, I want to know those people. Can I meet them?
And so just thinking about how many people are even aware that something like Jack and Jill exists. And then I don't know the finances, the financial cost of participating in Jack and Jill, but once they become aware of it, are they able to afford it? But it's like you said, if they can afford these $16,000 proms, they can afford Jack and Jill.
I mean, it's a valid question. It's all about perspective and the reality of it. Like, I could sit here and like, I have been seeing on the road. I mean, this is a little bit off from the prom. I've been seeing a lot on the road. I've been seeing a lot of Maseratis where I live. And I'm talking about regular folks driving Maserati, the truck or the car. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, I was going to get a Toyota, but you know what? Maybe I can't afford a Maserati. Let me look at my budget. Maybe I'm shortchanging myself. So I really think that we need to just start looking at what is realistic and then looking at options. If I can get a hold of $16,000, do I really want to spend that on a prom dress that this girl is never going to put on again? And we can't even just say the girls, because I have seen some mamas put their boys, honey, they are treating their sons like kings. Some of these sons are out here looking better than their dates. So, I mean, people are really making this a high-powered investment. But then again, like I said before, it's misplaced energy of money. And money, as we know, is energy. And we have to start putting it in the avenue of our children, where we're going to get a return from the child and from the money to start building that legacy.
Marlo, do you have any comments on this? Jack, have you ever heard of Jack and Jill? What are your thoughts on this?
I had heard of Jack and Jill. I never knew. I was never enrolled in Jack and Jill. I was a military child, so I wasn't enrolled in too many things. We were always picking up and leaving. Only thing that was consistent was Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts for us. But I've heard of it, and I think that's a great sidebar, right? Is to, what do you value and what do you invest in, right? And for some people, you know, everybody, so back to social media, right? Everybody has ops and haters and, you know, people praying for their downfall. Like, you just look at it and everybody just is kind of in, not everybody, but enough people are just kind of in this weird mindset where they are just, they want to show up and show out in every arena. And I think that's just, we're just living in a moment where you only live once, and show up and show out, all these cliches. We're getting living live examples of these cliches, like people renting pricey Airbnbs so that they could host the pre-party. You rent the helicopter. Are you renting the helicopter? Did you go in the helicopter, or did you just rent it for the pictures, right? Like, it's so many small little questions. I wish I could just sit down and ask somebody that, you know, has sent their child on this sort of a prom experience. Like, whose idea was it, right? Who said helicopter? Like, how did we get to helicopter? Was that part of the dream from the beginning? Have they been sketching this? Like, when I was in high school, I didn't know anybody that was planning for prom, but I knew girls that were planning their weddings, and they were writing stuff down in books and drawing. So were these manifestations that these young people have had since the 5th or 6th grade because they were inspired by movies or whatever? I don't know. I just think, you know, misplaced energy, correct. Fear of missing out, correct. YOLO, every little hashtag. We are in a hashtag world right now. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing is that.
Yeah. So listen, if you're just tuning in, I want us to run that clip again of the Tamron Hall guest where the mom spent $16,000. And while that's getting pulled up, I have a little note about the origins of Jack and Jill, in 1938, in the midst of the Great Depression, 20 African-American mothers in Philadelphia came together not to hope or to dream, but to provide the opportunities, experiences, and life lessons that would enable their children and others to live these truths. And that group became Jack and Jill. So again, I was never a part of it, so I don't know everything that it entails, but it sounds like it was trying to give us the foundational pieces to help us start to create that generational wealth. Do we have the Tamron Hall clip available? Here we go.
So I want you to understand you are safe here. This is your money and you do with what you want to do with your money. That's what I'm going to start there. But I'm going to go to the money because you're posting it. Maricela, I love you. You love this kid. The dress was $1,300, right? The shoes were $4,900. The send-off was $3,900. Your hair was $175. They gave you a great price on the hair. $750 on photos and videos. $4,000 on a car rental. And you got the hotel so everyone could get ready, and that was $1,600. The total was $16,625.
Wow. Okay. Take it away, Erica.
You know, it just hit me as I watched the clip again. You know, there's something that we have now that we did not have in the 90s when I was in that situation. You know, everybody is social media is running rampant, and people are getting paid for their social media content. So I think a lot of people are using the prom extravaganza as an opportunity for a big payday, for hits, likes, and views, and for things to go viral. So I think that's another thing that we need to look at from that avenue, because I mean, to spend $16,000, and not to say her daughter wasn't worth it, because the girl slayed. She looked absolutely gorgeous. My question is what is the return on $16,000? You know, because at some point, I remember my mother used to say all the time, she said, you know, you're going to need that money one day. Don't just squander it. Don't just give it away. Don't just buy something out of emotion or do something to feel good for the moment. Because when you squander it, that's it. It doesn't come back. Money doesn't grow on trees unless you're planting. So what's in the fertilizer? So if she spent $16,000, bless her heart, I hope she makes that return off of her likes and views and forwards and virals. But also, let's also keep in mind, if you're going to spend $16,000, please make sure you have $32,000 sitting in the bank still. Because what we're not going to do is use $16,000 and then have $1,600 just left in the bank.
Yes, I love that you brought that up, because some of the comments, it's like a one side and the other side. Some are saying, oh no, that's crazy excessive. And others are like, let them spend their money how they want. And I can only speak for myself, but I feel like both of you agree. We aren't saying don't do it big for your child's prom, but we are saying make sure you are also at the same time investing in other areas for your child, because a prom is just that. And there is so much more life to look forward to. And we have to make sure that we are investing our money wisely, because some of these kids, once they graduate, then are they going to go to college? Are they going to take up a trade? Are they going to start a business? But then they don't have any money for that, you know? So looking at the economic impact, over $4 billion annually is spent in the US in the prom industry. $4 billion with a B. And here's where the issue comes in. If you have it, great. Spend it however you want, but there are a lot of lower income families spending all that they have, missing payments on bills in order to have these extravagant proms. And that's where we have an issue, because some surveys say that families earning less than $50,000 a year are spending $700 on average. And that's probably the lower end, if we're being honest, from these videos on social media. And that can be a real financial burden.
an absolute financial burden. And I think that the biggest job that parents have, or myself as a parent, is preparing my child for the real world, right? And I think that if you are, as a parent, your child sees you, let's put wealthy people aside that got it, right? Let's put them in their own little boat over here. They cool. The Carters, if Blue want to fly a helicopter and have the prom on the helicopter, those people are straight. We're not talking about them. We're talking about regular, everyday folks that get up to go get the bread, right? And I think that not having an honest conversation with your kids about what is and is not financially feasible, especially at a point where they are about to enter into adulthood, is setting them up for failure. They see you getting up, going to work, doing the most, everything, you taking on extra shifts, doing overtime, you working yourself, you just not getting no sleep. It's a whole situation for this one moment in their life. What's beyond that? I think that people need to be having real conversations with their kids about the future and what makes sense for the future, not instant gratification, right? Instant gratification is in the now. You're going to have long-term regrets with instant gratification most times. You need to be looking at what is next and how can this money serve you, right? We're going to make sure you have a great prom experience, whatever that looks like to you, that is reasonable. I paid for my own prom. I had my little job. I felt that was the least that I could do, right? And I'm not saying that the kids need to do what I did, but I'm saying that they need to be preparing themselves for the future and thinking about the future, and not just thinking about this moment, to share this memory on social media from year to year to year. You do only get one prom, but you got your whole life ahead of you. Like you got 30, 40, 50, 65, 80 years from the time you go to that prom. Let's think about what those years look like, and instead of this instant gratification. At least for me and mine, that's how we live. And I can't tell nobody else how to live their life, but prioritizing that kind of money for a prom, no.
If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. Make sure you text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can receive notifications and updates on when we are going live Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time with our dynamic group of hosts. And I want to kick it right back to you, Erica, because I know you mentioned your mom. She rolled out the white carpet, and at the time you were like, oh, okay, she's doing it big for my prom. But in hindsight, you're like, okay, well, she didn't really spend that much. So do you have any suggestions on how parents can give their child a memorable prom experience, but with financial responsibility?
I say meet the child in reasons. We need to start sitting down and having conversations about money. I saw not long ago a father, his son turned 15 or 16. I don't remember. It was a few months ago. And instead of him buying him a car or buying something outlandish, he got him his first piece of real estate. He bought him an apartment building. This young man has income coming in at 16. This child is doing better than I am. And I think if we start doing things like that for me, being able to take $16,000 and use that as a down payment on an apartment building, regardless of how small or big it is, that is huge, because that is going to set this young man up for wealth. By the time he is graduating high school, he already has income coming in. He already has money coming in. So now that apartment building that his father bought him for his birthday, that apartment building is going to help him pay for college if he decides to go to college. I really think we need to start sitting down, having conversations with our kids and finding out what it is that they want and how to get there in reason. I remember I told my mother, I want a helicopter. When I get married, I want to have Parisian lilies, whatever Parisian lilies are. I don't even think that's a thing, but I said it. And, it was just a joke. But, you can daydream and you can dream, but within reason. Because even if I'm sitting on $50 million, do I really want to have a $40 million wedding? No. So, because I don't want to put us in debt going into the marriage. And we need to start looking at our entire life as a marriage, because we're in relationship with every aspect of our life. So no, I don't want to go to the prom and spend $16,000 and only have $1,600 in my purse. This young lady had on a $4,900 pair of shoes. Was that? I mean, bless her mother, but she is 17, 18 years old. I think I would have much rather have given her $4,900 for something that would have lasted her much longer, like like buying her investment property, or getting her getting a car or something that she could use to take her into the next phase of life. But I really think it starts with a sit down and talking about what it is that they want within reason, going towards that, but saying, okay, well, look, these shoes that you want cost $4,900. Let's look online and see what we can find that's a match to it or looks close to it. Okay, I understand you want this dress. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Aunt Mary to make this dress, within reason. And maybe we won't have actual diamonds. Maybe we can just get some rhinestones or some glass to put on here. But I think we just really need to start having conversations instead of letting kids just run off within, daydreams and fantasies of what they're seeing on social media.
Yeah, I know Marlo brought up social media as well, and you just mentioned that key word there, social media. Celebrities and influencing is now a job that people use to make their everyday income. And I don't think a lot of people realize that if you truly want to make income, because one of you mentioned about going viral with their prom videos, you have to set all of that up like a business and have everything in play, all the back end things, so that you can actually make money from your viral posts and being an influencer on social media. But it makes me think about, how do we get back to that? Like, how do we come together, especially encouraging the ones that are influencing our youth or influencing the Black community, period? How do we figure out a way to spread awareness on how to invest, how to start a business, how to save for college? Because I think that's a key piece that we're missing, is that we have some Black Americans that have access to those resources and understand how to use them and are changing the narrative for their families. But then we have a whole nother segment of Black America where they don't know, and you can't do what you don't know. So how do we increase the awareness of how to build that generational wealth for our children? Miss Marlo, do you have any ideas on that?
Well, I think it starts within your circle, right? If you know what you know, then I feel like you should share information. I feel like there isn't anything that I know in terms of, like, my job brings me face to face with legislation every day. I'm constantly reading legislation. There is no reason for me to know that they are changing the criminal code in the state of Louisiana, or that they are changing the way that housing goes in the state, and not share that with the people that need that information, right? I know my friends and family aren't watching the legislative session, so I share that information out. I think that that's the first thing, right? People have to be more willing to share information within your cipher, right? You want to share it out, you want to charge a fee, cool. But I think for the people you love and care for, you should be giving them certain games so that they understand. Now, what they do with that knowledge is their business, right? But I think, one, if you are an expert at something, share information with people. That's the first step, because many people don't know, and people that don't know maybe won't ask, right? Because they don't want to feel judged. And there's so many social ills within us that are trauma linked, right? So I think giving and being openly free with information is like the first step. But also, I think just being realistic, talking to your children understanding where the money comes from, where the money goes, how the money is spent, how the money is invested, how investments are made. I think that is setting up a framework, right? The same way you teach them to wash the dishes, the same way you teach them to keep the room clean and keep the house clean. And these are the reasons that we keep it clean. Talk to them about money in those same ways, so that it isn't overwhelming to them when they become adults. It's just part of the life process. And I think so much of our issues as Black people, whether you're on the high end scale with wealth or whether you're in the lower end socioeconomic sector, is a lack of information and a lack of willingness to share information. I think is a huge problem that we have. That if we're going to overcome these ills, we got to get rid of that. We have to start becoming, because them folks talk to each other. I'm always a corporate. I'm always in the room. They're always sharing information, and nobody's kid went to prom on a horse. Okay, y'all. And that's their choice, right? Maybe they did something else extravagant that I just didn't see, but they're constantly sharing information, constantly exchanging information, constantly talking about broker this and the financial person that, and oh, you should call my guy, and you should, like, constantly sharing information. And we don't do that to our own detriment as a greater community.
You know what that made me think of? That subconscious trauma that we still have to heal. You know, a lot of times people want to say, oh, get over it. You don't need reparations, blah, blah, blah. But these traumas, especially these generational subconscious that are deep down within our DNA, that is going to take significant amounts of time to be able to heal and process and be on the other half of that. But it makes me think about we can be none or few, like there could be one of us. And if the one of us that made it, and I can't share anything with you, because if I share with you, then you can take my spot, because only one of us are allowed to be in this position or to hold this title or to have this thing. And I barely made it here. So I can't share my resources with you, because then you're going to take my spot. And now I can't do what I need to do for my family. So I still feel like we have a lot of that lingering in our subconscious DNA that we have to heal. Now, of course, we're doing better as far as sharing resources, but unfortunately, those positive posts, like I just saw where a girl, she had taken 100 people to an auction, and every single one of them walked away and bought some land to build a business or a community. And it's like, well, why isn't this being blasted all over social media? It's because media is still pushing that narrative of the negative stereotypes of Black people. So we have to find ways to, anytime we see those positive things, to push them out as much as we can, so that we can start to change that narrative and understand, like, it's okay to share what I got with you, because then we can put our resources together and go even further, even faster. I saw you over there, Erica. Did you have some comments?
Yeah, no, I just think that we also need to start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. I think we need to know what it is to get out of our community and go visit someplace else, or go travel someplace else, or go experience someplace else. If the only thing that you're doing is sitting in your own backyard, in your same zip code, in your same area code, nothing will change. We will remain stagnant. I remember a young lady that I went to high school with, she told me this some years ago. She said where she lived, and I'm not going to say where she lived, there were 4 generations that lived there. 4 generations. And I remember thinking, 4 generations living in that one spot, and nobody ever thought about moving? Nobody ever thought about, I want something different, because everybody was comfortable. And I think we need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable in different areas, different arenas, and so we can start creating different opportunities, so we can start having different conversations, so that we can start sending our kids off to travel versus, them just spending $16,000 on a prom, where you could send your kid to go live in Australia for 4 months.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have to really find ways to connect and get out and be in community and share these resources, because that post I mentioned earlier, it had just a few likes. Like, I would say in social media world, the likes were low. It was maybe like 200,000 likes versus that was shown had 500 million.
I mean, to see all of those people that had purchased that piece of land, I said, oh my God, these people are building a full-on community. And it had like maybe 1,000 likes, maybe. when something else had like like you said, 2 or 3 million likes. And it's like, we really need to start shifting our focus as to what's likable and what's likable.
I would say also, it is relative to what people, it's not sexy. Property is not sexy, right? Those dresses are sexy. Those cars are sexy. The money that you think that they spent on that stuff is sexy, but investing your money is not sexy, and it's math, and it's boring, and it's parentheses, and it's minus and plus, and it's granular, right? It's not really anything that people can really get behind in mass. And when you think about pop culture, and to me, social media is a showing of pop culture, right? It's pushing it all kind of into the center in your face. And so if people aren't typically liking that sort of content, if they're not typically liking, financial or something that's helpful or something that's feel good, then they're not going to see it. And it's not going to have that high level engagement, because although people have moved away from the fight videos, I remember that used to be fight videos used to have more likes than anything on social media. We've moved away from that. And now we're kind of in a space where extravagance is what people like, and mess is what people like, right? And somebody saying, hey, I'm gonna take all these people to go and build generational wealth, it's not sexy. Now, I will tell you, if Lil Boosie had done that, then maybe it would have gotten 200 million likes, right? Because now you got a celebrity doing a good thing, and that really gives the good thing value. And I think that we as a society have to kind of look at what we value and what we give that kind of support too, right? We gotta, because I'm in the media, I watch it, I put out really good content and really informative content, and I watch people prefer to read the car chase that takes 26 seconds, right? So I see it in my real life, and I see it just in the way that I use social media. And I just think that people, we have to shift our minds as people, and we have to be okay with things not being sexy. And sometimes boring is good, right? Boring gets you to save your money and buy a really nice house and travel and live the life that you want to live. So I think that we just have to maybe celebrate and play up boring a little bit more than the sexy.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize all of the boring stuff that goes on behind the glitz and glams. So, Miss Erica Lewis, let's get into our final thoughts. So, what advice would you give to parents for this prom season with their children and their financial responsibility? What final thoughts do you have on this whole topic?
I think with parents, I think, a lot of them, I mean, it's the end of May, we're going into June. So I think for a lot of them, the damage is kind of done already. I just think we need to just really start sitting down and think about the same energy that we put into planning a prom, which is more short-lived than a wedding day. I think the same energy and the same detail that we put into planning that prom and the extravagancy of it all, I think we can do that with planning out other things to do with our money, and investing for our kids, for your kids' future. Getting them the opportunity to travel, getting them a passport. I saw a comment earlier where someone said get a passport. In my book, I talked about that. There's only about 56% Americans that have a passport. People do not have their passports. Get your passport and travel. Get that experience in. But again, I think sitting down and having these conversations, and again, redirecting that energy and say, this is what I've wasted energy on planning for, but this is what I'm going to invest my energy and money into plan for the future.
And Ms. Marlowe, what are your final thoughts around this topic of extravagant proms?
I think, again, I'll close it the way I started, to each his own, right? If that's what you want to do, if that's what's going to make you happy, live your moment. But I think that, like Erica said, talking about investing, talking about traveling, opening your children up to the great big world, so that they aren't afraid when they go out and they have to work with different types of people, and they have to meet different types of people, engage with different people to secure their goals and dreams in life. I think we have to, look past this temporary satisfaction moment and really think about what is life going to be beyond the prom, right? It's your whole life is not your prom. And to the commenter that says she rented her daughter's me too. And I was to the belle of the ball. I was very cute in my rented dress, and it went back on Monday, and it didn't cost my mother or myself that much money. So good job, Mom.
And where can everybody find you, Miss Marlo?
You find me on Instagram. I am Olram Marlowe. That's my first name backwards, Olram, and then Marlowe. And then I'm all around the internet because I am a journalist and I write about politics and Black people's issues and community events.
And Miss Erica, where can everybody find you on these internet streets?
You can find me on faithandtransition.com, or you can find me on Instagram at _Miss.Erica Renee _ or on the lovely TikTok at Miss Erica Renee.
Thank you. Thank you. And my name is Lindsay Vertner. You can find me at liveafirstclasslife.com. And my final thoughts on this is I'm going to kick it back to therapy. Like, we really have to make sure that we are doing the healing, the things on the surface level and at the subconscious level, so that we don't allow things like this to take us away from our financial resources and truly really get back to community. Remember, they used to say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a village to do just about anything with success. And if we would just come together as a community, we can start to pool our resources and share our resources and make sure that if you're spending $16,000 on your child's prom, you are also spending twice, quadruple more on their future and their financial future, and really truly building that generational wealth. So we got to get back to community, guys. With that said, make sure you are tuning in every Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern for a new episode of Fly Nubian Queen with our mix of dynamic hosts we have here. And text Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you can receive notifications on when we go live. Okay, so this has been another episode of Fly Nubian Money. Make sure you are tuning in, as we are here to help you master your mindset and maximize your money. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thanks. Bye.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm Laura Lalaki, your host for today. And today we're addressing some common dilemmas and solutions faced by many who are looking to be homeowners. In today's market, a lot of people think they can't do this, but guess what? Yes, you can. So I am joined by some pretty powerful co-queens today, and we're going to help you kind of get your wheels moving and get excited about this and stop listening to the myths that are out there. Today, I'm joined by Madonna Brown, who is a licensed insurance specialist, Athena Gardner, our CPA and women's wealth coach, Minister Connie Spearman, who is an entrepreneur and a real estate investor, and myself, Laura Lalaki, and I am an international real estate agent. Ladies, this is going to be a very great conversation, but I want to throw out some really important stats, especially when it comes to our community and especially women. So, according to NAR, which is the National Association of Realtors, single women are really growing in the market for buying their own homes. They're seeing that they don't have to be married to own their own home. So single women in 2023 accounted for 19% of all home buyers, while single men was only 10%. So let's break it down a little bit more. Black women have shown a significant growth in home ownership. And as of 2023, Black women accounted for 35.4% of Black homeowners. This is really important for us to address, because most of the time when people think they're a woman, they may fall into this thing of you have to be married. Two, they may think, I can't buy this by myself. I don't know what I'm doing. And they just let things get in their head. So I'm actually going to start with Minister Connie because she's a real estate investor and she owns a lot of homes. So, Minister Connie, what got you interested in home ownership and how did you get started?
I got started by my deceased husband. We met with him by selling his properties. So that's how we met. And he told me I wanted to find a home. And he said, don't buy a home, buy an investment property where you can live on one side and the other side will pay you rent. So it was income and you could live for free. And that's where I started. I bought my first home 26 years ago, and I bought it as a FHA. So I bought an FHA, which you don't have to put nothing down but 3%. And the other thing was I did not have to have a lot of money, and my credit score didn't have to be in the 700. I think it was like 600. So it was a good beginning for me, was a FHA loan.
So it sounds like you got bit by the real estate bug. I mean, because you don't just own your home, you own many more. Right. So when you first started, can you tell me maybe one of your major fears that you thought that you just had to like get out of your head to overcome that and go ahead and bite that bullet?
My two friends owned their homes and they were single women. So it was easy for me to see them, to model them. And then I was like, oh, I don't think it's going to be that hard. I asked them many questions, and the process that they went through was pretty easy. So I was ready. Actually, I lived in a vacant home. I was homeless at one time. I moved into a vacant home and remodeled it and made it beautiful. So I was already like a homeowner. It was my son's grandparents' home. They were both deceased. It was just sitting there, just decaying. And so that was my first property. I did not purchase it. I lived there, but I remodeled it, and I ended up selling that. And then it's just been one thing after another. But my first home was a FHA loan. So, and it was a duplex. So I lived on one side and I rented out the other side.
Smart. And I advise people of that all the time. You got to leverage that property. Yes. But you're not the only homeowner before. And I'm going to ask you, Madonna, you also have owned and you've actually sold real estate as well. So what are some of the things that you have helped, especially women, overcome in seeing that home ownership is available to them and not an impossibility?
Well, I guess let me straighten out. I don't own home. I own a couple of pieces of land in California at this point. So when I sold, I sold and lived in Massachusetts and right here in New York. The first thing you have to do, when we're specifically talking about women, is typically when they come in, they know that, hey, I'm all set, but they're still scared. So what I used to just do is say, what is it? You're here, you've qualified, you can do this. So it's really just sort of pumping the person up to say, you've already gotten halfway where you want to go. Let's go. And again, assuring them that you can afford this. Sometimes at that point, I would run the numbers again to let them know, yes, you can afford this, but just sort of talking them down and saying, listen, you have this pre-approval in your hand. You're good. So that's what it is.
That's right. I agree. And we are going to touch upon some of the process of doing that. But I want to also go over a couple of the major challenges that women actually have when purchasing a home, or anyone. It could be families as well, but we like to talk to our queens out here. The number one issue of challenges with women is economic disparities. Number two is credit and lending. Number three is affordability and housing costs. Number four, systemic racism and bias. We always have to talk about that, especially in our communities, because it is still alive and thriving. And five, lack to access of resources and information. So those are some major challenges that people face when they're ready to purchase a home. And one of the things that we talked about is like money. Where are they going to come up with this? So Athena, you are our CPA, and especially our women's wealth person. So I want to ask you, what do you see?
Tell you what's available. I'm sorry, this went off.
What do you see in your business? Because I know a lot of the times I advise people to speak to their CPAs. How can they leverage their savings or their 401k or something that they have been saving for toward a home? What is your best advice for them to do that?
Well, when it comes to affordability of a home, and to anybody, man or woman, who is watching right now, if this is something that you really want for yourself, you can have it. That is the first thing I want to say out there, because I know the media, all the messaging we're getting right now, there's a lot of fear about if people are going to be able to afford homes and if they're going to be perpetual renters. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I like to do what's called, like, on the personal finance side of things, a financial assessment. So that will be looking over all your income, your debts, and everything to really come up with what you can reasonably afford at this point in time and what makes sense. Typically, or ideally, you want to have at least 20% down, but sometimes that won't be available or accessible to everyone. You have to do 3.5% with the FHA loan, whatever that means are. The other key barrier I see with people is the down payment, being able to come up money for a down payment, closing costs, things of that nature. And like you said, Lala, there's many different ways to come up with a down payment. Of course, an aggressive savings or leveraging some of your investments or borrowing from your 401k is another option as well. So there's many different ways you can skin that cat. You can also get gifts from family members. So if your parents or grandma or anyone, they can gift you money towards the down payment of that home. Another thing that's been coming up often too is, especially for people who are self-employed or do not have W-2 income, but they have income from their business, a lot of mortgage loan officers request income verification letters from CPAs to provide validity around the financial statements. So for you business owners, right, if you don't have a CPA who is doing your business taxes and your books for you, well, what then have to happen is that you will have to find a CPA, kind of like me, who will then, you will have to pay us to review, because we can't just say, oh, here's this letter. We have to review all of those financials to make sure, so our license don't get snatched out here, honey, to make sure that your numbers are valid, so we can produce this letter for you so that the mortgage loan officer can grant you some loans.
And you mentioned something very important, since you are a CPA. Taxes are definitely a part of your whole picture of buying a house. So we've jumped in a little bit. We're giving people a little bit of a taste on what that looks like, home ownership. But there are 4 parts to home ownership that everyone needs to understand, and it's called PITI. That's your principal, insurance, taxes, and interest. So you have 4 different parts to your home ownership. So Athena, you addressed the taxes. So I do want to ask you one more question, because I want to bounce this right off of Madonna when we're finished with your answer. What is the most common thing, or a few of the common things, that people can write off on their taxes for home ownership? Because what I want people to understand is not you're always putting money out and not getting in. But before we do that, see, that's a nice little teaser, y'all. Y'all got a nice little teaser. Before we do that, I want to make sure that you understand you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're actually talking about home ownership, how to possibly buy your first time home. But if you love what we're putting down, y'all, you need to make sure that you follow, share, comment, because generational wealth is real, and this is one way to get it. You also can make sure that you find out when we go live and get some goodies every once in a while. If you text Queens, QUEENS to 87948, and you'll receive notice when we go live, and you'll see all the topics, and you can watch the replays. But you definitely want to make sure that you subscribe to us. So, Athena, what are some things that people can leverage with their taxes if they own a home?
Okay, so the beauty of owning a home, because I know a lot of people think renting is the best. I just pay my one little payment. I don't have to worry about maintenance. I don't have to do all these things, right? The beauty with owning a home is that you do get certain tax deductions that reduce your taxable income. And that depending on, tax law is very nuanced. So it's going to be unique to the individual based on your income and all those other things. But what is available is mortgage interest deduction, the ability to deduct the interest paid on your mortgage up to a certain limit. I think as of 2017, it's $375,000 individual and $750 for married. So the government is encouraging us to get married, y'all, because you get higher deductions when you are.
But you still get some of that back, which is good.
Exactly. Property tax deduction, you can deduct up to $10,000, $5,000 if you're, single, for property taxes, along with state and local taxes. There are also credits. Now, on a federal level, we don't have first-time homebuyer credit, but some states and local governments and municipalities will still have those. And even some areas, I remember when I was living in Atlanta at the time, there are programs that will give you money for down payments, or even, what's it called? The one where it's Hometown Heroes, like it gives down payment assistance to people who are like in the medical professions and things like that. Yes. So keep a lookout on those kind of programs that can help you with getting that down payment. Home office deduction. So if you buy a home and you work from home and work out of your business, operate from there, you can deduct the use of your home as well, the square footage of your office based on the square footage of your office and the home, and also any energy efficiency tax credits. Now, a great wealth building strategy, and I'm sure you ladies will discuss this as the realty experts here, is should your property increase in value and have appreciation in value, and you decide to sell it further down the line, you can waive that some of the capital gains tax. So if you're single, you can waive up to $250,000 of that appreciation, or if you're married, up to $500,000. So, and then on the real estate investing side, you can take depreciation, you can really reduce your taxes that way as well. So the beauty of actually owning a home versus renting is that you do have access to these tax deductions, reducing your income, and also a way to build wealth as well.
So Madonna, we mentioned 4 parts of buying a home, and one of them is insurance, and you are an insurance specialist. Can you please explain to us the importance of insurance on your home and having the right type of coverage for your home?
Of course. So, you can't get a home unless, you buy your home, but the first thing they're going to insist is that you have mortgage insurance. So where I would come in, because I always tell people mortgage insurance protects the bank, whereas mortgage protection protects you. So I would say mortgage protection. I would also say a term living benefits, which is if you ever have a chronic, critical, terminal illness, critical injury, down the road, Alzheimer's. But if ever anything happens to you and you cannot pay that mortgage for whatever reason, why lose your home? Why lose your home? You take advantage of advancing your death benefit. If it's a term with living benefits, you advance it. Your death benefit is advanced tax-free. You do not have to pay it back. They do not tell you what to do with that money. And again, you have to have a critical or chronic injury for that, and meaning you can't bring in an income. They advance that money to you. You pay your life. You pay your bills. You feed your family. You feed yourself. So mortgage protection which again has nothing to do with health, and term with living benefits, which has everything to do with health. Again, if anything should happen to you health-wise, is confirmed by the medical professional who is dealing with you to the insurance company. That check comes out to you up to 90% of your death benefit. So those are the two that I really, really highly suggest that people have, because again, that mortgage insurance only protects the bank.
Wow, that's critical to know the difference. If you're just joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money, and you'll find us here every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, we're talking about home ownership, and I am joined by my co-queens today, Madonna, Athena, Minister Connie, and myself, Laura Key. But if you don't want to miss us, you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, because we got lots of queens here, to 87948. Mr. Connie, you got a lot of properties.
Yes,
so I wanted to ask you, how is it that you help to manage that many properties? And do you rent all of them out? And how have you leveraged, this is kind of a two-part question, the ones that you have, because we know you leveraged your duplex. How did you leverage into the next property?
Well, that's so funny that you asked that. Excuse me. I sold off all of my properties. I got tired of renting. There's a lot of problems with renting. So I decided to sell them all off. And right now I'm flipping homes. I buy a home and I flip them. In the last 90 days, I have sold 3 homes that I have flipped. So I just wanted to change my business model on my investment around a little bit. So I enjoy it. I go in, I renovate them, and I sell them. And I'm making more money than off renting. So that's what I like to do right now. I might grow out of that, but after 26 years of renting properties, I had duplexes, fourplexes, had a personal care home. So, after a while, all the problems, you get tired. So I decided I wanted to get into just flipping homes, making money, and just investing that money.
But
Connie,
you took that first step.
Could you expound on the issues that you had with renting? Because I'm sure there's other people who are looking into investing in real estate. Can you expound on the potential issues they may face if they choose to rent?
Some of the problems that I had was people not paying the rent. That's a major problem. There was problems of just not them taking care of the property. You go in, you make everything nice and new, and it's beautiful, and within a couple years, it needs to be done again. So that is money that you're constantly putting out. And after a while, I did not see the return on my investment, because you had to replace things. If the sink stopped, they want to call you because they don't have the money to put the money out. I remember one time, one of my renters had their grandkids over, and they put something down in the drain. And I'm talking about so far down the drain, they had to take the whole top apart to get it out. That costs money. They didn't have the money for it, so that came out of my pocket. But I told them, because that was something that their grandchildren did to cause the problem with the property, that they had to pay me back. So I charged them payments in little small increments, but they did pay me back. There's a lot of problems on that. Not taking care of it, just trashing your place. After a while, you're just like, well, I could do something else in the investment. Now, all people's not bad. My sister and I had a pastor that lived in one of my duplexes, never no problems. Anything that was under $100, they took care of. Anything over $100, I took care of. So it kind of balance out. And some people really like their places and really take care of it. And most people, they don't care. It's a rental.
Mindset. There is a huge mindset between renting and owning. And when you own your own property, you tend to take more care of it. So you're like confirming that.
Yes.
So ladies, this is really great information. And I think that a lot of people, one of the things we talked about is that is a challenge for people is lack of resources and information about buying a home. And this is where I absolutely love what I do. I kid you not. I love being able to teach people how to buy a home. So I have been teaching home ownership since 2006. And so I teach them from day one what you're going to do, how to you determine your budget before you even think that you're ready to buy, how to consider where you want to buy. And my first thing that I always like to tell people is to get educated. Yes. There are so many programs out there right now that are free. I help teach at a first-time home nonprofit, and they get to come to my class. It's an 8-hour class. We go through everything. We have a lender come in and go through everything. We talk about home inspection. We talk about insurance. We talk about everything. And at the end of that class, they get a certificate, and that certificate can go to their down payment because they have shown how they've learned to become a homeowner. So the lack of resources frustrates me when it's so easy for you to even just get online and just Google first-time home ownership classes. You can take them in person, or you can take them online very easily. Heck, I've created my own for people so that if they don't have time for that, I've got it for them. But it sounds like to me, all of us here know the importance of education when it comes to buying homes. So before we move on, I want to make sure that you know who you're watching. You are watching Fly Nubian Money, and you can find us here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We discuss important information to help you maximize your money and master your mindset. And today I'm here with my co-queens, Madonna, Athena, and Minister Connie. And we are talking about home ownership, and it is possible. There's so much news out here saying that you cannot own and you have too many challenges to face. When I know all four of us here know that it is possible for you. All you have to do is get out of your head and start your education on what you want to do and how to do it. So, Minister Connie, I'm going to address you one more time.
Okay, I have something to say on that too.
Sure.
The last home that we sold in April, we did seller's assist. So a lot of people's asking for seller's assist. I'm like, okay. So we did do seller's assist, and it was 6% that we did on that.
And everything is absolutely negotiable. And you did 6% on it. That's a great rate to do that. Mm-hmm. But I want to also touch back on your duplex. When you purchased your duplex, your very first property, did you live in one side and rent to someone you didn't know? Or did you rent to someone in the community and became a landlord?
No, the person that, when I bought the property, she was already there 15 years.
Ah, okay.
So
you bought it that way.
Yes. So when I moved there, I was like the new person in the duplex. So I lived on one side and she lived on the other, and she was there for 15 years, and she was a good renter.
Wow. And well, she'd been there for 15 years. A lot of people in those situations, so people shouldn't be afraid of that. Right. Is if somebody has been there a long time, they don't tend to want to move at all. No. So you had a good tenant.
A very good tenant.
Athena, from your perspective, we've talked about how people can leverage their money for down payments. But what if someone is coming to you? Do you ever consult with people on how they can save and what they can put their money best toward to get more money to leverage for down payment on their homes?
Yes. What I will say is this: money and being good with money, you do not need to have a fancy finance and accounting degree like I do. A lot of people, even in our industry, have their own hangups around money. Money is more so a mindset thing and a habit thing, right? It's mostly a mindset thing and a habit thing. So even what I first do when I have on the personal finance side of things, when I have clients, is that I make them sign up for Monarch Money, which is a great budgeting and wealth management app. And we do a preliminary budget. So we review their past few bank statements to get a real understanding of what their spending is like, what categories are they spending. And reviewing that is so important because we often overestimate what things we're spending on, one. Two, it's also a reflection of what you value. If someone values fitness, I'm going to see gym expenses and nutritionists and, Whole Foods on their bank statements. So what I do is we do that. And then I don't create a super, super strict budget because that's what some people do. They're like, oh, I'm not going to spend anything. And then you're going to be frustrated and you're going to hate it. And then you're just not going to want to do it at all, which is a big mistake most people make. Then I try to get them to make financial goals based off of what is really important to them and have some kind of emotional attachment. Your emotions are going to be very important as far as you gaining the discipline to actually make these changes. So we discuss that. So then I discuss, okay, what is the most important things to you? Let's keep those in there. And then find the areas that we can save and then put that towards towards your, down payment. So if you make like $70,000 a year, you can give yourself an immediate boost, an immediate personal raise by just cutting down 10% off your budget. That's $7,000. When you have that mindset around it, and certain people struggle with certain things. I'll even share my personal things. The two things that I really have to rein in is food.
Yeah. I can eat out a lot.
Yeah, I had to my Uber Eats. I was like, what? What? But you know what I did? There's this company called Ideal Nutrition that is really they pre-cook things, and because I'm a busy working woman, I wish I was under the shade eating grapes, but that's not reality right now. I go and I pick that up, and that's significantly, it's healthy, it's portioned, and it takes out the cooking guesswork, and I'm spending less. Uber Eats is $30, $40 each order. And then I love shopping, I'm like a little glamour puss, I'm a little glam girl, make them all that stuff. And I was like, girl, you could be putting this in an index fund right now and be banking. So I had to really cut that in half so I can have. But basically I do to myself what I do for my clients, which is keep some of the things you love. Let's find some solutions to some of the things. And then let's put this towards what's going to make you happy.
That's really important because, I always tell people the first thing you want to check is your Starbucks money. How much are you spending at Starbucks? Because that might be your down payment. Because it's very true. It's very true. So Madonna, once you have your home, I like to let people think ahead. They get so focused on purchasing the home and yes, getting everything that they need to. But I also know that it's also very important for people to reevaluate their insurance as their values go up. Can you please explain to me and maybe give a time frame when people should reevaluate their insurance to make sure that they're being covered properly?
If there have been no significant changes in your life, obviously that house is a time to reevaluate. But if there's been no significant changes, definitely yearly. But if ever you have a baby, if ever you lose a child, if ever you divorce, if ever you adopt, if ever there's any kind of some kind of influx of money coming in, some kind of flow of money going out. So if ever there are any kind of big changes of in or out in your life, obviously divorce or whatever, every time you have to do this. I did a series a couple weeks ago on women divorcing. And so I talked about the first thing you always have to do is who's on your beneficiary list if you have that spouse on there. So again, if everything is steady Eddie, yearly. But the second birth, death, divorce, large influx of money, exflux of money, lose a job, get a new job with a higher income, those are times when you must review because things have changed, and you can possibly help save yourself taxes by making those adjustments. So yearly, unless things have changed, and then immediately.
That's really great information, because I know that there have been people, I've heard some nightmare stories about people who did not do that. And if something should happen to their home, they didn't have enough money to rebuild or to recoup their information. One of the things that we talked about when we first started today, and I highly suggest if you've missed anything that you please go back and rewatch this. Matter of fact, I want to make sure that you know who you're listening to, because you have some great information here for you to get started on, even if you're just thinking of home ownership, how you can leverage this towards your generational wealth. You are watching Fly Nubian Money, and we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. We're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. I always want to say Pacific because I'm all over the place, Eastern Standard Time. So you can calculate wherever you are. I am joined by some awesome queens today, Madonna, Athena, Minister Connie, and myself. We are talking about home ownership, and you never want to miss any of our episodes. We talk about some really key information. So you want to make sure you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you'll receive notice when we go live and any other things that we have for you. Sometimes you get special little gifts when you text that. So make sure that you like and subscribe and text that number. So one of the things that we talked about when we first came on is some major challenges for women purchasing a home, or for anyone buying a home, but especially in our communities. And one of the things is affordability and housing costs. And the first thing people think of is usually single family homes. And there is a difference between single family and multifamily. A multifamily can be purchased up to 4 units under an FHA loan, which is your first time. Usually first time home buyers do an FHA loan because the down payment is 3.5%. But you can buy up to 4 units with that. So you want to talk about affordability. Well, you're living in one, but you can rent out the other 3. And that also can leverage the loan that you're taking out, because they'll take into account how much rent you are getting in. So in essence, you could be living pretty much zero with your tenants paying the mortgage on that property. That is an important thing to understand, that when you're purchasing a home, it doesn't mean you're just buying a single family home. You can buy a single family, a triplex, a duplex. And also, guys, if you're thinking, I can't deal with the house, I can't deal with the grass and you could buy condos and townhomes. There is a real estate that can fit your needs. So don't think that you're just thinking inside the box. Start thinking outside the box, because just as Minister Connie purchased her first property, which is a duplex, that's 2. And you heard her say she purchased with an FHA. So Minister Connie, when you purchased with that FHA, how long did you own that property? Do you still own that property? And how long did you hold it if you sold it?
I held that property for probably 10 years. I lived in it 4 years. Got married to the guy that sold me the property, and we bought another home. But I also had bought a 4-plex, my next property, and that had 2, I put my business in there. So I had my businesses on the first floor of each side, and then I rented out the apartments on each other side. So I was getting in 4 incomes off of the fourplex. So it was great. And how I bought that, the owner, they had a leaky roof. The roof was leaking, and there was no way that a bank was going to touch that. There was some other things. So they owned it. It was generational passed down. So that family had owned that building for like 3 generations. So when I asked them, I said, well, I can't get a bank loan. My inspector, I always try to get the properties inspected, especially if it's a large property like that, a fourplex. He said, you got leverage. Go in and tell them that the bank is not going to touch it to finance this for you. And that's what they did. So I put down a larger down payment, maybe about $15,000, and I made monthly payments to them. Now, once I was able to get the roof repaired, I was able to go to the bank and ask them to for a mortgage on that property. So
okay, so you leveraged that.
I leveraged that.
So this, are you guys picking up what we putting down? Do you see how we are leveraging a property to get into another property? And I want to bust that myth that just because you have a dream in your head of maybe a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, maybe 5-bedroom, 3-bath, depending on where you live, because in LA, that's tough. You can leverage something to get to that dream. So maybe you can't afford that 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house yet, but you can afford a 2-bedroom, 1-bath condo for a little while and make that money work for you, because you're no longer paying a landlord where that money goes out the window. You're paying yourself and leveraging that money to leverage into your 3-bedroom, 2 home. So I want to take this opportunity to also tell you that there are so many programs out here. Not only are there programs, there are different types of loans. So let's take a pause and really think about what you can put into your brain to help you get to that first step. First, you can check your local resources for local down payment assistance programs. In Los Angeles, there is many programs in different cities. So one thing you can think about is maybe you live in Atlanta, Georgia, right? And you type in Atlanta, Georgia down payment programs. Well, they may have one, but what about your local subsidy, like your suburban? Some of the suburban areas have their own programs where you can buy in that area. So you can get really niche with these programs. Some of my absolute favorite ones that we do in Los Angeles is the government assisted one. So if you take the FHA classes, they'll help launch you into the down payment assistance programs. They'll help you pay that. There is a program called NACA, and that is usually nationwide. You want to look into that, but you have to follow their guidelines, which are very strict, and it does take a long time to kind of get through the program. But what does it matter how long you have to do to get to your goal? If it means it's going to take you a year or 2 to do it, I say do it anyway. Put your foot out there and start. And there's also many other ways that you can get around this by making sure that you speak to your local lenders as well. And there are different programs within loans. So FHA loans, conventional loans. You can do USDA. Most people think agricultural when they think USDA loans, but that's not necessarily the truth. You don't have to buy cows and chickens to go and get a USDA loan. There are loans for veterans that have no down payment at all, and they can use their benefits for that, and so many other things. So as you can see, this is a really big topic. We are touching on a lot of great information. You are currently watching the Fly Nubian Money channel, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you don't want to miss anything that we have, first we say you need to like, subscribe, and share, and comment, because we may have some answers for the questions that you have today. But to make sure that you never miss an episode, you want to make sure that you text Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you'll get notice on when we're live, and you also can always go back and watch the replay. So I don't want to take over the whole conversation because I know that I deal with this every single day. But let's talk a little bit about money and credit. Now, Athena, you have already instructed us on how we can put some things aside for money. One thing I do want to talk to you about is 401k. Can 401k be used toward a home?
Yes, so a 401k can be used towards a home because there are certain exemptions that will allow you without penalty to pull money from your 401k, and first-time home ownership falls under one of those exemptions. Now, typically, we don't advise to take money out of your 401k because that is going to impact the money that you can have in the future. However, if it is for something like a home, and a home is going to be an investment for you, you're going to have appreciation that you gain from that home anyway, then under those circumstances, then yes, you can take out money from your 401k to afford a home. Another thing I want to keep in mind, because sometimes a big issue that we have in this country is being house poor, is trying to flex, is trying to keep up with the Joneses. Me as a single woman, I was like, actually, this is supposed to be my starter home. I was like, oh, I'm going to be here for 2-3 years and I'm going to get married, la, la, la. That did not happen. However, I am so glad I bought a home versus to speak to the single woman thing that we were talking about earlier. I had friends who didn't, because they were waiting on some guy or they were waiting for them to get married. And then I live in Florida, so the prices just, went way, way up, especially post-pandemic. So I just want to say that you can find something that you can afford on your own by yourself for people who are afraid. I find that, especially when it comes to women, since I'm a women's wealth coach, we are afraid to do it on our own. And we have also been instructed to have these visions of doing it with someone else. But I think a lot of women are waking up to the fact that if you're waiting on a man to do certain things, you might be a skeleton. So I think that's why the statistics are showing that single women are buying at twice the rate of single men, because women value security. And I think we're waking up to realize we can't really wait. However, when it comes to affordability of a home and credit and things of that nature, think of 20-30-3 rule. So ideally 20%, but I know that's kind of rough for people to do, but make sure that the home is less than 30% of your gross income, and the cost is less than 3% of what you take home every monthly, that payment, because that is going to keep you from feeling the stress and burden of trying to keep up with those payments. And financial stress definitely affects us more into our male counterparts just because of our wiring and our hormones and stress and cortisol. So I want to also throw that out there.
Unmute myself. I got all excited about everything that you said. I started talking.
Also, I wanted to show something. Hold on 1 second. We're talking about credit. Yes. So for those of you who have might need to get a little hookup on the credit, I recommend this book by Carolyn Warren, How to Repair Your Credit Like the Pros. It goes through all kinds of credit scenarios, and she also gives sample letters for you to send to help repair some of your credit. I think it's around $13-15 on Amazon. Get this book.
Which really segues into this next segment that we are going to address. A lot of people are very curious about interest rates as well as credit. And I do want to make sure that we address that before we end for the day. Credit should never, ever hold you back. This is what I always tell my people. Most of the people who come to me are afraid to even look at their credit. And this is my advice to you. Don't let that scare you. For one, I call that your starting point. You may not be where you want to be, but until we know where your starting point is, we can't get to the goal line. I do know there are a lot of lenders out there that will allow you to purchase with a 500 credit score. Do I advise that? I do not. And it's okay if it's all right for your financial wheelhouse, but you're going to be paying extra for so many other things when your credit score is lower. So I completely advise you to have at least a 620 so that you can have a better opportunity for interest rates, because the lower you are on your credit, the higher your interest rate is, because now you're being considered a high risk loan. So a good number to go after is 620. And anything higher than that is definitely a bonus. But right now we know that interest rates are kind of crazy. Like right now, as of this morning, when I checked, because they fluctuate all day. So don't just ask anybody what is the current interest rate, because that can change like that. But the current interest rates for home ownership right now just fell below to 7 again. They were up to 8. But you have to remember that we are still working within a great construct of interest rates when many years ago our parents were paying 20, 21, even 18. We are still in the single digits. And home ownership also pays you back. And there are ways to get around this interest rate issue. One, we want to make sure you have a better credit score. 2, talk to your lender about maybe refinancing 6 months down the road, because now you can leverage your good payments toward your house, toward refinancing and lowering your rates when rates get low. A good lender will do that for you. So don't let the myth of interest rates and credit scores stop you from starting the process. Remember what I said, starting line, you get to the goal. So Minister Connie, once again, I'm going to touch on you because you started with a low amount. You paid how much for your first property?
The interest rate, I can't even remember. It's been so long ago. That's been 26 years ago. So
right?
I really can't remember what it was. But I'm thinking about 8% at that time. But now when I purchase investment properties, I use my own money. I use my retirement, which is my investment retirement. So I use my retirement funds for my investments, because you can't go to a bank. I always use other people's money. So when I use my own, I pay myself an interest rate on that money also. So when I pull it out, I have a Roth IRA that you can use it however you want to. So that's how I buy my properties. And I have had investors that gave me money through a loan, and you pay them a origination fee, and you pay them monthly a fee on that. And most of them are charging about 10% right now. So that right there is, that's about average now, because it's usually the prime rate plus 2 or 3% for investors to lend you money. But when you're waiting to sell a house, which the market has been very good lately, but when you're waiting to sell a house, my first flip didn't go very well. We had the house for 7 months because we went through 3 contractors. It was awful. So we really did not make any money off of my first flip. So I kind of backed away from it. The only ones that made money, and then I don't know how they talked us into seller's assist. We did that. So I think I walked away with $500. That was a bad investment.
But you learned some.
I learned a whole lot. Yes, I have.
You have to have the learning process, right?
Yes, yes.
Do you remember how much you paid for your first property?
The first flip I did, we paid $35,000 for it. It was a foreclosure. I love buying foreclosures.
See, I'm
Yes.
telling you, we're all launching into some really good information.
Right.
Madonna, I am going to have another question for you, but then I'm also going to explain some of the programs that are out here on how you can find affordable houses. But before we do that, I'm going to put you on that little cliffhanger and tell you who you're talking to today. You are on Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki. I am joined by some wonderful queens who is spitting some serious knowledge for you. Madonna, Athena, Minister Connie, and we are all here helping you to know that it is possible for you to be a homeowner. All you got to do is put your mind to it and step your foot out there and get some education. And that is what we are actually doing. You can find some really great topics with us every day, Monday through Friday on Fly Nubian Money. And we're here every day at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't want to miss it. You do not want to miss anything that we talk about, because it's definitely going to help you get to the next level with your money. And we have some key information for you as well. So you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, so that you'll be notified when we go live. And you also sometimes get some goodies when you text that, and it'll help you definitely grow your money. So I have a really tough question for you, Madonna, because this is some of the things that I am seeing out here, and I want people to understand. We are talking about real estate in general, but in places like Florida, New York, Los Angeles, California, we have Texas. There are a lot of Mother Nature issues, and especially dealing with floods and hurricanes and things of that nature. And I'm seeing that some people are struggling in those states. What are some key questions in those areas, if you have any general guidance for that people can ask for in those high-risk states?
Well, in some states like Florida, there are some parts, if not the whole state, and if someone is in Florida on the panel, you can let me know, but you can't even get insurance anymore on properties. So you're going to have to decide what you can or cannot manage. In California, earthquake state, do you have earthquake insurance? If you don't have earthquake insurance, how are you going to possibly repair that property? Now there are, it's totally slipped my mind what they're called, but there are, they're not called reinforcers, but they are, you have companies that will help solidify that house. They go up underground, and they really try to strengthen the property. So you really have to think about what you can afford to possibly lose. What can you do to try to get that property back into livable condition should a natural disaster happen, and know where you're buying and what is covered and what is not. Because even in California, there's some places due to floods, or not just California, but in some states due to floods in certain areas. And I'm sorry, one more thing you need to know. Sometimes there are freak floods in areas. You need to ask if that area has ever flooded, because you may be buying something and you're happy as a lark, but then 3 months down the road, here comes a flash flood. So you have to be on your P's and Q's. You have, Athena, I see that you have to be on your P's and Q's. So you have to know where you're buying and what the risks are. And you have to ask, because sometimes people will leave out vital information.
Exactly. Now, I promised you that I would tell you about some special programs that may help you, not just down payment assistance, but to really look at what you can afford and possibly, conquer the affordability. Number one, there is a program called the Good Neighbor Next Door program. I love this program. It is for firefighters, teachers, EMTs, and police officers. If you are in one of those professions, the government sets aside a certain percentage of homes. You may not always see them. Sometimes they're rare, especially in big cities. But when one comes up, once you're pre-approved for a loan, which we didn't talk about today, but stay tuned because you want to make sure you follow us. I'm sure we'll touch on that on a future show. That if you're pre-approved and that house is set for $200,000, you can put in a bid for that. And it's a lottery system. They pull a name out from somebody who's qualified and you get that home for whatever they advertise it for. But here's the kicker. You stay in it for 3 years and you get it for 50% off. So if you're in one of those professions and you are a first-time home buyer, there is a program for you just for you. Now, there are limitations to that, but I always tell people about that because people don't know. Number two, there is also a lot of HUD homes available. HUD homes are foreclosures that are taken back from home ownership, from using FHA loans. Okay, because FHA loans are government-backed loans, they take them back and then they sell them back to first-time home ownership. They also allow investors, but not till after they went through the process of home ownership first. Okay, so that's another great resource to look at. Foreclosures are also a good deal. However, I will say not as much as they used to be because banks are pretty much really trying to get as much as they can, but you still can get a good deal on those as well. And they're called REO, real estate owned, bank owned homes. So look for that keyword as well. There are tax lien homes in many states where you can buy a home just for the amount of money that someone couldn't pay on their taxes. That's another nuance that you can learn about. But these are all places where you can start your dream of home ownership. Can you tell we're all passionate about that? And the reason we're passionate about that is because this sets you up for generational wealth. Not only for you, but your children, your grandparents, and your parents. Maybe they didn't have a home, but now you can help them realize the dream as well. This is such an important topic to our community. So we're going to wind it down for today, but I'm going to throw it to my co-queens to give us their final thoughts. But before I do that, I want to make sure that you understand who you're watching. You're watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. And we're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Can you tell I'm in California? Eastern time. And you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you never miss a show. And I'm going to throw it to you first, Minister Connie. You got this buying a home down pat. What are your final thoughts? And please tell us where we can find you.
Yes, you can find me at ConnieSpearman.com. And I also have a podcast every week called Hear and Heal. And we pretty much do it on Tuesdays or Thursdays. So that's how you can find me. But just don't be afraid. Set up a budget. Be a strategist. Go out, ask many questions to see how you will be able to buy the property. FHA, home, maybe the owner owns the home. So there's so many different things out there. Just don't be afraid. Just go after it.
And how about you, Madonna? Give us your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Always be knowledgeable about what you're doing, making sure that you're able to afford it. You don't want to get in and then a year later get out. I can be reached on Instagram at I am Madonna B. Calendly.com/Madonna Brown, and email me at madonnabfinancial@gmail.com.
Thank you. And Athena, can you give us your final thoughts and also where can we find you, Queen?
All right. So for all you goddesses that watch our lovely Fly Nubian Money channel, if you are interested in increasing your wealth through home ownership and other needs, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com. I actually just released the Goddess Guide to Money. We have a real estate section as well. check that out. And last but not least is if ownership is something that you desire for yourself, there's a million ways to skin a cat. We just discussed some. If you want that desire, focus on that desire and let's formulate a plan to get you there. You do not need to walk in fear. You are only fearful because you lack knowledge and understanding. But once you know, the fear dissipates and you will be confident in your decision and you will be on one step further in creating the generational wealth that you deserve.
I absolutely love it. I have been so blessed today by my queens here with me. I just love every last one of you. And I love that we love to educate people. So my final thoughts for today are just very simple. Get educated, do your research, and don't let certain things stop you from your dream of home ownership. A closed mouth never gets fed. So make sure you open your mouth and ask the questions so that you can realize your dream. Then take action. Don't just dream about it, be about it. And I am Laura Lala Key. I'm also known as the Realty Goddess. And you can find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. I made it easy for you. But as a collective, we are here with Fly Nubian Money. We greatly appreciate your viewership. We are so grateful for your comments, your thought, and your shares. We want to make sure that you continue to follow us because we are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget, you need to just do something very simple. Get your little personal assistant out because we're getting ready to tell you what you need to do to make sure that you stay in contact with us. And that is to text Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. I wish you nothing. We wish you nothing but love and growth and prosperity. Thank you for joining us today. Have a blessed day. Bye.
What are you going to do about it? I mean, you know that it's true. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just complain about it? If your goal is to just sit and complain about the problem, then just go ahead and hang up. Just go ahead and leave because you know you can just go back to your sad little reality where white people control your access to happiness and fulfilling your destiny. But if you want to solve the problem, well, the way to solve the problem is learn how to start your own stuff. If you learn how to start your own business, then you can walk away from whatever false opportunity they might have put in front of you and actually take your talent and go elsewhere with that and apply it in a way that's going to put food on the table and food in the mouths of your kids. So ultimately, I would say communications is a powerful tool, but I would supplement that with sales or maybe with entrepreneurship or just something that's going to put some more money in your pocket. Now, by the way, if you want to learn more about money in the Black Business School, we have a great program called Black Money 101. It's an introduction to the power of money. Right now, you can get 90% off lifetime access by going to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. Also, I put together a list of what I call canna stocks. Basically, there is what they call the green revolution right now. I don't know how many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard that they are working to legalize legalize weed in America. If you know this, then you will know that that there are certain companies you can invest in that will give you an opportunity to benefit from this development. So what I did was I put together a list of Dr. Boyce canna stocks, and you can get that free list. Just the link is in the bio of this video. So if you go to the bio of this video, you will find the canna stocks there. I'm going to try to put something on the screen so you can kind of see what the page should look like, even though I'm probably going to get this wrong. I'm going to hit the wrong button or something. But anyway, there we go. Here we go. I'll show you the page. So this is the page that you'll see when you hit that link. And basically on that link, there is a list of stocks you can get that are canna stocks. So feel free to grab some of those. Somebody says, very true. Corporate life is not for the Black man. I agree with you, Tyrone. I learned, I got my dream job when I was 21 years old. And I thank God that I had this dream job because that was when I started to learn the reality is that there's no such thing as a dream job. There's no such thing as a dream job. Nobody dreams about going to work every day. Nobody dreams about labor. If I have a dream, I'm a dream about my sexy wife. If I'm dreaming about, ice cream and private jets. If I'm having a dream, I'm dreaming about, the things that men dream about, whatever that is. So, pile of money and it's sexy women, whatever it is, right? But my wife might be listening, so I can't talk too much. But a job is not something I dream about. So I personally believe that the idea of a dream job is a complete myth. It's a complete myth. Seriously, there's nothing about going to work every day that is great. It's just sort of like a minimal amount of pain. It's sort of like your suffering's not as bad as everybody else's, but if you really spent your time that day doing what you really wanted to do, you'd be sleeping in, you'd be going to the movies, you'd be hanging out with your kids, right? And so ultimately, in this so-called dream job that I had, I went to General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me lots of money and put me in a really nice fancy apartment in downtown Boston, which was very expensive. And I hated that job. I hated it. I didn't fit into the culture. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand me. It was really tragically painful and stressful for everybody involved. So that taught me that maybe I wanted to do something. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have just become an entrepreneur. I would have just spent a whole year grinding my ass off to learn how to be the best business owner I could possibly be. And then I would have started a business with some family members and figured it out. I would have figured out how to sell something and make money. Instead, I became a professor because I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to work on things I wanted to work on. And being a professor wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to get away from the bureaucracy of working for other people and also being a black man in a white institution. That's really, really hard. I think it's really, really hard if you are a black man with a strong black identity being in a pretty white institution, because they're forcing you to change who you are in order to fit in, and you're criminalized the minute you walk through the door. And that was just really tough. So I kind of think that the solution for most of us, especially brothers out here, learn how to start your own, and also make sure your sons and your daughters know how to do that too.
Her and my wife did something together that they had to work on together. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, but she was here, and I know what. Okay, that's right. I'm just trying to remember what. But anyway, her name was Lachelle, and she's a therapist also out of I don't know what city Lachelle lives in. I gotta ask that. I should know these things. Anyway, so at some point you guys will probably see her if you hang out with my wife at all. At her site, coachingwithdralicia.com, or any of her events, you'll see Lachelle at some point. But anyway, one thing that we were talking about that leads me to my first thought for economic awareness training is we were talking about standards. Just talking about what that means. And I remember Lachelle was talking to me about when she was a teacher and how basically she would let the students know, like, look, hey, in the last semester, I had the highest test scores in the city. Y'all are not going to mess up my test scores. When you come in my classroom, you're going to be excellent. You're going to do your best. You're going to give 100%. And she would just push this standard, right? And I listened to her kind of talk about that. And she talked about how much resistance she got from parents. How many people just felt like that was too much, and that these kids, not all the kids can really learn, and stuff like that. And she was like, no, that's not true. I'm going to push them to their potential. And I want you to just really think about how rare that is, particularly when you talk about the educational system. I really think that one way that we get cursed, and this really harms us economically as well, is we get cursed with these low expectations. Does anybody agree? Does anybody else notice this? That when the kids go to school, and I think about a kid that I knew who went to school, and he was in the learning disabled classes because they assumed he couldn't learn. And what was interesting was I saw him learning how to do other things. Like I saw him learn how to play video games. Eventually, he learned how to rob people. He learned how to play basketball. He learned how to do all these other things. But for some reason, they assumed he couldn't learn anything in school. So what happened was he learned. I remember him telling me, I said, so what do you do in school all day? And he said, well, we just sit in a room and the lady reads to us, and that's it. And there was no effort to help him overcome any learning disability he might have had. It's just sort of like this resignation that, well, this Black boy, because we care about this Black boy, we're going to set expectations low so he does not feel bad about his reading ability or about his intellectual ability. And I really think, and I want to kind of reflect on that really quickly, I really think that perhaps there might be an opportunity, or it might make sense for us to reflect on low expectations that we set for ourselves, low expectations that we set for each other, low expectations we set for our children, low expectations that we set for our community. when somebody gets congratulated because they finished high school and you act like a high school graduation, y'all seen these crazy proms where people are spending $10,000-$20,000 on the prom, and like the prom is the wedding because there's no expectation that they're actually going to ever get married. Or the high school graduation is treated like it's a college graduation because nobody really thinks you're really going to graduate from college or whatever it is. I really think that sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, low expectations cause us to really underachieve when it comes to education. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our health. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our economics. And so as I was kind of reflecting on my wife and what I like about being married to her, because I'm gonna tell you, you get married, you ain't gonna like everything. Marriage is not, that's another area where expectations matters. I think people get married and they think it's like this picnic and a fairy tale that's never going to end and all this other stuff. You better get that out of your head. Marriage is not an ongoing fairy tale. It is not a piece of cake. It's not a walk in the park. It takes a lot of work. And so when I think about all the things I love about being married to my wife, one thing I can say is the expectations. I like being around somebody who pushes me to be the man that I really want to be, who pushes me to be the man that I promised myself that I was going to be. Like, I didn't promise myself that I was going to be fat and die from being overweight or whatever. No, I promised myself I'd be the man who's going to work hard and go to the gym and get back in shape. I didn't promise myself I'd be the man who was sitting around lazy and not doing anything. I promised myself I'd be the man who pushed myself to be consistent and to follow through and to have a schedule and a pattern and everything else. So I really think that one thing that you may want to think about when you're talking about achieving whatever goal you have or elevating to the next level or reaching your goals financially is think about the expectations you have for yourself, and then think about the expectations that are set in your environment, because your environment will have a huge impact on what you can do yourself. Your environment really truly affects what you yourself will ever be able to really accomplish. So if you're in an environment that sets low expectations, but you expect to have high expectations, that's really like running against the wind. It's like swimming upstream. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, if that makes any sense. It's not something that is going to help you really get to where you want to get to. Your environment is really huge. So I'd be very conscious. I think one aspect of consciousness, since this is financial consciousness training, I would consciously think about the environment that you're in, consciously think about the goals you want for yourself. Also, every single morning, I would get up and literally write those goals down. And remember that your whole life is nothing more than a series of days. Like, if you add up all your days, and really, there's really, even the concept of a day is a constructed concept. What do I mean by that? We separate our lives into these little blocks called days, because the sun goes down and then it comes back up, and then we say, oh, now it's a new day because I went to sleep and I woke back up. And that does help hit the reset button. But really, if you imagine if the sun never went down, and imagine if you never went to sleep, then your life would just be one big long day. Like, that's it. It would just be one really long day. And then that just lasted for 80 years or something. And so in a way, it's like one thing that I do believe, though, is that sort of breaking life into these things called days allows us to each day just really hit the reset button on what we're going to do that day. And so my question is not, do you plan to be excellent for the rest of your life? My question really is, do you plan to be excellent today? And really, if you want to go deeper, it's not so much, do you want to be excellent today? Do you want to be excellent this morning? And what does excellence look like this morning? What does a wealthy person do this morning? What does a physically fit person do this morning? What does an educated person, a person that's a high achiever, what are they going to do this morning? You understand? Because just the same way you are what you eat, you really are what you do. Your life becomes what you do. And really, this is a wealth concept. In case I'm losing anybody who thinks I stopped talking about wealth, and I'm completely talking about wealth. I'm completely talking about what it means to be a rich person versus a broke person. If you look at the next activity that occurs in the next 2 or 3 hours, I guarantee you that the majority of rich people are going to be doing one thing, and the majority of broke ass people are going to be doing something different. And when I talk about broke, I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about broke in terms of spirit, broke in terms of attitude. Talking about broke in terms of energy. I'm talking about broke in terms of effort. Broke people are going to have a very different morning than most rich people. Do you follow me? So ask yourself, just what kind of person am I going to be? And what is that person, that imaginary person I'm drawing in my head? What are they going to be doing this morning? What are they going to be eating for breakfast? What are they going to do with this extra hour of free time? Are they going to go for a walk or a run, or are they going to sit on the couch and eat potato chips? They're not going to be sitting on the couch eating potato chips. They're going to be out working out. They're going to be doing, so really focus that way. And what I like about that approach, honestly, is it really takes you from level 1 to level 2. And what do I mean by that? Well, level 1 is one day. Anybody ever notice that? You ever know somebody, and some of us have done this, all of us have fallen in this trap at some point, most of us have. You ever notice people that are always talking about what they're going to do one day? Like, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to do that. Let me tell you, I remember one time at band camp, I don't know if y'all know that joke or not. But anyway, one time when I was 14, I met my biological father for the first time. And I remember having these little Oliver Twist fantasies that my father would be some amazing man who was doing amazing things, who had lots of wealth and intelligence and wisdom and love, and would just be this awesome guy. And I didn't get that. I got a guy who was honestly a man that I don't respect very much. And he's gone now, and he never earned my respect. And I hate saying it like that, but it's true. I do have a father that did earn my respect. That guy didn't do it. And I remember I went to go see him, and I was sitting there on the couch in this awkward, conversation, trying to, figure things out. I'm a little kid. And I remember him saying something like, well, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati. And I was thinking, even at 14, I remember thinking, okay, so when you tell me what you're going to do one day, that means that you don't have it together today. So that tells me that you're at level 1, you're not at level 2, because you're talking about what you're going to do one day, but you can't tell me what you did today. Now, if he said today I bought a Maserati, or I also heard his mother say, just very subtly, she said, one day he's gonna get it together. A mother's love, and y'all. I know mamas are love. Y'all love the sons and nurture them, but you need I think that father energy is so important, because sometimes you can love that son to the point where he just becomes this little marshmallow man that isn't good for anybody. But then again, I just think love is a good thing, though. We all need it, but it's like a pillow. Like, your whole life is not going to be a pillow. Sometimes you need to be a rock, right? So anyway, I remember hearing my grandmother, who was his mother, I heard her, she was the sweetest lady. I remember her saying, yeah, one day he's going to get it together. And that told me, okay, so that means he doesn't have it together yet. That means wherever getting it together lives, he has not arrived in that city yet. So that means he's at level 1. He's not at level 2. He's in the one day, which is fantasy, it's theory, it's hope. It's just this belief that one day things are going to get better versus 2 day. Like if she said, he really got to get it together today. Well, he's got it together today. But he was out here, he was hustling today. He got it done today. And that's really a really subtle distinction between what I see as successful people, or wealth builders, or high achievers, or people that just really get things done, is typically, and I really think this is a subtle point you might want to pay attention to. At least I pay very close attention to it, because I have to have heightened awareness, because I attract so many people that come around, and, I'm shaking hands and meeting people and stuff like that. And a lot of people want to come closer and get things, get to know me. So, and you have to be mindful, because sometimes not everybody wants to be your friend. Not everybody is going to benefit you in your life. So I have to be very observant, and I pay attention. So when people talk, I listen carefully, and I sit there like this, and I just listen, and I'm literally writing every word that comes out of your mouth. And I've kind of gained this process of kind of determining, like, okay, when you tell me what you're doing and what you're going to do one day, I'm always listening. Like, what did you do today? And then really beyond that, what did you do yesterday? What are you doing right now? And, because the future is like this sort of mushy thing where we kind of make it into whatever we want it to be, because it's flexible. You can permeate it into whatever. You're living in the ether. You're in the quantum universe of all these possibilities that could exist for your life. And we tend to pick the one that is the most optimal. Like when I visualize myself next year, I visualize myself in great shape. I visualize myself with another $1 million in the bank. I visualize myself, just living my best life, right? Doing all the things I dreamed of. But then reality hits, and what happens is, and this is even, I see everything as as a mathematician. And what happens is that all these possible multiverses collapse into one reality, right? And that reality rarely does that reality that manifests itself, rarely does that reality match the optimal vision that we had of what that reality was going to look like. Rarely does that happen. It doesn't happen very often. Dreams don't come true for most people. Dreams do not come true. They're not for everybody. Sometimes they do. Right. So if I'm really trying to figure out this life thing and how to be where I want to be, I'm really trying to figure out, okay, what's the difference between people whose dreams come true and those whose dreams do not come true? Why is it? Pay attention now. If you ask most 18-year-olds, what's your life going to be like when you're 40? What do you think is the first thing that a lot of them are going to say? What's the first thing? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in like 1 or 2 words or 3. What do you think most 18-year-olds predict for themselves? If you say, well, what are you going to do where's your life going to be in 20 years? I'll give you a hint. It relates to money. Most people are going to say, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have money. At least most optimistic. Now, maybe somebody who's really depressed might say, I don't know, I'm going to be broke and poor and unhappy. I don't think most young people think that way. I think most young people look at their future and they say, I'm going to be rich. And what's fascinating is that if you go to the next step and you say, well, how are you going to get rich? How is that going to happen? They have no idea. They can't tell you. They don't know. They're like, I don't know. But I can grab this fantasy because it's available to me. I can grab it and pull it in and just say it. I can make it real. But I still haven't really learned that talk is very, very cheap. Talk is pretty meaningless because I can say anything. I can say that tomorrow I'm going to be a 400-pound giraffe. And that is feasible if I just talk about it, but it's not very realistic because I have no idea how that's going to happen. So for most people, the dreams do not come true. For most people, they say what they want to be and they don't do it. So what's the difference? Here's the point. Here's what I'm going to get to. And this is something that I hope to support you with. That, again, God's telling me to share this message, so I'm going to share it. So the question becomes, in my view, if you're talking about trying to be rich or whatever it is you want to be, what is it that is going to tether you from your existing reality to the reality that you're hoping to achieve? Like, what is it that's going to connect you, like almost like a rope? What's going to tether you to that reality and not cause you to fall into the other 10 million realities that could happen to you if you're not focused or whatever? Well, part of it might start with things like accountability, standards. A plan is a big start. When you make a plan, you have accountability, you have standards. And in fact, what I actually the way I kind of view the future, and I still haven't mastered this, by the way, some of this is theoretical. Now, I can't say that I've accomplished a lot of my dreams in my life. I can't lie. I'm very content with where my life is. But some areas I'm like, damn, Boyce, you fell short. You didn't deliver. You didn't become the man that you said you were going to be. So a lot of it is almost like when I visualize the man I want to be, say next year, and we're really doing this together, by the way. I want y'all to know this. I'm a player coach in this game. I'm not just the teacher. I'm also the student, or I'm the teacher who's going to classes at night because we're all learning this together. I'm just sharing what I know, okay, or what I see. So when I think about the man that I want to be, it's almost like he's a ghost. The vision, and I want you to really one day sit down and visualize the person that you want to be a year from now, and really maybe write that down. Write down 2 or 3 characteristics of that person. Don't make it overly complicated, because and remember that person is a ghost. They're a concept, and in order for me to become that ghost of a man and to make him real, it is a very spiritual process in a way. It's very spiritual in the sense that in order for me to become him, I've literally got to leave my body. In order for me to become him, I have to kill the old me. I have to leave that Boyce behind, the Boyce of 2024. I'm hoping that you never see him again. I'm hoping that the man that I come back as tomorrow or next week or next month is a completely different guy. So this guy that I am right now, I'm going to do my best to put him in a casket and say goodbye to him. And really have that, thank you, Calvin, that's a great word, ascension, have that ascension to become this other guy. Right? So that requires me to really spiritually leave my body, and I got to enter into something else, right? And so to do that is so hard to do. That is so hard to do because we are really spiritually trapped inside our body. We're trapped inside our reality. We are trapped inside our habits. We're just trapped. And you have to break out of prison almost. It's so hard. It's so hard to break habits. It's so hard to disconnect from unhealthy culture. It's so hard to break away from a bad environment or a bad relationship or whatever. It's really hard to do. It's not even natural. It doesn't feel comfortable at all. So sometimes you just need that help. You need that Harriet Tubman figure maybe in your life that's going to literally pull out the shotgun and force you to do the things that you're not going to want to do. You're going to be kicking and screaming because every instinct in your body is going to want to revert back to everything that is familiar and comfortable. That is just the nature of being human. That is how we all go through that. And, but when I'm really thinking about that transformation, thank you, BJ, great word, that transformation I want to make, if I'm really honest with myself, right? If I'm really honest, it's like I have to confront the fact that it's not going to be fun or comfortable at all. Right? And I have to be okay with that. I think that when we visualize success, economic success, or a success when it comes to health and relationship, whatever it is you're trying to be successful, I think when we visualize success, we assume that getting to the destination is going to be as much fun as it will be when we actually get there. And the reality is that it's not. It's like I used to have this fantasy that one day I'd run a marathon, and my wife, and I said I'll never do it. I was like I was like 40 something years old. I said I'm too old. I ain't trying to be running no marathon. But she got me to do it. We worked up to it. We did all the training and we ran the marathon. And let me just tell you, it wasn't fun at all. It was absolutely horrible. I hated that marathon. It was one of the most stressful days of my life and depressing. There's nothing like running 17 miles and then having people say, you're almost there, but you got 8 miles to go. 8 miles is a long way. And I'm like, I'm not almost there. Stop lying to me. Stop that. Stop telling me that it ain't almost over. I hate this. And so, but I did finish, and I have this great picture on my wall and a big medal they gave me and a picture of me like at the finish line, and I look back at that and I'm so proud. I'm like, I did it. I ran that. I did the damn thing. But I did not feel that way when I was being forced to do it. And what was required for me to do that is an acknowledgement that Boyce was not enough. Boyce could not do that. Boyce was not the guy who made that happen. It was Alicia outside of Boyce, pulling Boyce out of his body, pulling him out of who he was and making him do something that was horrifically uncomfortable. You understand? And that's what I think is really interesting about will I do it again? Probably not. I don't want to. I don't enjoy the memory of that experience at all. It wasn't. No, I mean, if I ever do it, it'll be because what's going to happen. I'm going to use a word that comes up a lot when people talk about relationships, but I'm not talking about relationships and dating. I'm talking about just a relationship with yourself, with your future self, or the version of you that you want to become. It's a very popular word that's used a lot when people talk about relationships, and the word is submit. Submit. And I know it triggers a lot of people, and people say, I'm not going to submit. I don't. Why would I submit? And I'm going to tell you, I really, when I'm at my best, I have to submit. Because what submission does is it really requires a level of humility where you have to accept the fact that you can't do it all by yourself, and there's something bigger than you that's got to be driving this bus. You can't say, I'm not submitting to anybody's instruction. I'm not following anybody else's protocol. I'm not letting nobody tell me what to do. Because guess what? When you think that way, and you've always got to be the driver of the bus in your life, then you're going to end up never growing. You're never going to grow. Because you can't outgrow yourself, really. You really can't. You can't force yourself to outgrow yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't be anything greater than what you are already. You can't be anything greater than you. Calvin, you can't be anything greater than Calvin. Veronica, you can't be anything greater than Veronica. Not by yourself. Not by yourself. In order for you to grow, I believe, again, this is just my 2 cents. If you disagree, it's totally okay. You can't grow unless you submit to something bigger than yourself that's going to pull your raggedy ass up out of your body. You understand? You can't grow unless you have something that's going to just force you to engage in that uncomfortable act of becoming someone that you're absolutely not. You're going to have to be an actor for a while. And when I really think about it, and because I'm even going through that right now, my weight and stuff came down, and I got in decent shape. Because I get up in the morning, I go, to the gym with my wife. I go to the gym. My wife goes to that boot camp, And my wife was encouraging me to go to this boot camp. And I was like, I don't want to go to that boot camp. And she's like, come on, boys, just try it once. I was like, I don't want to have these white people barking at me and telling me what to do. And, I said, that's triggering for me. And she's like, no, come on, boy, you got to try it. It's real, because every time she gets in the car, she's like exhausted. Me, I'm kind of sweating a little bit because I was on the treadmill, reading the articles and, posting content, right? Just kind of walking when I feel like it. So my workouts are pretty comfortable. Her workouts are absolutely brutal. And that's why at the age of 50, she wears the same size she wore when she was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 32. Maybe not even 42. I don't know. I got to check. So here's the thing. I remember thinking, I really don't want that. I really want to actually lose this weight. I really want to actually get in a higher level of shape. And so I went with her to visit the boot camp reluctantly, and it was hard. And I was there, and she was like, well, do you want to come back? Do you want to sign up? And I was like, no, I don't. Like, no, Boyce. And what I was saying was that Boyce does not want to sign up. And what I realized is that while Boyce does not want to sign up, I know Boyce needs to sign up. So the only way I can force myself to do something I don't want to do is I have to submit. I have to submit to my wife. I have to be an actor. I have to say, okay, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to follow your lead because who I am is not enough right now. And I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about who I am right now. Who I am right now is not enough for me to become the man that I want to be. Like, I want to be in much better shape. I want to have more endurance. I want to lose the weight, all that stuff. So I got to submit. You see what I mean? So really, what I say to you is that whatever mountain you're climbing, it's always an ongoing journey. And I encourage you to never become so arrogant that you can't submit to something that's going to make you into the better version of yourself that you need to be. So if you want to grow financially, you're going to have to submit to something or some process or some person or something that's going to force you to behave and do things in ways that you've never done them before. Because if you keep doing exactly what you're doing, you're going to get exactly what you've been getting. If your goal is to really lose weight, you got to submit to something. Sign your ass up for the boot camp like I did, or the fat farm or the whatever it is you got to do, or hang out with the person who runs all the time. And even though you hate it and it sucks, but sometimes freedom is not a good thing all the time. Freedom is good most of the time, but sometimes, freedom kind of requires a certain level of self-discipline. You got to be disciplined by something or someone somewhere. And what I find is that self-discipline ain't always enough. Because I don't know about y'all, but self-discipline can be tough for me. So getting up at 5 a.m. to go work out is easier when my wife gets up and I've given her permission to kick me out of the bed, even if I say I want to keep sleeping, because I know what my reaction is going to be. I'm not going to want to get up at 5 a.m. when it's 7 degrees outside. So I need you to force me to be the man that I say that I want to be, because life is short. And one thing that I've just concluded, and these are things I thought about when I was 20 years old, is that life is very short. Most people waste their time. Most people don't get to become the person they want to be. They don't achieve their goals because most dreams don't come true. So if you are a person who says, okay, you know what, if I make a New Year's resolution, I really want to keep it. Or if I have a goal, I really want to accomplish it. I really want to be something better than what I am right now. And I believe that you have it in you, because that's why you're here. That's why you get up every morning, you hang out with me, and we talk every day. Then I encourage you to find something that's going to push that standard. Let's go back to that original core term that Rochelle mentioned, Rochelle, the teacher I talked about earlier. Standards, standards, standards. When they look at excellence and accomplishment and they look at wealth and everything else, everything is always about standards. Education, standards, health, standards. People that are healthy, they don't eat the same thing that everybody else eats. They don't think about, they don't work out. They work out more than everyone else does, right? People that have wealth, they have high standards. They save and invest for their children. They save and invest for themselves. They're always looking for ways to learn how to make money. And people that don't have high standards, they don't tend to have high wealth, right? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. People that don't have high standards of economic training and financial literacy and goal setting and economic discipline, then their bank account, unfortunately, is going to be a reflection of their effort. Of their approach. It is, and what happens is that society always gives you an excuse to be a weak ass. Society will always give you an excuse to not set a standard for yourself, because we live in this world where it's like, well, we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or make them feel bad. So we're always going to be accepting of every single thing you do, every single person you choose to become. And that to me is a little bit of a crutch, because I think that especially for Black people, I think that there are people that encourage us to keep our standards low. Like, you know, even if you look at education and our kids are failing and struggling in school, and people are like, well, it's because they're Black. Or if you look at economics and people, you know, you're blowing through all this money, people are like, oh, well, that's okay. You know, you don't have to be a stickler about it. You don't have to, you know, but the problem with low standards and low expectations is that it does eventually, it either keeps you in the trap that you're already in, or it builds a further trap that is even greater than the one that you were in before, because now you're older and you can't go back and fix the things that you did before. If you're an NBA player and you make $10 million and then your career's over, you can't go back and get that money back. And so to some extent, I think that it's like in life, you either have to pay a price in advance or you pay the price later. I remember when I was in college and I was sitting there and I was thinking about, you know, why, somebody asked me like, why do you study every day and why do you study so hard? And I remember thinking, I said, well, I figure I got to work hard at some point. At some point, I'm gonna have to work hard. So I said, I can either work hard now for the next 3 or 4 years and live the next 30 years or 40 years, you know, pretty good, or I can waste my time now, and then I'm going to have a really hard time for the next 40 years because I'm going to have to do things that I don't want to do in order to get the things that I need. So either way, you have to choose your heart. And what happens is, and the reason that the most successful people in America tend to be people that believe in delayed gratification, is that you get the best ROI on your effort if you do it early in the process. If you do it in advance, that's the best ROI, as opposed to doing it at the end. It's almost like, I remember in college, I remember noticing how college students study, because I wasn't really a college student. I never made good grades before. I just learned my own method of studying, which was very different from what my friends did, because I didn't know what to do. So I just did what made sense. And I noticed how so many students would try to learn everything for the test 3 days before the test. Anybody else remember that? They would just sort of cram it all in, and they would be stressed out. They'd be staying up drinking all this coffee and no-dos, and they'd be stressed out and exhausted and everything else. And then they would do all that just to get a C or a C plus on the test. They wouldn't get an A, right? But they, and I remember thinking that's so strange that you put in all that effort just to get a C. Whereas if you put that same effort in 2 or 3 weeks earlier, you would have gotten an A. So it's not as if I put in more effort than they did. I just did it sooner. I did it early in the process, 3 weeks before the exam, so the concepts could settle in my mind. And you did it 3 days before the exam. But when I look at your experience versus my experience, your experience was much harder, because I was just casually studying and reading. I didn't have a time deadline. I would just casually go through the material and take my time. You're trying to read 5 chapters, in 3 hours. That's really hard. That's really stressful. So you went through it. So pay attention now. Here's what's interesting about life is that the people that don't make a plan and the people that don't have the discipline, either internally or externally, to plan in advance and to prepare, those are the people that end up working the hardest, actually. Those are the ones, because you're playing catch up. Right? You're in survival mode. And that's very, very stressful. It's very stressful to always be in survival mode. Your cortisol levels are super high. It literally kills you. It kills your physical body when you're always in survival mode, because, well, what happened? Well, you betrayed yourself, because when you knew you could have started sooner, you didn't. You abused your freedom and you didn't submit to something greater than yourself. And what I mean by that is you did not submit to the idea that if I don't do what I got to do now, then there's going to be hell to pay later on. You didn't submit to that because nobody told you. You're sitting there and nobody's forcing you to do it, right? And everybody's telling you that it's okay to do what you're doing, and everybody else is lazy too. So why not sit around and do nothing? But I can just tell you that people that have a higher standard, they submit to something. In fact, even when I think about in marriages, people that submit to not so much to their spouse. Like I do believe spouses submit to each other too. Like I submit to my wife submits to me. I saw my mother submit to my father. I saw my father submit to my mother. They submitted to each other. But more importantly, they were submitting to the institution they were building. They were submitting to the marriage, which was bigger than both of them. And then for those two, they happen to also be submitting to God. Right? So by submitting to something bigger than yourself, then your own emotional whims are not going to drive your day-to-day decision making. You're following some sort of structure. You're following some set of rules. And so this leads me back to a basic idea, and this is something that I really want to encourage you to absorb today. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that when you talk about something like freedom to me is an interesting idea. We talk about freedom as Black people. We all want to be free, right? Everybody wants freedom. But I don't really know if freedom works for everybody. I don't. I think about when I was in college, and I had friends who made good grades in high school, and a lot of y'all know people like this. Let me know if you know people like this. They made really good grades in school because their parents forced them to study. You know people like that, right? They just, their parents watched everything they did. They forced them to get ready for their tests. They forced them to go to bed at a certain time. They had all these rules that they had to follow. I didn't have any rules in high school, really. I had a few, but not many. It was a very strange time. I had young parents, so that's what that was. But so what happens to kids like that when they go to college? A lot of them, they get to college and they get the freedom, and what happens? What happens when they get their first taste of freedom, where they can stay up as late as they want? Nobody tells them what to do. They can miss class if they want. They can sleep in. If they're not mature enough, they lose their mind. They go crazy, and next thing you know, she's going home because she's pregnant, or he's dropped out because he got a 0.0 grade point average, or she became an alcoholic, or he's facing some criminal charges, right? Just all kinds of crazy stuff can happen. But why is that? Well, because they get that freedom, and they aren't mature enough to handle the freedom because they don't want to submit to anything. The self-discipline's not there. And so really what I would argue is that freedom is something that requires a certain level of maturity. And it requires submitting to something that's going to make sure that you have some sort of connection to basic ideas of success, like delayed gratification, preparation, things like that. In fact, it's interesting because if you look at slavery and the reasons that white people said that Black people should not be free, is they really felt like we were just undisciplined people. They said if we let them go free and we don't tell them what to do, then they're going to lose their mind and they're going to go out and they won't survive. They won't be able, which is a very insulting idea. It's very insulting. But what is true, though, is freedom does require a certain amount of accountability and responsibility. And so if you are a person who wants to be free, but you don't want to be accountable for anything, you don't want to be responsible for anything, you don't want to have any kind of discipline toward anything, then at some point, what's going to happen, in my view, is that you're going to struggle, you're going to fail, and the universe will turn you into somebody's slave. That's what's going to, if you go and you say, I want to be independent and make my own money, so I want to be an entrepreneur, and you don't have the discipline to get up in the morning and work on that damn business every single day, rain, sleet, snow, or hail, then at some point you're going to struggle financially and you're going to have to go right back to work where that boss is going to tell you what time to come in. And the boss is going to tell you what projects to work on. If same thing with the college students, the ones who couldn't find some level of self-discipline, well, they ended up having to leave campus and go to work. And then they were forced to have discipline. So freedom is something that requires a certain element of maturity. Freedom is something that requires a certain level of discipline and commitment. Also, freedom is something that must be defended. And the way you defend your freedom is through your self-discipline. So when I get up every single day at 6 a.m. and go to work, it's not because I have to. It's because I'm defending my freedom. Because I know that if I say, well, you know what, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins, I can lay around and do nothing. Well, at some point, I'm going to struggle due to that lack of consistency. And then I'm going to have to go beg a white man for a job. You understand? So this idea of submitting to something, I would ask you just, what do you submit to? Maybe you submit to a code of conduct. What is your code? Your code defines your standards. I think everyone, anywhere, whoever wants to achieve anything has to submit to something. And depending on where you are in life, that determines what you submit to. But I would encourage you, submit to something. Aisha says, I submit to my family. Exactly. Aisha's going to have a much more stable family than somebody who doesn't submit. Somebody who just does whatever they want to do and says, screw my family, they're not going to have a family for very long. So submitting to the thing that you believe in, the thing that you want to be, the thing that you want to build, the thing that you want to develop, whatever it is. And it's hard because it does require humility. And I know for me, it's hard because I have to admit that I'm not enough. And also, it's hard because discipline in general is hard. But failure is also very, very hard. And I'd rather have discipline than to constantly confront failure and disappointment and live a life of regret. So let's be disciplined. That's how we're going to do this. That's how we're going to build that wealth. Because let's just think about it. Let's talk about the financial part really quickly. If you think about it, when we talk about things like the $5 a day plan, where literally every single Black family on this planet of any income level can have hundreds of thousands of dollars in wealth in a couple of decades just by consistently investing in the S&P 500. That's not a complex idea. There's nothing about that idea that requires you to go to college and get a finance degree. What it requires is discipline. It requires a standard. It requires submitting to whatever your plan is and your vision is, for the future. And if you have those things, then it's very easy to build wealth if you have some sort of code of conduct that sets a standard for you that is going to get you where you want to get to. If I want to go 1,000 miles in 20 hours, I have to submit to the idea of driving 20 hours at 50 miles an hour. I must submit to that. If I cannot submit to that, then I probably won't achieve my goal. So what are you submitting to? You got to submit to something. Maybe you start, if you're religious, you can submit to God. What does God want you to submit to? What code of conduct comes with that? I think that's perfectly fine. A lot of people make fun of this, but I really think people that get married and say, you know what, I'm not submitting so much to my spouse, I'm submitting to God. Go look at the statistics on those couples and see how long they stay married relative to people who say, I'm going to submit to my hormones. And if I feel attracted to the person and I like them and I'm having fun, then I'm going to stay married. People who think that way, they don't stay married very long because at some point you're not going to feel as sexually attracted to that person as you were when you first met them. That goes away after about 3 years or something, right? So people that are submitted to something bigger than themselves tend to be very successful and capable of accomplishing a lot more than people who just submit to their whims or to their emotions, because that submission creates the discipline. Discipline is the dividing line between people who live that dream and those who don't. Right? So whatever your dream is, have that discipline to submit to something, and that will get you everywhere you want to go in life. I promise you. Okay. All right. So that's it for today. By the way, just a reminder, if you want to take a look at some of our stuff that we have in the Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Later on today, I'm going to do the portfolio power play, and I'm going to break down what I'm seeing in the stock market. There's a lot of interesting dynamics happening in the market, as really there are every week. And so if you want to join that at noon, just get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a link where you can join us for the portfolio power play. And I'll talk to you about a couple of stocks that I'm interested in that I'm buying so that we can all build wealth together. Remember, the stock market is the #1 wealth building mechanism in America. That is the place that separates the wealthy people from middle class people. So every single person has to participate in the stock market. If you have not started yet, don't be scared. You can go to try b1investing.com, be1investing.com. I have a free ebook on the $5 a day plan, which is a very easy way for anybody to have wealth. So the number is 87948, and you text the word morning, type the word morning in your phone, and send that to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link in about maybe 30, 40 minutes where you can join us for today's portfolio power play. What else is happening right now in the Black Business School? We have a few other things. Just a reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is closer now. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois. We're probably going to run out of passes soon. Our team's starting to pull everything together. So if you want to go ahead and lock in your pass now, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, everybody. Well, have a great day. God bless you. And I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. And I will see you all very soon. If not tomorrow, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern because our goal is to be economically aware and financially conscious, because if you can't see the money, you can't be the money. And I want you to be the money, and that's how we're going to do it. We are the canaries in the mine. We are ahead of everyone else. My PhD gives me the ability to deliver to you on a regular basis cutting edge financial concepts and techniques that are not even covered in textbooks. And that's the gift I want to share with you, because I know that you can do it. I know that you have it inside of you. I know that we are the greatest people on this freaking planet. And I just want us to start acting the way God made us. So just act like yourself. That's what you got to do. All right. So if your standard is marriage and commitment, then you probably need to spend time learning from people who have that standard, who have achieved at that standard. Like if I'm a basketball player and my standard is I want to win the NBA championship, I'm going to go hang out with Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. I'm going to study them. I'm going to learn from them. I'm not going to learn from people who never did what I'm trying to do. So what are you trying to accomplish? And again, the reason I say it's important to untether yourself from the mediocrity around you is because that's what a lot of us are cursed with. There's so much mediocrity intellectually. There's so much laziness, so much unhealthy behavior, so many bad choices. And I think also in America, what does occur is that there's almost like this addiction to victimization. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I almost feel like people enjoy being victims. They enjoy sitting around and being unconscious, letting horrible things happen, and then they get to become a victim, and that makes them somehow a hero. And I'm not saying that you weren't a victim, but I'm saying like why would that be what we aim for? I don't want to be a victim. That should be the preference, right? So long story short, I think consciousness allows you to avoid victimhood. Like, so for example, there are a lot of economic victims right now in our economy. A lot of economic victims. If you look at young people, for example, under the age of 35, they are being body slammed by the economy. We've talked about this in class before. Young people are in an economy where the price of houses literally went up. Like the average price of a home is now $400,000. It was like $200,000 before the pandemic. Now it's like $400,000. Jobs are not paying what they used to pay. Your college degree is, for some of us, the college degree is pretty much worthless. For some people, it's not worth what we thought it would be. Debt levels are very, very high. It's very hard to survive in this economy. And so what happens is that people will complain about it, and people will say, yeah, you're right, this is terrible. But then my thought is like, why don't we take this conversation full circle and say, how do we avoid becoming victims? What do you have to do? What's the solution? And there is a solution. We've talked about what the solution is. When it comes to your kids, you invest for them early so they have a capital base. When they get to a certain age, you teach them how to start a business so that their boss doesn't get to decide how much money they're going to make. They get to decide that. And you teach them the value of ownership over renting things like homes, right? If they do those three things, then they become an owner, they become a holder of stock, and they become a boss. Bosses who own stock in real estate are not the ones who are struggling in this society. They're not the economic victims of this culture. They're not. The boss is winning. The landlord is winning. The person who owns stock, they're really winning. Me and my wife own a few shares of NVIDIA. That was an easy $100,000 that we made just from sitting there and owning an asset. You understand? So think through these things. I think that would be a great consciousness exercise. And again, I would say that, again, my personal opinion. So if I said something that's wrong or something that offends you or something that is not consistent with your values or something you don't agree with, I hope we can just forget all that and still be friends. OK, so I hope that that's OK. But I can just tell you that if I could think about anything that led to success in life for me, it would be the fact that I was naturally untethered to what other people were doing. And in fact, sometimes you grow up and you're awkward and you don't fit in. I didn't really fit in that well, and I was an introvert. I didn't fit in with white people because I'm not white. I didn't fit in with a lot of black people because I couldn't do stereotypical shit like dance and all that. I didn't understand all those aspects of black culture. So I saw everything with a critical eye. I would say, I'm not doing it. That's stupid. Why would I do that? Or what's wrong with me speaking with good English? Like that doesn't make me white. It just means I want to enunciate my words, whatever, right? And so what happened was that because of that isolation, I was able to make decisions about which cultures I want to grab from to create the composite of whatever it means to be Boyce Watkins. So that's why if you go through the internet, you'll see that there are people who love me and I love you too. And then you're going to see people that just hate my guts, think I'm uppity, that I'm full of crap and can't stand me. And that's okay too. I get it. I think I know where that's coming from because I'm not going to sign on to anything that's stupid. I'm not going to sign on to anything that doesn't make sense. I offended some of my friends that were in fraternities because I said, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you want me to pledge your fraternity? I'm supposed to give you all my money, which I ain't really got no money, but I'm supposed to give you all my money so that you can spend 6 weeks torturing me and waking me up in the middle of the night, ruining my GPA, causing me to be sleep deprived and funky and humiliating myself. And there's the reward is that I get to be your friend. I get to wear the same clothes as you. That doesn't make any sense. That does not compute. That's stupid to me. And again, but so when I say it that way, it obviously is offensive to people maybe who made a different choice. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to go through the process. You know, and the other cool thing was my parents were the same way. My parents, the way they would talk to us about stuff is if we came to them and said, well, so-and-so down the street, his mama bought him the blah, blah, blah. My mother would be like, I don't care what they're doing down the street. You know, my father's like, I don't give a damn what somebody else is doing over there. This is what we're doing up in here. This is what we're doing in town. And it takes a certain level of self-esteem to be able to do that. You have to have a certain level of confidence to say, I don't care if everybody else is going left. We're going right. Because it's okay to say that sometimes the whole world is wrong. You know, it's okay to say that. So I want to give you the courage to do that. You know, if the world seems wrong, if I seem wrong, if the person next to you seems wrong, then you don't follow wrong. You don't follow the crowd. Because in this society, Black people that follow the crowd do not tend to be successful. It'd be different if we were in a different culture where we have all this educational and economic excellence and wealth was just flying through the roof. Then maybe following the crowd can actually work. But unfortunately, we're in a stage still where following the crowd just simply turns you into another victim. And I don't want that for you. I want better things for you. So thank you for letting me overtalk this point. I don't know if I overstayed my welcome, but I hope I made these points with the intention of being supportive of whatever it is you're trying to do. So I'm going to go ahead and finish up for now. So by the way, if you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list, and we're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I will send you all, I don't know if you all got this or not, but there is a list of stocks you can buy for under $10. I'll text that out later on this afternoon. So make sure you're on the text list. You can get that. Text morning to 87948. So you'll get a lot of text messages from me. And if you don't want them anymore, if you don't click on any of the text messages, it'll automatically take you off the list. So hit the button if you want to stay on there. Second of all, later on this week, I will be reaching out to those of you that want to study stock options and stuff like that. We're going to do another meeting on the Prime program pretty soon. And last but not least, I told you all that I would give you all the link to apply to be speakers at the All Black National Convention. And I think I sent it out already, but I don't know if I did or not. I think I did. But either way, though, I'm going to send it out again. So if you want to be a speaker, you want to apply, then we'll send out the link and you guys will get top priority to speak at the convention. But we don't have that many slots, to be honest with you. So it's kind of a tight fit, but we will do our best to support you in whatever it is you're doing and to acknowledge your talent, because I know a lot of you are doing amazing things. Okay, so anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Have a great day. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you guys.
What's going on? I hope you guys are having a good night. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And today I want to cover this list. I saw this interesting list of the 10 college majors that are most regretted by college graduates. And so I'm going to go through this list and kind of talk through it and just kind of share a perspective on it that I think is really interesting. And also I noticed that Terrence Howard thinks that he's reinvented mathematics, which I think is just hilarious. So anyway, let's get started here. I'm going to jump right into the conversation. All right. So I don't know how many of you went to college, but if you did go to college, type college or college graduate in the chat. Let me know that you went to college. If you don't know my background, I taught on college campuses for a long time. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University. I also started the Black Business School, where we serve about 167,000 students around the world. And our goal is to focus primarily and solely on the Black wealth issue. I believe that the Black wealth issue is the most important, most pressing issue of our community right now. So I've dedicated my life to pulling together as many experts as possible, from therapists to health experts to relationship experts to financial experts, to figure out why Black wealth is going down and how to stop it. So I just want you to know we've already solved that problem. The challenge now is getting us to implement the solutions. Solutions are very straightforward. If you want to see our solutions, the solutions are free. You don't have to pay for the solution. It's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. you'll see the $5 a day plan that will get anybody out of poverty and make them wealthy in less than a generation. So I want to first of all say hello to Robin as SUNY Binghamton. Robin is one of my favorite names. That is my mama's name, by the way. So shout out to you, Ms. Robin. Jermaine Trusty, I know that name out of Camden, New Jersey. I talked to their brother directly, and because he knows that Milt Wagner, his son and grandson, all came out of Camden. So I'm a Louisville Cardinals fan, so we have a debt of gratitude to Camden for producing some of the most kick-ass basketball players ever. In fact, I think Billy Thompson came out of there too, and he was one of my childhood heroes. And what's going on, Issa Welder? Issa went to trade school. Yeah, well, trade school is making a major comeback. People are finding out that there's more money to be made by having a skill than there is by getting a piece of paper. Imagine that. Imagine that. Real skill has more value than simply going to a college campus and drinking beer for 4 years. But anyway, let me read this list to you of the 10 majors that people regret the most. And if any of these majors belong to you, feel free to shout it out in the chat, and we will give you our condolences for being suckered into wasting money on something that didn't give you what you were looking for. All right, so let me grab the list. I had the damn thing, and then I lost the damn thing, and now I'm mad because I can't. Hold on, I gotta find it. Y'all gotta give me 1 second. Y'all gotta pray for me. I'm figuring it all out. While I do that, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise y'all I had it right here on my screen because I was like, boys, don't mess it up. Make sure you have your notes ready. And I'll be damned if I'm sitting here and I don't have my notes ready. All right, so anyway, first, actually, as I find this, I want to mention, did anybody see where Terrence Howard was literally trying to redefine all of mathematics? Did anybody see that? He literally said that it's that 1 times 1 is not actually equal to 1. That 1 times 1 should actually be equal to 2. And I thought that was really interesting. And my first thought was, okay, where did Terrence Howard get his doctorate in mathematics? And not to say that you can't be brilliant and all these other things. And I'm not doubting Terrence Howard's intelligence. But Lord Jesus, man, come on, bro. Like you literally, I don't think anybody ever explained to Terrence that we've known that 1 times 1 equals 1 for thousands of years. I mean, that's one of the most original axioms in all of mathematics. So I kind of found it funny that sometimes, fame and whatever they smoking up in Hollywood can make people think that they can do things they really can't do. It's almost like me going to Hollywood and thinking I'm going to be better at making movies and acting than Terrence Howard with no experience. So it's kind of an insult to the real mathematicians out there that he actually thinks he can reinvent all of mathematics. There are thousands of high-level mathematicians who've been working on problems like that for a long time. So him kind of, I don't know. I thought I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of funny, but then again, people worship celebrities, so I don't want to insult anybody. All right, so let me find this list. So one thing I do know is that number 1 on the list, as far as majors that people regret, was journalism. Journalism. 87% of all journalism majors regret majoring in journalism, and I would honestly say that a part of that regret, I would be willing to bet, is driven by the fact that we've lost real journalism in our society. We don't have real journalists celebrated the way they used to be. I watched a documentary about It wasn't Ted Koppel. It was Dan Rather. And there's a Netflix documentary about him. He's a really famous journalist back in the day. And Dan Rather, to me, and people like him and Ted Koppel and the others, they represent a time where journalism was really respected because journalists did their job. I used to consider journalism to be one of those fields that had, just members of that community that just had the highest levels of integrity, that were going to seek out the facts, that were going to be objective and just make sure people were informed. And you don't have that anymore. Now you got, this crap on Fox News. You got the bullshit on MSNBC. Everybody's basically a talking head for their favorite political party. And I think that that's really undermined the quality of journalism in our country. And that's really driven by money. If y'all don't know that, that's a financial problem. It's a financial problem because there are certain things in society that should not be linked to money. Journalism, the ability to get ads and viewers and all that, that's the profit motive of many of these journalistic outlets. And the problem is they have to tap dance for society and not give people what we need. They have to give us what we want. So if you give people a choice between objective journalism, where they're not always going to tell you what you want to hear, versus some loudmouth pundit who is telling you your favorite lies in the middle of TikTok dances, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS. So effectively, journalism has kind of fallen to the wayside. I'd say 20 years ago, I had a tremendous amount of respect for the field of journalism. That's not true anymore. And if you don't understand why, just look at the crap that's on TV. Like Sherwin, you're right, man. When Peter Jennings, I mean, that was another OG that really did journalism the right way. Walter Cronkite was the original. And then you had a lot of black guys. What's the brother's name? Was it Brian Williams? No, it wasn't Brian. Brian Williams is the white boy in NBC. Lester Holt killed it. Ed Gordon. Shout out to Ed Gordon, who always did great work. Ed Gordon happens to be a friend of mine, and I'll tell you, I always respected the fact that he was deeply committed to journalism. I have mixed reviews on, say, a Roland Martin, because on one hand, I think Roland's a smart guy and a hardworking journalist, and he seems thorough and committed to what he does. On the other hand, he comes off like a stooge for Joe Biden. He comes off as somebody who's almost he's always applying for a job with the Democratic Party. And that undermines his credibility as a journalist. Ed Bradley, there you go. There's another one. There's so many great black journalists. It's ridiculous. You have the National Black Journalist Society. I think that's what it's called, or the National Black Journalist Association, with so many great journalists in there. So I don't think that the few bad apples should spoil the bunch. But what's happened is that the bad apples have become the ones that they put on TV the most. All right, so let me keep going. Also on the list is sociology. They said if you go to college and you go deep in debt to become a sociology major, apparently that does not have a big payoff for you. You could learn sociology on your own. You can learn it on the internet. You don't have to go to college to learn sociology. Somebody could teach you that on YouTube. And I'm talking about real professors. I'm not talking about just people who are just talking out the side of their neck, like so many other YouTube pundits. You got a lot of people on YouTube who just run their mouths and just say things. But you actually have real experts. You have professors at Harvard and MIT that teach classes for free on YouTube. So if you want to learn something like sociology, I don't know if college and $100,000, $200,000 in debt is really worth it. Not anymore, because you have so many other ways you can learn. Next is liberal arts and general studies. The 72% of the people that majored in liberal arts or general studies regretted it, largely because employers would have a very hard time figuring out what you're actually able to do. They know that you can do something. Maybe you can communicate better. Maybe you have better social skills. Maybe you know a few facts from all the random classes you took. But it's hard to identify, if you are an employer, it's hard to identify exactly what a liberal arts or general studies major could do for you. And if you know, in college sports, I remember when I used to tutor football players at the University of Kentucky. A lot of them were general studies majors. And one of my friends went to Vanderbilt, and he said, you would have thought that we were all going to join the military because they were producing so many generals. So many of us had general studies, like we were studying to become generals in the military. But that's what they do, right? Because the NCAA was never in the business of educating people. It was always in the business of making money. Thank God they're forcing the universities to start having to pay the players, because they've always deserved their cut. Next on the list is communications. I personally think communications is really an important skill to have. I think if you can communicate, you can get a lot done. I just think that a major like communications has to be supplemented by something. I'm a big believer that every black child that goes to college, it's okay to go to college. I'm not anti-college, but I really believe you should take the time to learn how to start a business. Why? Well, because you're not white. If you and the white boy apply for the same job, every single study shows that he's more likely to get the job than you. So you know it's a fact. Now, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you know that it's true. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just complain about it? If your goal is to just sit there and complain about the problem, then just go ahead and hang up. Just go ahead and leave, because you can just go back to your sad little reality where white people control your access to happiness and fulfilling your destiny. But if you want to solve the problem, well, the way to solve the problem is learn how to start your own stuff. If you learn how to start your own business, then you can walk away from whatever false opportunity they might have put in front of you and actually take your talent and go elsewhere with that and apply it in a way that's going to put food on the table and food in the mouths of your kids. So ultimately, I would say communications is a powerful tool, but I would supplement that with sales, or maybe with entrepreneurship, or just something that's going to put some more money in your pocket. Now, by the way, if you want to learn more about money in the Black Business School, we have a great program called Black Money 101. It's an introduction to the power of money. Right now, you can get 90% off lifetime access by going to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. Also, I put together a list of what I call canna stocks. Basically, there is what they call the green revolution right now. I don't know how many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard that they are working to legalize legalize weed in America. If you know this, then you will know that there are certain companies you can invest in that will give you an opportunity to benefit from this development. So what I did was I put together a list of Dr. Boyce canna stocks, and you can get that free list. Just the link is in the bio of this video. So if you go to the bio of this video, you will find the can of stocks there. I'm going to try to put something on the screen so you can kind of see what the page should look like, even though I'm probably going to get this wrong. I'm going to hit the wrong button or something. But anyway, there we go. Here we go. I'll show you the page. So this is the page that you'll see when you hit that link. And basically on that link, there is a list of stocks you can get that are Canna stocks. So feel free to grab some of those. Somebody says, very true. Corporate life is not for the black man. I agree with you, Tyrone. I learned, I got my dream job when I was 21 years old. And I thank God that I had this dream job because that was when I started to learn the reality is that there's no such thing as a dream job. There's no such thing as a dream job. Nobody dreams about going to work every day. Nobody dreams about labor. If I have a dream, I'm going to dream about my sexy wife. If I'm dreaming about, ice cream and private jets. If I'm having a dream, I'm dreaming about, the things that men dream about, whatever that is. So, pile of money and sexy women, whatever it is. Right. But my wife might be listening, so I can't talk too much, but a job is not something I dream about. So I personally believe that the idea of a dream job is a complete myth. It's a complete myth. Seriously. There's nothing about going to work every day that is great. It's just sort of like a minimal amount of pain. It's sort of like your suffering's not as bad as everybody else's. But if you really spent your time that day doing what you really wanted to do, you'd be sleeping in, you'd be going to the movies, you'd be hanging out with your kids, right? And so ultimately, in this so-called dream job that I had, I went to General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me lots of money and put me in a really nice fancy apartment in downtown Boston, which was very expensive. And I hated that job. I hated it. I didn't fit into the culture. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand me. It was really tragically painful and stressful for everybody involved. So that taught me that maybe I wanted to do something. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have just become an entrepreneur. I would have just spent a whole year grinding my ass off to learn how to be the best business owner I could possibly be. And then I would have started a business with some family members and figured it out. I would have figured out how to sell something and make money. Instead, I became a professor because I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to work on things I wanted to work on. And being a professor wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to get away from the bureaucracy of working for other people and also being a black man in a white institution. That's really, really hard. I think it's really, really hard if you are a black man with a strong black identity being in a pretty white institution because they're forcing you to change who you are in order to fit in, and you're criminalized the minute you walk through the door. And that was just really tough. So I kind of think that the solution for most of us, especially brothers out here, learn how to start your own, and also make sure your sons and your daughters know how to do that too. All right, so let me keep going here. Education, that's the next major that people regret. I'm kind of surprised by that because I think education is a good major. We need our teachers. Teachers are extremely important, but teachers are not valued in this society. Teachers do not get the respect that they deserve. Teachers are severely underpaid. You got to deal with these little crazy ass, badass kids who have parents that don't give a damn. It's stressful to be a teacher, man. I feel so bad for our teachers. It's crazy to me. When I see videos of some stupid teenager punching out the teacher and all that, the teacher didn't ask for that. They ain't getting hazard pay. So why are they going into a building where they're getting beat up, cussed out by the parents and all this other stuff? I mean, this is kind of how ridiculous the world has gotten. So, but they say that education is a major that people tend to regret. And that makes me very sad because we need educators in our community. And what we also need is we need more homeschool networks. That's what we need. We need to educate our own. We got to find some way to educate our own kids so that our kids don't get brainwashed and destroyed by this system. So that's something I'm working on in the background. If anybody happens to know somebody that can help us come up with $10 million to start a homeschool network, we will be more than happy to work with that person. So if you know somebody that's got ethical money, they can come in and put up the funds to help us build a homeschool network. We will do that. We will educate the kids ourselves because we can do this. We have everything we need. Next on the list is marketing, management, and research. That's another major people regret. Now, I find that interesting. I find that surprising because marketing is an incredibly valuable skill. Maybe it's the type of marketing you learn, right? So if you learn things like digital marketing or sales, that can actually put you in a really great position to make money. If you know how to sell things, then you're usually not going to be broke. So I personally think that that's just a misassessment. And then another one they say people regret is medical and clinical assisting. Now, so that means the medical field itself, I don't think is something people regret. But I think when you talk about being a medical or clinical assistant, that doesn't give the rewards that people expect. But I think the medical field is very important. And I know a lot of people in the medical field who are doing quite well. The downside is that it requires a lot of work, a lot of long shifts. And one thing that we've discovered in the Black Business School that we've actually kind of advocated for is the idea of learning various ways to make money without going to work every day. We've talked about the most important thing that a young person can have is not a college degree. It's not a college degree. It's not even a technical or trade degree. The most important thing a young person can have is a capital base. A capital base means having assets that they own that can generate income. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, you'll see our Prime program where we have quite several hundred people that we've shown how to do little things like trade stock options, and they're generating more money without working than most people make on their job. Like, so for example, if a person has 1,000 shares of Coinbase and they know how to manage their risk effectively, which is what we train them on how to do, that person can make as much money as a medical doctor, more money than a medical doctor without a college degree. So I figured it out. I said, maybe instead of grinding like crazy to get the bachelor's degree, to get the master's degree, to get the doctoral degree, to get the law degree, and being in school for the rest of your life and then working 12, 13-hour days, maybe you focus on saying, hey, how can I get access to 1,000 shares of Coinbase, because then I can sell those options, make $5,000 or $6,000 a week, which is more than $250,000 a year. And I'm already making surgeon money, and I'm 22, 23 years old because my parents cared enough about me to invest for me long term. So this is part of what we call the Black Wealth Master Plan. The plan is not so much for you to be able to do it all by yourself. It's to understand the importance of being teammates, the importance of us working together, the importance of having parents that invest for their children, the importance of making sure that we understand that wealth is a team sport. It's an intergenerational sport. The reason our young people and our college graduates end up slaving for folks who hate their guts is because nobody makes a plan for them. If nobody makes a plan for you, then you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you're going to be assed out. You're out here stuck. You have no capital base. So therefore, you have to become a slave to the owners of capital in order for you to pay your bills. So anyway, Yoshika says, I'd like to learn stock options. Yeah, well, you know what, Yoshika, just go to drboyceprime.com. I'd love to have you as a member of the Prime program. I think you'll like it. Also, another way you can get some exposure to what we do in the Black Business School. It's very, very effective. The satisfaction rate is incredibly high. The students love it. And then also in the Black Business School, we have money back guarantees in the first 30 days if you're not happy for any reason. And but if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training. It'll come right to your text right when you text the word money to the number 87948. You'll get this link to a training I created that everyone loves. About 100,000 people have seen it or something like that. And it's called How to Make Money Without Working. This is revolutionary. This is changing the mindset of so many people. It is a breakthrough. Again, remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So I can't just give you a bunch of hype and a bunch of nonsense. I've been teaching college students since 1993. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in the fall of 93. So I'm not a kid. I'm not a loud influencer. I'm not out here imitating the dumbass rappers. I'm really trying to come up with real solutions. And our team has come up with these solutions. My wife is a therapist. She's not just a therapist. She's a therapist that trains other therapists. That's how good she is. And she still looks damn good. But let me just brag on my wife for a minute. Look at that. Isn't she fine? I mean, look at how gorgeous she is, and she just turned, well, I can't tell her age, but she ain't 22. She's closer to my age, and I think I'll put my wife up against a 32-year-old any day of the week. But anyway, yeah. So her birthday is this week, and we came out to California together, and she's doing this little photo shoot and stuff like that. And let me tell you, I love her, and I think she's gorgeous, and she reminds me of the excellence of Black women. Even before I picked my wife to marry, I always told y'all years ago. I said I don't know if I'm gonna ever get married, but if I ever get married, I'm marrying me a Black woman because that's where I'm supposed to be. That's where I belong. Those are my people. That's where I'm at. It's not always easy, but that's where I'm going to go. So I married this Black woman, and today's her birthday. Well, actually, midnight will be her birthday. So I hope you'll wish her a happy birthday in the chat. And also her website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. She sees clients on an individual basis. She also sees them. She sees families, stuff like that. She sees couples, stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you and you could use some help in your relationships, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. I'll put our URL up on the screen. All right. So let's finish up the list here. All right, so other majors that people regret, you've got political science and government. A lot of people that study political science, they end up regretting it. And I understand why, because you can learn political science on the internet. You can go read some really good books out here. There are lots of great political scientists out there that do extraordinary analyses, and you don't have to pay, $400,000 in tuition money over 4 years or whatever, or 200,000, whatever the numbers are now, in order to learn from them. The next major people regret, oddly enough, is biology. I thought that's strange because I guess a lot of people become pre-med and they don't, they end up regretting being pre-med because they don't go to medical school. Maybe that's it. And then next on the list is English literature. And actually, I read this list kind of backward. Actually, the number one, the most regretted majors were sociology and liberal arts education. And then journalism was actually number one. Journalism was number one. And they said that 44% of all job seekers with college degrees regret their field of study. So 44%, that's nearly half. Think about that. Nearly half of all Black college graduates or white college graduates regret their major. Like they look back and they think about the money that they spent and they wish they could go get it back. And they'd be more than happy to hand their degree back to the school and then get a refund. I think that's insane. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but in the world of business, that would be considered to be a bad investment. That would be considered to be an epic failure. So I don't know why we are so committed to doing things the wrong way that we will continue to do things the wrong way, even if we have seen over and over that it's the wrong approach. I don't know. I just don't get that. And I think that what happens is maybe it's a lack of knowledge or it's a lack of fear. Or maybe because I'm a Black man saying these things, it's not going to get as much attention as if some white guy said it. Maybe if Joe Biden said it or something, people would listen. But I personally will sort of encourage you to really think outside the box. There's a statement where they say that, what is it? That going to college, that going to school will train you on how to be, it'll train you to make a living, and self-knowledge will train you how to be a millionaire. So if you want to really build wealth and stuff like that, you're going to have to learn that on your own. They're not typically going to teach you that in a formal institutionalized setting. The best thing most institutions are going to teach you is how to fit into an institution. And so if you want to be trained to be institutionalized, then that sort of education can work for you. But if your goal is to be free, then the downside is that you become a person that doesn't fit so well into institutions. Like I don't fit well in institutions. I'm pretty much unhireable for the most part. I'm not a guy who can take orders or instructions from someone who knows less than I do. It's hard. I can't let somebody drive the bus if I don't believe they are a good driver. I can't take orders from an idiot. So I'll question things and I'll say, hey, why are we doing it this way? This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work well in institutions. You're not supposed to really think or question things. I think that's why in the public school system, your son or your daughter gets punished for asking questions because they don't want you to ask questions. They want you to sit down, shut up, and do what they say. And if you can sit down and shut up and take orders, there's always a place for you in capitalist society. Right? If you know how to turn your brain off and sit down, shut up, do what you're told, then there's always a job for you. There's always a place for you. It's always going to work for you. But for those of you that don't want to sit down and shut up, those of you that actually want to have some agency in your own life and make some decisions and question things, well, then you're going to have to find a way to pay your own bills, because I don't know anybody out here that's going to pay your bills and let you talk crazy to them at the same time. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I think it's unrealistic to think that we can be loud and proud and big and black and bold and then turn around and be like, well, master, after I finish cussing you out, I need you to send me my rent money. I don't know if that works. I don't know. I don't know if that works in the real world. So just keep that in mind. And this is one of the reasons why the ability to make our own money is deeply linked and deeply connected to our ability to truly be free, whatever that is for you, whatever freedom looks like for you. I think your access to freedom goes through the land of money. And if you want to understand money, we got you. In the Black Business School, we're the best on earth at Black wealth. We're the top financial institution on the planet when it comes to what Black people need in terms of specific theories and formulas and processes and systems that will work for the Black community based on what we're going through. So anyway, if you want to take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's where my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is located. I also have a book series called Black American Money. My wife's books are there. She's written workbooks on financial anxiety and dealing with the things that scare you financially and that keep you from investing. We have financial flashcards for children, financial workbooks for children. We have things on love and money, all kinds of stuff. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And also don't forget, if you look in the bio or in the not the bio, sorry, the description of this video, there's a link to a list of canna stocks that I believe are going to do well when they legalize weed. When the green revolution happens, and I believe that's going to happen in the next 5 years or so, these stocks are expected to do extremely well. I encourage you to consider a diversified portfolio because we don't know which company is going to do well in this space, which companies are going to dominate, but somebody's going to kill it. Some of these companies are going to absolutely kill it. In my opinion, this is my best assessment. So feel free to take a look at the link in the bio, or sorry, the link in the description. You can find it there. And also, if you want to get a copy of that training, How to Make Money Without Working, just pull out your phone and text the word money to the number 87948. So just text money to 87948, and I'll send that link to you right away, and you'll get it right back as soon as you text it. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation for that, you can text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation in the morning. So text morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Peace.